welcome back to the Oceanic TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational. For day 2, I have returned. My name is Ducky. There's a few new faces here today, one returning face that we won't necessarily point out just yet, but first of all, welcome to all my brilliant co-casters, Judge, Sleppy, and Frosty. I'm going to throw it to you first, Judge. Welcome back to the broadcast. How are you going?
Thanks, Duck. It's great to be here. Great to be jumping in for some more TFT. As always, excited to see what our competitors today are going to bring to the table, what's different, and hopefully some massive high rolls. Praise be to Mort.
Praise be to Mort, indeed. That's what we want. We had a couple of them yesterday. You know, we also had some very, very big misses, which will inevitably be talked about in this broadcast. But before we get any further, I'm skipping you, Frosty. Welcome to the broadcast, Sleppy. First time on board. How are you feeling?
Hello. A little bit nervous, but very, very excited for the games today.
Yeah, look, it first time nerves hits everyone. It even hit Jose yesterday, who absolutely killed it on the cast, and I have no doubt that you'll be absolutely doing the same. We'll very much value your insight on this broadcast in terms of, like, you know, knowing these players and playing at the high level. So you can probably carry me and Judge to a first and double up, that's for sure. And, you know, we'll take that gladly on this broadcast. And speaking of carrying this broadcast, one man who's not doing that is Frosty. But how are you going anyways, mate?
I was going well. Everything was going great until I've started getting savagely wrecked by literally everyone here, and I don't understand why. I don't know what I've done. But yeah, outside of that, I'm good, I guess. I think.
Yeah, look, that's a fine reaction to that. But in jest, you know, we had a really good day one yesterday. It was very, very exciting action all up, you know, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. In terms of, you know, getting ready for today's games, because it's going to be pretty much the same thing, 6 games today as it was yesterday. But before we talk about what's going to happen today, let's have a look at the overview of the TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Oceanic Series as a whole. Down the bottom there, you'll see that the Arcanist Cup, Innovator Cup, and Set 6 Challenger Series have all been completed. That has led us into this Mid-Set Invitational. We did have 24 players yesterday, but today we only have 16 because we had 8 eliminated yesterday as part of the day 1. But that is not necessarily important for now. What is important is if you place in the top half of the lobby today, you will be pushing forward into the regional finals taking place on April 1 and 3. It's not the end of the road though. There's 24 slots over there and there's only 8 making it through today. There'll be Scholar Cup, Challenger Series, and the Set 6.5 ladder leaderboard to play for later on in the Neon Knights expansion, which drops sometime this week. I'm pretty sure it is Wednesday Australian time. So there is still plenty of opportunities, but we are still firmly looking at that middle part of the chart there with MSI and the 8 players who will be determined today making it through to the regional finals. Now, Frosty, I do want to bring it back to you and talk a little bit about what you saw yesterday and what we were kind of breaking down yesterday. We had a couple of big names knocked out yesterday. When you're looking at like the likes of Admiration, Tamura, who was a big favorite in terms of, I think that was Jose, highlighting it. Those kind of players they'll have to come through the Set 6.5 kind of tournaments down the line.
That's it, but don't forget, there's still plenty of chances for them to make it back during Set 5. This is just the Mid-Set Invitational. The regional finals will be taking place later in 6.5, so even though players like Cosmic Sloths, Admiration, Banter, Fishbowl, tomorrow got knocked out there, they're still going to be able to come back later. So even, you know, our representative that we had for Set 6, Escher, who conveniently forgot that there were even qualifiers taking place, they'll still be able to qualify in the coming months here.
Look, well, I'll have my Escher point down the line for later, because there was a funny tweet going around today, let's be real. But let's talk about the format for today. So this is the entire format for the Set 6 Mid-Set Invitational here in the Oceanic TFT Gizmos and Gadgets series. So day 1 has done. We're ignoring that left column for now. We are firmly in day 2, where we have 16 players who've been randomly seeded into 2 lobbies. And after the first 2 games, the players will be seeded as per the rule set into top and bot lobbies, which allows the bottom lobby players to maybe earn back some points and makes it really, really exciting when you get down to the later stages of the day. But after the end of 6 games, we will have our top 8 players who are going through to tomorrow's day 3, and the 8 players who will be eliminated and sadly going home without a regional final spot, without any prize money. So today is the all-important day when it comes to all the marbles, pretty much, because the prize money, which we'll get into a little bit later, is a nice touch judge, but it's all about those spots. And the one thing that I really want to point out, it's not day 3 yet, but it's no more checkmate format on day 3. It is just you play the 6 games, and whoever has the most points at the end of that wins. So, we might not get, the Chunga 4-game 1-1 lag 1 that we had at Challenger Series, but it's going to be really, really exciting down into the final lobby.
It sure will. There was a lot of community feedback on the checkmate format in our last event, and a few changes on that. That's not going to be happening this weekend. So I think some of the players are going to be happy because it gives them that opportunity to really push forward into a game 5 and 6, even if they've been behind, and try and catch up those points without someone really high rolling 4 out of the 6 games. So we'll have to see how that plays out tomorrow. But for now, let's have a quick look at the prize pool. It is $4,500 all up, with First taking away a large chunk of that with $1,000 in the pocket. And of course, that's split down to 8th for the Mid-Set Invitational. But Duck, we've got more than 8 players today, so there's a few of them that are going to miss the money.
Yeah, and that's just the nature of these tournaments. When you looked at Challenger Series, it was only the top 4. Now it's the top 8. But like I said earlier, like the prize pool for these players probably comes second to actually making sure that you can secure your spot in the regional finals as early as possible, so that you can look at pushing and really putting your head down during Neon Nights to just focus entirely on set 6.5. Be able to put all your preparation into just learning the set, not have to worry about playing through open qualifiers, not having to worry about whether you're going to get a spot at the end of the day. That is ultimately really, really important. We will be diving into the 16 players taking part just in a minute. Obviously, we mentioned a couple of names who were eliminated, Frosty, but now we can have a look at the players who are actually playing, and these from the scores from yesterday, where we have Claire and Chunga up the top. They ran away with them. I'm pretty sure Claire took 1st place yesterday. Chunga was top 4 every single lobby. Some big names in there that we haven't also spoken about so far, like Angora, Cardi, Fortune Chosen, Timo's dad, Dawn Glade, who just made the cut. Sadly, we did say goodbye to some players like Cosmic Sloss, Admiration, Banter, Fishball, Tamura. But Sleppy, is there any kind of names that you see in this top 16 that stand out to you as being the favorite for today?
I feel like in tournaments in general, Chunga has always, kind of really shown that he's a very strong Tony warrior. But I also really like the way Slumbers played yesterday. Like, he got some really strange augments, and like the Ziggs 3 and the Ziggs Arcanist Syndicate board, which he top forward with. So I'm gonna see what he can do. And Angora is also a really strong ladder competitor, and I hope that he can have some good games today as well, just to show that he's good in tourneys too.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Angora has been really strong in tourneys in the past. Had a little bit of a weaker start to yesterday, but managed to salvage it and get into the top 4. Slumbers, brought out a multitude of different broads yesterday, Frosty. We saw the Protector Cogmore reroll from him. We saw, that Syndicate Arcanist board. He was probably, out of the 16 players that we're bringing on today, the most interesting of the lot.
Yeah, and that just goes to show you the diversity of the compositions that are available to you when you're playing in set 6 right about now. You've got your standard compositions, your 7 syndicates, your 7 innovators, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, some of the more niche options aren't able to close out games either. So really got to be on the lookout here for some of the more harder to see lines when coming into these events here. And that might just be the difference between you making it to day 3 and qualifying for the finals and you going home.
Yeah, and that ultimately is the story of today, and we'll be harping on about it throughout the broadcast, like I've already done about 5 times in this intro segment. But today is probably the most critical day of MSI in terms of making sure that you can lock in your spot for the regional finals. Now, Judge, I do want to throw to you for a little bit. You had a look at the player list there, and obviously we've talked about some of the big names. Like, we know Tawny Chunga is very, very strong. Anything else that took your eye on that list, and as someone that you're quite excited to watch?
I'm on the same page as Slappy at the moment. Tawny Chunga is a beast, and we've seen it time and time again, especially with no Escher to really add some gremlin to the mix of these lobbies. I think that Chunga is going to be the one that I'm watching the most for. But like Frosty said, I'm looking for some spice in team comps. across the board, we've got great players in these lobbies today, and I want to see some interesting augments come out. I want to see some Dark Magician. Let's get some Spellblade with a stack TF. Get some really, really spicy games happening, and I think that's going to come down to ultimately augments and obviously a lot of scouting to force some of these top tier players into uncomfortable but spicy positions in terms of board strength.
I think we did see one Spellblade yesterday, actually, but I think also the more important board in terms of if we're talking Arcanist was the Runic Shield 2 and 3 that we saw from Fortune Chosen. I think it was in one of the lobbies yesterday. That was just really strong with that Arcanist board with the Lux. But look, we're still got a little bit of time before we head into game, guys, so that gives us enough to talk about, what we can kind of expect to see today. Frosty, you touched on a couple of the comps in terms of we saw a lot of Innovator yesterday, saw a bit of Syndicate. Not so much, I guess, in terms of what I thought was going to be a little bit more Yone and Urgot, at least on the boards of what we saw. But Sleppy, do you think like there's a couple of comps that we haven't quite touched on there that you think players might pull out today?
I think that's about it. Like even in NA, they didn't really play any of the other comps. It was really dominated by like Innovator, some Jays. So I don't think we're gonna see like too many different comps unless Moto gives us like triple prismatic, which I really do hope to see today because there weren't any yesterday. Sorry
There
to
was
the
not enough
players, but
prismatic.
we need it. Like, what's the
Yesterday was a
fun without
drag.
it?
Yesterday was a drag in terms of like the augment choices that we got. There was the one game where we had, I think, 3 metabolic accelerators that drew it out to stage 7, and
Edge.
like that was yeah. Jose put it that way. You put it that way. It was totally veg. But I think one player that we haven't necessarily touched on, Frosty, is Keen, who came in yesterday, very hyped up. Obviously, probably the most famous player in this region. Hasn't necessarily had much tournament success here in the past. Has always kind of fallen off a little bit early. He did manage to edge his way into the top 16 this time around, and he played some very, very cool comps. He like the Twitch reroll, and he was just a very dynamic player. So, what do you think is going to be his key to success? I guess if he wants to push into day 3.
I think that over the past few, well, years at this point, because Keen has been competing in these events for years, Keen has been an extraordinarily strong ladder player. There is no doubt about it. You see him dominating different servers. He's on, 3 different servers. He's over on NA, he's over on Korea, he's over in OCE, always posting good ladder results. But I don't think he's really had the success in tournaments here. And I think it's that little bit of experience that he's had now, and, just trying to just get a little bit of experience, that's really what set him apart, is that now that he's finally gotten some experience, he's actually able to have that tournament mindset that you need to have, rather than just coming in all guns blazing, trying to go for that first or 8th play style that you usually do when you're playing on ladder. Now you have to play a little bit more measured. You can't just always thinking about, all right, I'm going to go for the biggest lines that produce the best content here. Now you got to scale it back a little bit.
Yeah, now before we throw into game, it would be me and Judge leading you through the first lobby of today. So Sleppy and Frosty, I do want to walk along with the lobby that we are going to be chasing for game 1 today. So let me just quickly read off my notes. We have got Fortune Chosen, Claire, Audio, Perfect Slumbers, Bluey, Dojo Mojo, Skillfulism, and Keen, who we just mentioned playing in this first lobby on stream today. If you were to pick a winner out of the players that we just mentioned, Sleppy, who do you think is going to come out and start strong?
Ah, I honestly can't pick one. Like they're all, Fortune has a really strong like AP playstyle, and I wouldn't be surprised if he brings that back today as well. And then there's Kate. I don't know. I really can't pick one. They're all just so good.
I mean, that's the nature of these tournaments. It's all the best players in the region. These are the 16 top players in the region right now, essentially, competing in a pretty high stakes tournament. So they're all going to bring their A game, Frosty. You expecting like maybe a couple of strategy changes from some of these guys, perhaps emulating on their day 1, which we saw like a little bit of a faster tempo than we typically see in OCE play for the most part.
Yeah, definitely. I think that now that players have started to realize just how everyone is going to play, that there will be a meta shift once again, as players came out firing on day 1. Now it's going to be, all right, well, how can we try to play around this and perhaps be slightly greedier than the players who are trying to be, just all guns blazing? So how can I survive this initial onslaught, try to match their level to 5, but then, maybe I don't take a fast level up to level 7, instead try to hold back a bit of gold so that I can survive for just that little bit longer than them, and maybe get a second or a third instead of, a high rolling a first sort of thing. So I think that it's all about adaptation from this point onwards here, and seeing whether they can keep up with the pace that has been set, or whether they fall behind and ultimately find themselves going out early.
Yep, and we are loading into game very momentarily, guys. So do not hesitate. Do not turn away. We are very, very quick, very, very shortly going to be jumping into games. So, Judge, I do want to throw to you my esteemed co-caster. We've got that list of players, and like we said, it is probably the best of the best in Oceania right now. We've spoken about Keen, we've spoken about Slumbers and Fortune Chosen a little bit. A name that we haven't necessarily touched on today so far is Claire, who really impressed yesterday getting the first place. And, there has been talk of the first place curse, which is been a real thing in tournaments recently where you go first on a day, then boom, bomb out in 15th the next day, then back off you go. But Claire is someone that really interested me yesterday, and I think is a player that we do definitely have to keep eyes on today.
Absolutely, and I think Escher's off gallivanting about at the moment, so maybe it's that Escher luck from last season that's coming through. What remembering and watching back some of those games, getting by thanks to a cruel Teemo. Maybe Claire's just cashed in real hard, real early, and just going to meter it out with some consistency over the next couple of days. Maybe that's what's going to happen. But either way, I think that this lobby's quite stacked. I'm watching Fortune Chosen myself. I think that Fortune's going to bring a lot to the table, always does. And we don't have the delinquent Chunga in this lobby, so we're going to have to pick on someone else. Keen gets a lot of love, and I similarly have a lot of love and respect for Keen and his playstyle, but let's keep some eyes open on everyone else that's a sleeper in this lobby.
Well, Sleppy, Frosty, thank you so much for joining us on this pre-show analysis. We will be throwing into game right now, where me and Judge will be taking you through the first game of day 2 of the TFT OCE Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational. We are jumping on board with yesterday's leader in Claire, for first place. Played a few different boards that we saw yesterday. We kind of danced around the lobbies a little bit, didn't get to see too much of them, but they are starting out strong here. Got the bodyguard opener. They have a few options in terms of what they can take in terms of Cho'Gath. They've got the Samira on bench, probably just Econ, but some very, very strong augment options there. Saw the Syndicate crest. That was a very, very popular comp yesterday, Judge.
Yeah, Syndicate's really strong at the moment, well, still. And I like the way that you can, especially if you're getting Syndicate Crest, the way you can flex that. So, personally, I enjoy slapping a Syndicate on a Talon. I think the Talon's still in a really good spot right now, but not enough that I like to use him as a reroll carry a lot of the time. I find that he's very heavily item dependent. But, you get 7 Syndicates out there with a couple of spats to throw around, and you can have some fun with it. And we're going to see the Syndicate spat come through here for Claire. And honestly, great choice. You've already got Darius, you've got the Zyra. We're nursing a Cho'Gath on the bench as well. Might not want to go Syndicate Cho'Gath, but certainly a good unit to have early and have some open options.
Yeah, I think that's the name of the game here. You might look for the pre-level here. Doesn't end up choosing to go for the pre-level instead, but we're going to see a few... I'm pretty sure that's going to be the pace of the game today, is we're going to see a lot of pre-levels at that 1-4 into 2-1. We're going to see a lot of level 5s at 2-3, which is what we saw yesterday, essentially, was just all of those combos in one. You see that Claire's board here. He's got, just pretty default Syndicate opener, helped by the Poppy to maybe save a little bit of HP. It doesn't necessarily look like a winning board per se, in terms of maybe some of these guys that are now pushing level 4 on the right-hand side, like Ardua and Skillfulism. As we do jump into combat here with someone who I can't tell because they're in the top of the board. Please move, but it is one of Ardua and Skillfulism right now, who has the Cog 2 at 2-1 with the Sunfire board.
Very strong Cogmore, and a bodyguard front line is going to be great to let Cogmore just tee off and push forward. I'd love to see a Graves come in instead of that second Darius, just so you get twin shot off, you get that disable from the Graves cast. Claire's holding one in the store at the moment, and so hopefully Skillfulism can yoink one of those soon. Plus Sunfire board early. If you don't have, or you don't want to commit to an augment that is very build specific, Sunfire board's a great way to go. Slam it down, get the healing cut, get the damage early on. It's quite strong. And with a board opener like that, especially with that Cog 2, what a great way to move forward.
You see Claire push the level here. He does throw in the Ziggs. He was holding the Yordles in case he wanted to pivot into the Yordle opener, but we didn't see a lot of that yesterday. The Yordle opener was quite a common theme, I guess, in Challenger Series. A lot of the slower tempo games, as we move over to Keen's board here, has the Mercs in. with the Metabolic Accelerator, what a deadly duo that is to be able to recoup some HP once you get that cash out, so we'll definitely be keeping an eye on Keen's board. But yeah, we didn't see a lot of these slower openers like the Mercenaries or the Yordles where you sack a lot of HP. People were really treating HP as their primary resource yesterday with that higher tempo play and that high stakes leveling, and I don't expect that to change today.
No, I think the only time that's going to change is maybe Keen with this Mercs board at the moment, looking to sack. But even then, trying to not hemorrhage is the key with Mercs. You want to lose, but only just. And that's a fine line to walk on. I'm enjoying the board right now for Claire. It'd be nice to get another Yordle in there. Perhaps, you know, at level 5, let's get a Donga in or a Lulu. Just because it'll give that extra economy boost. And when we're talking about saving health, building that economy healthily early is going to be a good boost for that as well. Claire's items, other than obviously the Syndicate Spat from the Augment, are a bit to be honest. I like, especially when we were nursing that Cho'Gath, I liked the belt and the tier hold because potential redemption, we could go a tanky Cho'Gath, but just not now, obviously, with Claire selling that quite a while ago. Hodge is a decent item if we are going to continue down an Arcanist route, which we do have potential for with Ziggs, with TF. Then tier could be blue buff. We could have a Jeweled Gauntlet come from that glove. So, like, there is some variety here, but certainly not strong, in my opinion, on the opener for items.
We do move into the first carousel here right now, and there was another point that I wanted to highlight on Claire's board. She was holding a couple of Innovators there. He had the Singe on bench, he had the Zillion on bench. Innovator opener was very, very popular yesterday. Had one game where we had 4 players running Innovator at the same time, varying between Innovator 3 and 5 in this Stage 2, Stage 3 time period. And there's reasons why for it. I mean, if you look over at NA, 7 Innovator had the highest win rate in the mid-set finale that they played last weekend. Innovator yesterday was a very, very powerful board that we saw a couple of wins on, both with Dragons and both with just Bears and playing with just the strong Seraphine carry. I did want to point out Slumbers' last board when we were looking at last combat. Had the Sniper Crest augment, so he did pick up the Sniper Emblem, and that, you know, Jhin is a potential board that we're going to be seeing a lot of today. You know, you can probably slam the Sniper Crest on an infinite amount of backline units, whether it be like potentially Orianna, potentially Jace. Jace was very popular yesterday, but having the Sniper Crest has been a very, very popular pickup for some of these OCE players, especially yesterday.
Sniper Crest quite strong, and the versatility of just being able to throw 2 Sniper into a composition with a great front line is super strong. We do see Claire hit the 5 Syndicate, able to get a Shaco in that shop at 20% per slot, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Good TF value here, plenty of Morello across the board, and it's going to be okay, I think, against this Ziggs. We've got another Zyra cast in a moment, and that will polish it off. 5 Syndicate, 2 Arcanist, quite a strong opener by 2-5. Now with a Braum at 2% for the slot.
You take that.
That's huge. That is massive.
That is a massive, like, tempo changer here for Claire, being able to hit that 2% Braum so early, and he slammed the glove here onto the Shaco. Getting the 5 Syndicate in with, like, just your default Syndicates, and he can play around with this Ziggs on bench here right now. Like, sure, he can play around, maybe play the Zyra instead. He's keeping it in for the Arcanist. But this is just such a big change from hitting the Braum in Stage 2 versus having to wait until, like, Stage 4 or something. You know, it's the luck of the draw here, and that's some very, very nice luck here early on for Claire in terms of being able to shoot this Syndicate board as he's, like, dominant build, and getting a really early guide on, like, the tempo that he can play and the econ that he can conserve. Maybe he can look for a little bit longer of a Shaco reroll if he ends up finding a couple more and gets that Shaco 2 early enough. Or depending on his items, you know, he can look for an Akali pivot as well. That's always very, very popular. But Claire definitely doesn't look like they've gotten the first curse right now. They've more than likely set into this game with a very stock standard comp that we saw a lot of yesterday.
Absolutely. Now heading over to Dojo Mojo while Claire grabs the Zyra 2 that was in the shop, and unfortunately lost out a lot of Zyra value in that last fight because you had the Innovators all on the back line, so that could have been good. Looking at Dojo Mojo, we've got Yordles with Bodyguard Sniper. That's some great items on Tristana, and I like this position because it gives some different pivot options here. Can continue playing Yordles, stack that Tristana, get a Ginsu's on there, and that Tristana's going to pop come late rounds. Potential on bench with a Cloak there to be a Runen. It's not my favorite, but if we're desperate later on, we can play that. And there goes the Rod. So interested to see if Dojo is preparing for a Ginsu's. Alternatively, if we're pivoting out of Yordle snipers into some more late game snipers looking towards Jhin, then you still got really good items there. Potential for a Last Whisper if we get a Glove in addition to that Giant Slayer and Triforce. And that's quite a good, Jhin comp in terms of itemization there. At the moment, I just think Dojo's in a really strong position here. 94 HP in the lobby. HP is the most important commodity, because if you have more of it than everyone else at the end, you win. So with that in mind, I think this is a good spot for Dojo. Decent items in waiting there. If it was me and I was wanting to play aggressive, I'd probably slam the Ginsu's Trist and slam the Gargoyles on Poppy, get that extra tank stats in, especially because Poppy is solo frontline with the Darius walking up secondary. But there's also no need for that at the moment. I think Dojo's just waiting. We've got a Carousel, we've got Wolves to provide us with some more itemization.
We've also got the next augment choice, which ultimately dictated. Like, we did see this pretty much exact same build on a Jhin yesterday with the Last Whisper, the Giant Slayer, and the Triforce, and it did, like, I'm pretty sure that was the top 2 board in one of the games. We're moving over to Audio now, who has makeshift armor as his first augment, has found the 2% Fiora as well, and put in the Janna to support it. Very, very strong, I guess, combination of units that can end up being built out into, something a little bit different into the later game. We did see a couple of challenger boards yesterday, but mostly as Merc cash out, so we didn't necessarily see too much success with the Yone, but the Fiora is definitely rising up as a carry. The makeshift armor here also very, very strong for the early game, because you so many resistances, especially at 2-star level. At the silver level, makeshift armor was the most popular augment over in NA. I think it was taken like 37 times in the mid-set finale. It was also one of the most popular here at the gold level as well, and you can see why, because it just allows you to save so much HP in the early game. This Fiora is just getting all of this damage off now with the Bloodthirster and the DB. And that's only going to scale once the star levels get put into that Fiora, and it's going to look very, very scary down the line. So Audio, it wouldn't be too sad at their place right now, but that could all change right here with the new augments, and he gets on guard. Huge. Okay, that's huge.
That is very huge. The disarm is super strong, especially because of the way it can play out later into a round. Thanks to challenges, you get that big. I think that this is a good spot. Also, to mention for Audio getting that Jhin. So Jhin put out a fair bit of damage in that last brawl. And of course, Audio picking up the on guard. But that was some really good rolling there to get the Jhin in, as well as this Fiora. And we are getting word that Keen's grabbed Merc Heart and has Jackpot, has 5 Merc in with a 6 loss streak. So I'm interested to see Keen continue to build this loss streak with 5 Merc in, because loss streaking 5 Merc, you just get some really huge dice. And I'd love to see the cash out when that happens. So we're going to keep some other eyes on that while we follow Ardior and see what happens with this team. Going to get a little backline, frontline position movement happening here. We've got 4 Challenger 2 Clockwork. Clockwork thanks to Jhin and Camille. And this is our time testing out the on guard. Fiora's going to get a lot of damage off on this 2-star Leona, but that is a tanky frontline, Doug.
It is a very, very tanky front line, but the good thing about a Jhin is you can just fire through towards the back line. So getting a little bit of splash damage onto the Zyra here that is holding the Sniper Emblem right now. And as we see the Fiora finally get into the back line and use the on guard, it's just not enough though. Can't get the cast off with Leona absolutely clutching it up there. This Tristana that has the Last Whistle just should be able to out DPS here, unless this Janna Monsoon is absolutely huge, and that will not be the case. The Jhin just gets wiped out because of the overtime attack speed increase, and it is a little bit of a hard loss for Audio. He's not necessarily going to be who's just one about it, I guess, with his board state right now. I did want to point out there, Skillfulism did level to level 7 there at 3-3, which is very, very fast tempo right now for this lobby. He picked up the rank 2 as well. So that's the kind of high tempo play that we're seeing right now. It's not just players, pushing, for the default leveling curve, but it's pushing past the default leveling curve per se. Getting those early level 7s, level 8s. Didn't really see a fast 9 yesterday, but having those just more units on board, more fighting power is just so critical.
Absolutely is. Not the most ideal shop there for playing that Challengers board. Hopefully we get some more 4-stars in later on. Over with Skillfulism, as we mentioned. Now that's a Rabadons on the Cogmore. We saw that early on with just the Ginsus and Rod, so getting that percentage damage up. We've got 4 Sniper in at the moment, which is a huge buff here. Thanks to Sniper's Heart, we've got the Caitlyn and the Tristan on the opposite side. Gonna get that extra percentage damage per hex. 3 Yordle for the Econ, 3 Scrap. We're missing a Scrap, or kind of a useless Scrap there between Janna, Ziggs, and Blitz, but better to have all 3 of them in there. You get the Bodyguard from having the Poppy with the Blitz Crank. Janna Monsoon is just so valuable, and we're going to see that here when Cogmore starts ramping up. Caitlyn value comes through. Could have been a little bit better if we got rid of that front line before firing, but ultimately doesn't matter, and Bluey will take the L there. Skillfulism playing quite well.
Look, I was looking at those Ziggs items with the double Shoja just perma-casting. Is just casting so much. There wasn't enough damage there. Skillfulism's board, though, is very interesting, because obviously, if you're going to play the Cog, you're rolling at 6, you're playing the 3-star Cog. So obviously, he's going to take this Ginsu and Decap into the next, I guess, into whatever he pivots into. But we are pivoting our eyes to Keen, who is on a big roll down now. He obviously wants to cash out his Merc board. He's sitting at 38 HP. I think that is a 7 loss streak with Merkin. I think he got it in at 2-2. It wasn't in at 2-1. So he's going to, and he's had the 5 Merc since the Augment choice. And if he's gotten a couple of massive jackpots here, this could be a very big cash out on our cards over at the PBE round.
Absolutely. And that's a big Gangplank too that we've just hit. That Alawi with Sunfire is going to be some nice healing cut. Hoping that Gangplank can really tee off when we're looking for this conversion. Not going to be this round. The Syndicates will win out, but it is some good damage for a loss here. Doesn't quite take out that Shaco. I was hoping maybe the Shaco and even potentially the Darius would fall if Quinn was able to cast, but it's not enough here. And that's perfectly fine for Keen. We're looking at 28 HP coming into Wolves. That's not that bad, to be honest. When looking for another conversion, that's going to be
that's fun. That's a Tactician's Crown if I've ever seen one. Jesus, that's going to be a massive cash out here for Keen once he gets it in. He's, you know, everyone's now slowly floating over to Keen's board, seeing what he's got in that chest. As such as life, it hasn't been cashed out yet, so, you know, that's when we'll see the 7 little legends up there at the top of the board. With you know, waiting on to see how Keen cashes out. But we were in this spot yesterday with Cosmic Sloths, who had the 5 Merc in and just never cashed out. Couldn't find, like, left it too late, didn't slam the items in time on their Fiora. Had I think it was at the point that they lost, it was a 9 loss streak, 5 Merc, few cash outs, and a few jackpots in there. And we didn't get to see what they actually got because they fell out at 4-2. So I'm hoping Keen doesn't suffer the same fate. And it looks like he's investing enough to make sure that he can get, like, his board stronger. He's dropped back from the 5 Merc down to 3 with off the back of that Tactician's Crown cash out and just being like, okay, I need to find a way to cash out and I don't care about what I get anymore in my chest.
And it's good Keen can count to 3. So that's the biggest worry whenever we're watching these players trying to convert from Mercs is wondering if they can make sure they don't grief themselves and only put 2 Merc in. So we're sitting pretty there. We've still got 4.
Yeah, no Kunes in the lobby here.
No,
same org, so you never know.
Anything's possible.
Cut from the same cloth in that regard. But still not able to cash out. We'll get another smaller added onto his chest. The 9 roll here on just the 3 Merc. He finds the Urgot 2 there, which is quite big, and the Magnetic Remover means that he can keep the Gangplank in and just transfer his items straight on to this Urgot. He picked up the Yone there, ends up selling it, not quite sure about what he wants to put in, gets the 1% Akali, but obviously not his strongest board. There is a couple of Syndicate players in the lobby that would look on very jealously at that Akali, but no, he puts now in the Chemtech. He's got the 3 Merc still in. He can still count to 3, helped by the fact that he's got the Merc Heart. But will he cash out this Combat Judge? That is the question we're seeing it. The Urgot is currently locked onto this Poppy, which will have the Armor Shred. Boom, just like that, with the IE Last Whisper, it is absolutely culling through this comp with Purge. Perfect Slumbers' board is not long for this world if this continues with this Urgot 2. The Tristana 2 with the same items just doesn't have the same carry potential, and we are going to see a
Here we
big
go.
Merc cash out to kick off day 2 of the Mid-Set Invitational here at the OCE Teamfight Tactics, Gizmos, and Gadget series. This is going to be wonderful. Now, can he pivot successfully, Judge? That is always the big question here.
The thing is, I think Keen's in a perfect spot to pivot because that board already has some great strength with Urgot. So, gonna start collecting items. That's a Dragon Claw and a Bramble. That's really good for Mundo. We've got an Ionic possibility there. We've got the Tactician's Crown. And ultimately now it's going to come down to leveling and hitting units. That is all that needs to happen for pivot. There's great items. We're going to see the tank items slammed on Mundo. He's a really good use of them. That is a huge chest and brings Keen's economy back up. We've got a loaded dice chilling there as well. That's always nice.
Yeah, he does have the dice there.
That's
he
really
keeps,
good.
He keeps the Merkin as well, which is like, you know, maybe he's just like, alright, I just need to... I've got the strong enough Urgot board right now that this Urgot 2 can probably carry him all the way through to stage 5 as he faces off against Fortune Chosen here with that Lux cast barely missing the Urgot, and that could ultimately be the deciding factor in this fight. It probably was. If the Urgot was bursted down by the Lux cast there, that was probably lights out, although the 2-star Mundo might have been able to just live for long enough. But this is a very, very scary board in terms of the fact that Keen has a very, very strong front line with this Mundo 2 with just tons of tank items on it. That is one very, very, very unkillable Frankenstein monster up there, and he's got the Crab God in the back just dishing absolute immense amounts of damage. And the one thing to point out here, Keen has Metabolic Accelerator, so it doesn't matter that he's on 23 HP right now. Every combat that he wins, he's just going to slowly creep back up. He's slowly going to overtake people, and this is how he won one of his games yesterday. He was in that Metabolic lobby where he hit the 7 Innovator and had the Metabolic active, and he was just able to climb back in. And you know, we're probably going to see a repeat of that right now with that kind of a cash out. So hats off to Keen. They manages to find a strong enough board, and once he can get the star levels and just the general levels up, he's going to have a very, very good chance of at least top 4ing, if not top 2ing this lobby.
We're going to leave Keen to continue rolling and building out a board. That's a 2-star for Yora. We're now sitting over with Bluey, who playing a 4 Bruiser Enforcer comp. We did see this Fiora pop off a little earlier against Keen before the 2-star Urgot. I really like Shojin Fiora, especially if you're playing around the Socialite Hex. That way you don't need as many damage items, you're just going to rely on that flat bonus damage from Socialite, because the Shojin just means so much more casting, and the casting also means so much more survivability for Fiora, so you're getting more true damage out, you're getting more survivability with the healing that comes from that. Like, it is really a perfect storm. And we're going to see Fiora straight onto a back line. That's a Jin and a Lulu taken out. Need to see a little bit more damage coming through from Skillfulism, but it's not going to happen, and that is a very big board win for Bluey, especially considering the augments that we've got at play here.
I was really, really worried as we just quickly check in the augments. Just silver augments here. Got the option of the Tome of Trades. Probably not going to shrug it off, although it does have the Bruiser Heart, Enforcer Heart. Who knows what Bluey is going to choose here, but I do want to look at Skillfulism. He does end up going for the Enforcer Heart. Very, very could potentially get into 4 Enforcer down the line. But Skillfulism's board was one that I was really worried about because he had that Cogmol with the Decap and the Ginsu. I was trying to think of what comps he could potentially try and pivot out into. He does end up throwing the attack speed items onto the Jin, but it's not necessarily a very strong Jin with the Ginsu and the Runans when you can't get items like the Giant Slayer or the Last Whisper on it. And his board strength is just absolutely failing him here. We do move back to Claire, who is on the 6th Syndicate, a Kali waiting room right now. He does have the Syndicate Victor, which we saw yesterday and was very, very strong with the cast. I think it netted a 4th. He does have the TF here with the Merlinomicon Blue buff, just going to be dishing out those cards, putting the Magic Trade across the board. Doesn't opt to build out the Shaker, which I think is the fair play, considering I was having a look through his board in stage 3 and 4. Didn't manage to find many Shakos, so he just slammed his first glove on it into a TG. And you can't complain with those item rolls right now for this combat if on a Shako.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's big Victor damage here. Get those lasers in. Syndicate Victor is doing big things.
And we just see Skillfulism just getting absolutely clobbered again. Like, Skillfulism's board felt a little bit bad with some of the items that they had. And obviously they have probably just not been able to mesh together a decent enough comp. I'm pretty sure there's already a gym player in this lobby. I think Slumbers had the sniper crest with Jin. He also hit the Orianna too, so you know he's got the clockwork in if he has found that Jin. And that's going to be a much stronger board down the line than what Skillfullism has managed to put together. But in saying that, only game 1 of 6, guys. If you're listening, this is the first game. There is still 5 more opportunities for Skillfullism to come back. Hell, he might have just hit the highest roll of his life off the top of that PvE round, and we wouldn't know it right now until he shoots back up. But at this point in time, it was not looking too hot for Skillfullism, who's likely to be our first person out in this lobby.
Ardior's just pushed level 8. Catching up with others in the lobby. Obviously, Claire already there. I would love to see another Scholar get into this board. I think that would be amazing. We've got the Arcanist from TF, Victor. I think if we could push 4 Scholar, 7 Syndicate, Victor with a Shojin is just going to be perma-lasers. And I think that is a really nice win condition. Hit a Victor 2, get another Scholar in. But realistically, I think that's only happening if we replace Jace or we go Knight.
Yeah, look, I don't necessarily think that's on the cards. I think he's just looking more for the Syndicate 7 right now, as we do look at this combat between Claire and Perfect Slumbers, and this is what I was talking about. Perfect Slumbers had the start with the Sniper Crest, and he's found these amazing Jinna items between the Giant Slayer, the Infinity Edge, and the Last Whisper. Which just absolutely tears through a lot of these comms right now. Maybe the 7 Syndicate with the extra bonus buffs would maybe help in that combat here for Claire, but yes, we do see Skillfullism finally go out in 8th. Didn't manage to find the highest roll of his life off the top of the final PvE, the final component PvE round. As we do move over to Blue, he's sitting on 12 HP down the bottom of that lobby. He has found the 4 Enforcer, which we were talking about. The fact that he has that Enforcer Heart, has found the 4% Jace, has got a decently built out Fiora onto that Socialite Hex. It's the 2 Socialite now, so he's getting the mana gen as well as the bonus damage. But the rest of the board's a little bit lacking. He has the Seraphine with the Morellonomicon, Seraphine 2, which can do a little bit of damage, but this Yone's not a threat. So whether there's enough damage threat on this Bluey's board right now, when you're coming up against Perfect Slumbers, who has Jin, sure, locked out by the double Enforcer here, got the Orianna and the Jin, but this Jin is going to just start firing through, and if this Fiora gets caught early, this is going to be a spell disaster here for Bluey.
Fiora does get the full stack of the Titans, does mean we're going to start getting some more damage out, but it is nowhere near enough. Fiora going to get a cast, does manage to take out the Scion, but Bluey hanging on by a thread, 3 HP. I think you're right. I don't think it's enough damage in this comp to be able to survive. Relying solely on the Fiora. As much as, you know, I said before that I like the Fiora playing into this with the Shojin. I think it does provide great utility and it is a very useful item on her. I just don't think this board is strong enough. Perhaps if we had a Jace 2 with items, but Ardior's the one with the Jace 2, not Bluey. So I think this is potentially a 7th coming through soon here for Bluey as we dump into the next combat, and that's going to be a very strong Lux in the back line with a super tanky Vex at the front.
And even though the Vex is getting enforced right now, it's just so many shields on it right now thanks to the Yuumi, which has the Ginsu, which, you know, the Yuumi does sit on units for quite some time, but if they can get out and get some attacks and just generate a little bit more mana, you know, that's going to be a little bit different. And also it's just AP off the back of the item. This Lux, though, hasn't been able to quite nail down this Fiora yet. Does pop it into the GA. Doesn't get the crit cast there, though, which actually might ultimately cost him the combat because the Orianna managed to get a second cast off there, and that's Fortune Chosen taking a loss there. That's big win for Bluey. He manages to give himself one more life, make it to this carousel. A lot of AD options. He can look for that Challenger Spat, maybe. He can look for the Last Whisper. But no, he does opt for the Challenger Spat. It means he can drop the Yone if they choose, as we move over to Ardior, who is joining him hand in hand at that first pick at Carousel. Does pick up the Brunan's Hurricane for himself with his own challenger board. We did look at Ardior's board a little bit earlier, but look, a lot of challenges this game, which was not something we saw a lot of yesterday, at least on the games that we had on stream. There wasn't a lot of Yone, which is what we have here, and we have this very, very scary frontline 2-star Jace, which is just about to be buffed up by this Yone, which is going to be equally as scary.
Absolutely, that frontline Jace terrifies me. But I think the Yone 2 here is a really good hit as well. We've got a couple of Jinxes to round us out on the bench. But roll down doesn't give us the third for a 2-star. And good movement from Ardior here. Did have someone come scout going to be faking the right-hand side and then the switch back. And it's going to be Keen, who has a massive board. Hit Twin Shot Heart at the final augment, meaning we've got 4 Twin Shot out here. We've got a Jinx on the board who's managed to scrap herself a Ginsu's with a BT. Massive win for Keen, who's going to knock Artior out. And Keen now, having cashed out that Mercs, building a better army every round. We're at the top 4 for this lobby.
We do see 3 players go out in that combat, so Bluey does end up taking the 7th there. Artior just scraping it with enough HP to get the 6th, which, you know, 1 point can make all the difference in these competitions. Fortune Chosen also going towards a bot board. The Lux board obviously was not strong enough to make sure that he can make it through the top 4, but we do get our final 4 here of Perfect Slumbers, Keen, OC Claire, and Dojo Mojo. Dojo Mojo, a player that we haven't spoken about a lot today, was very much in the top 8 for most of yesterday. Even in the top 4 was definitely holding hands with Claire and Chunga for most of the day. It fell off a little bit, but still finished within that top 8 as we do move into the combat here with Claire, who has pushed 9, has the 7 Syndicate in with the Akali, and ends up putting the TG onto the Akali, so moves it off the Shaco. So, you know, some combats you'll get those good items, but, you know, he has to make sure he rolls the right items on the right combats. But this Akali is just dashing entirely around this Jhin right now. This Jhin cannot catch it. And that might just be enough for him to actually net the combat win here. Just the fact that the Akali can DPS around the backline, completely dodge and hit all the ultimates. Akali is a coin flip unit like that, but definitely flipped on heads for Claire there.
And Arcanist back coming through here means we can make some changes on Claire's board with Arcanist if we so choose. Yeah, back
3.
with Keen.
That's Slumbers on Gen 3. He just hit the Gen 3 there. So this is now getting very, very interesting. So we have Keen's board here. He's managed to, I think he cashed out on 21 or 23 HP. He's now been able to heal up with Metabolic Accelerator to 39, which gives him, at this point in the game, potentially 3 lives. Probably closer to 2 though, as we move into stage 6. He gets the BT here, which, you know, he can throw onto one of his Twin Shots. He's already got the BT on Jinx, so, you know, Sacking's kind of meh. But Slumbers here with the Braum, got the Braum 2 there. He's got the Jhin 3. And there's not much backline access here for Keen unless the Jinx cast goes off and manages to one-shot the Jhin, but you ain't one-shotting a 3-star 4 cost that easily.
No, Jhin is going to be a little tanky, which is not something we usually say. We do have the Nikos available. Keen's going to slam Bloodthirster onto Kai'Sa. And just sitting on the Nikos because there's no rush. We're looking for an Urgot 3 here. We're 1 away from being able to achieve that using a Nikos. We also have potential for a Mundo 3. And that is a very, very big Victor Laser.
I think Urgot 3 is realistically the only thing that can potentially be perfect Slumbers here. But yeah. I don't even know if necessarily Keen's board matches up that well into it just because of the fact that the Jhin is just going to be dishing out so much damage that rips through the backline and not having much dealt back while you have this Urgot trying to churn through the front line and try to finally access that Jhin. So it kind of needs a combination of both, and he's sitting on both right now, and he's kind of tossing up whether he does 3-star the Mundo or 3-star the Urgot, because he's going to have to choose one or the other for this combat. He has lost his win streak now, but like you said, he's got the Metabolic, he's going to be healing up a little bit, probably does have another 2 lives in him. So is he going to save and just hope that he can natural it in the shop? He is. He's going to use his life effectively. So if he can get both, I think that puts him in the best position. We're going to see, though, how he stacks up right now. The Enforcer does get the Jhin for now, has the highest HP. But Jhin now has opened up the curtain call, and it's just so fast with these shots. So much damage. Jinx jumps into the backline, does get the Morellonomicon, but that is not enough damage right now. As you see, the Jhin just dishing out was probably close to 20k damage in a fight, Judge.
Yeah, huge Jhin, and that's what we expect. Gonna buy a Jhin and look to roll, try to natural something. If it was me, Keen, I would be doing exactly this. Slap it on the Urgot. And if you survive this combat, then you're hoping to natural it for the Mundo. That's the play here. We need the damage out from the Urgy boy. Get those legs pumping, get the purge flowing, and take out every unit that he can. I like the RFC here. Normally I prefer a Rune and Hurricane, but Rapid Fire Cannon's nice for that extra attack speed plus range.
It does roll into the Ghost of play here with that 7 Syndicate board. Has managed to find the big coup here. But this Urgot, there you go. This is the power between when you power
Ooh.
spike from Urgot 2 to Urgot 3 is you just get so much more damage onto the board here that not even, I don't think the Victor even got to manage to cast that combat. Like, it was just absolutely ridiculous, the amount of damage that Kim was able to dish out there. And Claire is now in a very, very big pickle where he's probably going to go out in third here just because the two other people in this lobby have 3-star forecasts. What a way to start the day, by the way. So a couple of really, really big boards to really get the juices flowing.
I love it.
He gets the win. He beats.
Ooh.
He beats. Okay. Okay.
Interesting. We're here at the carousel, and Claire picks up a Shroud. Always great in the late game to pick up something that is a good utility. Keen going to continue to stack damage. Just more damage. Picks up a Giant Slayer. And that'll be perfect. Slumbers grabbing the glove. So I assume it's for something that Slumbers has still spare.
Oh, this is getting spicy, Judge. This is very, very spicy. All players basically 1 life now. Kane maybe can probably, if he takes a good enough HP loss, can live through this combat, but we could see a double clear here, depending on when the combats kind of match up. Claire being able to survive, probably maybe off the back of that Victor 2 that he found, and just ahead of that Ghost combat that we saw. It was obviously Keen was able to get through it when you're playing off against the Ghost, but I think now we're going to see it in action. Board versus board. He's got the Shroud that he can try and trick on, and he does throw it onto that Lysandra that had the spare slot, which does hit the Urgot, slowing down the Purge, but the Purge is now flying out and manages to walk forward just in time to dodge the Zara cast. The Zac pulls the Victor in, and that is the end of Claire as we look towards Slumbers now, who is facing the Ghost of Keen. And there we go, we do get the double kill there, and Keen comes out big. He is known for his play-in ladder. He hasn't necessarily been able to translate it to tournaments just yet, but this is a very, very big win for probably OCE's most famous player in what could be a very, very big day for him. That was a very, very good game. Very, very high octane. Sleepy Frosty, welcome back to the desk. First of all, Frosty, your thoughts on that game? Had a fair smattering of 3-star forecasts to start us out.
Big number, good unit. You put big numbers on big unit, it do a lot of damage, it make game end very fast. Professional analysis from me, I'm gonna chuck it over to Sleppy now.
What an insane game. I don't think we've, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've seen that many 3 costs of like 3 stars of 4 costs in yesterday. I can't do English, but
we had like a couple, but they're like never in like the same lobby.
Yeah,
so, that was like just high roll.
And I was a little bit nervous for Keen when he didn't cash out the first time. I was a bit scared that he was going to see the Cosmic Fate, but he managed to cash out. And he even beat the Jin 3 as well, which I was a little bit surprised to see. Because Jin generally can, melt through any board, even if it has an Urgot 3, but yeah.
I mean, it was the one thing that I was worried about with the board, Judge, and we did bring up the cast, is like the Jin board can just snipe down the Urgot before the Urgot can actually walk forward and get through the front line. Before I do get a little bit of final analysis from you, Judge, we will be having a look at the scores, so we can have a look at both how the first lobby and the second lobby went. So we look over, and Angora has managed to net a first place in the off-screen lobby. We do see our top 4 slowly making very early days, but Angora, Kane, Perfect Slumbers, and Donaldinho, a play that we didn't see much of yesterday until the final game, eking out top 2 respectively. Looking down towards the bottom end, Skillflism and Evelyn taking hard 8s. Chunga with his first bot 4 of the tournament now on day 2. Cardi as well down there. But, very early days, Judge. All of these players will be able to bounce back in the games.
Absolutely. Chum is just giving everyone else in today's competition a false sense of security and waiting to Gremlin their way back up the rankings for today. It's just game 1. Don't worry about it. But this is, it's game 1. I'm not going to read too much into it. It's just like last game. You would expect that a Victor 2 with Syndicate 7 could absolutely nuke an Urgot, but those crab legs get a walking, and he dodged the lasers, only cop 1, and keep on purging. So anything can happen in these lobbies, as we know, and with skill like this across all of the players in today's event of games, anything could happen.
Well, that is one game down, but there's still 5 to go. And look, if all games are going to be like that today, you definitely don't want to click away. So we're going for a quick break now. We're going to be preparing for game 2. So we'll see you right very shortly. welcome back to the TFT Oceania Gizmos and Gadgets series. We are here on day 2 of the Mid-Set Invitational. First game under wraps. Judge, Frosty, and Sleppy, welcome back. We were talking a bit about it in the break there. We're just going to do a little bit of a recap of what we saw in Game 1 before we move to Game 2. But a few different comps that we didn't necessarily see yesterday. We saw a couple more challenger boards, Frosty, and no innovators.
Yeah, no, coming out of NA, the Challenger board was perhaps one of the best boards that would hit a top 4 fairly consistently there, but the Innovator board was the highest win rate board, and that's because it's a high roll board. If you typically don't hit that 7 Innovator, it's not going to be as strong, so, you know, maybe players picking up the Ancient Archives early there to try to hit that early Innovator didn't quite have that success with it and instead chose to pivot out of it. So honestly, good game sense from them to not get stuck trying to play a composition that doesn't work for them. We'll have to see in this upcoming game here whether it's something that players choose to prioritize or whether there's been a little bit of a meta shift here and players just don't feel like it's something that they feel comfortable on.
So, do you have any additional thoughts after, I guess, the break that we've had, a little bit of a debrief, get to cool it down a little bit and have a look at the game a little bit more objectively? Anything to add, I guess, about the comps that we saw in Game 1?
No, not really. I think the main thing was, I guess maybe there will be a bit more Urgot games now that we've seen the power of it, Urgot 3. But still, yeah, because we didn't see that much Urgot before. I'm curious to see there's going to be more of those. And I feel like Syndicate, even though they technically got a really early Syndicate spat, I feel like it's not as powerful as you would have thought. Like maybe because they didn't have like Akali items or Akali 2, but interesting to see if we'll see any strong Syndicate boards as well.
It was a very untraditional Syndicate board, Judge. We had the Victor 2, that was the primary carry, not necessarily the secondary carry. It was very reliant on the Akali 1 rolling the perfect TG items, which didn't happen too often that game. But, like you mentioned, we talk about these little tourney metas that happen, and it's very different between tourney play and, like, I guess, ladder play. In Challenger Series, to me, like, harping on about that Urgot that Sleppy just brought up, Urgot became the predominant comp of Challenger Series, even though that it was pretty hotly nerfed just before that tournament, because Chunga played it and it went so well for him.
Absolutely, and it comes back to my point before Game 1 in having a bit of spice in the comps, and that really does come through in tournament play when players are considering more than just let's first or eighth this, let's really play whatever I know can be a strong comp, and if I hit, I get, ladder points. It's much more beyond that. The scouting comes in and plays a big part of it, because if you know that no one else is playing that comp, you have an opportunity to hit a 3-star 4 cost like we saw with a Jhin, like we saw with an Urgot, then you know you're going to hit one of the hardest power spikes possible in a game. So having that awareness around the board, understanding your position in terms of units, economy, health, itemization, and then knowing that no one's going to stop me from potentially hitting this and going that angle is really strong. And I think that's why we're going to continue to see more things like that, not just in our current event in the Mid-Set Invitational. We're going to see that coming into the end of set 6, and the players going to play spicy things if they're open.
Yeah, look, that's just the nature of the tournament play as well. Is like you've got to find your little niches in these games to try and eke out some comps that work for you. And there's some players that adapt to that really well, and there's some players that struggle with that a little bit. But that's enough from us from the analyst desk. We'll be leaving you. So Sleppy and Frosty will be taking you into this game. Sleppy, good luck. First cast. Frosty, take us away.
Excellent. Welcome to game number 2, folks. We're going to be starting out spectating Chunga. Chunga, one of the more storied players here. Sleppy, I'm sure we'll know him back from set 4 here. You got to imagine, right? There's been a bit of a history with Chunga, He started off as a little bit of a meme, right? Started off as Tawny Chunga, Pick W. How far, okay, in the story here, where do you think we're at? Are we at the redemption arc for Chunga? Do you think this is finally going to be his tournament?
I think so. I think it could be, especially he saw his performance in the Challenger series, and even now I know he's been a little bit of a fan of Lost Ark, and he's still doing really great. So I think this could be the one.
Well, even like we've seen some of these players here that have, got other commitments, right? Whether it be to work, other games, perhaps, you can still see that they still dedicate quite a bit of time and that their understanding of the game is really deep. Now, Chunga chose to pick up the phony front line there over the sniper's nest or the weak spot. A really nice pickup, but I mean, from this position here, you got to imagine starting off with 2 mercenary. It seems to be that this is going to be the way that a lot of players are starting to think about taking their games.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did not see the Alawi here, so I think he'll just opt to play his strongest board at the moment. Oh,
Wow.
actually roll!
He's rolling
Wow.
aggressively for this. This is not something you end up seeing.
Oh,
Rolls
no.
3 times, doesn't hit. I was gonna ask, do you think we're gonna see Chunga try to take a level to try to, potentially hit a misfortune, but, rolling it down, this is, well, I mean, this is near 8th right here, immediately right off the bat. We don't like to say that games are over before they even start, but this is pretty much as close as you can get.
I don't know about that one. Like, if he hit, it would be, the mad genius, but I'm not sure about this one. We have no more econ, but maybe in the next shot.
Well, okay, hear me out, right? We've already committed 6 gold to him. We don't hit on this shop here. Do you roll again? He rolls again, and he hits a Quinn, and he rolls again. Oh, this is not the start that Chunga was looking for in this game. Thank you, observers, for pivoting away from this absolute train wreck. We're instead going to be spectating Donnie, who seems to have a little bit more of a normalized body. We see the Poppy with Warmogs and Ionic already, using that Yordle for a bit of a safer economy, shall we say.
Oh gosh. I really like that he slammed tank items here so that even if he wins, he's getting econ from Yordles, and if he loses, he just continues his loss streak, which I think he can win out this one, or not. No, I think the Shiv's too strong.
Yeah, Shiva really strong early item here, and you just go to see the power of it. But you touched on an interesting point before, is that, it used to be in the past that it would only really be a prioritization on slamming your carry items, right? But we've started to see that a lot more players now aren't afraid to slam these early Warmogs, these early Ionic Sparks here, and the Vex pickup here being absolutely massive for Donnie, providing it with even more frontline. It just goes to show you that these players, as the game has sort of evolved, they've gotten a greater understanding of exactly what they need to do with their boards here. And I'm really glad to see that, Donnie is just slamming items, trying to play for that health.
Yeah, and it looks like, I don't know what item he started, but it looks like he got a lot of defensive items as well. And honestly, even if he doesn't commit to AP, like, Warmogs is still really good. Ionic is still, damage in a sense, even if it hasn't changed, so it's pretty good. It looks like he's about to maybe continue his loss streak. Or the Vex might be.
We'll just have to wait and see now, won't we? I think that's the early item grab bag here, playing a big role. And I mean, if you're in Donnie's position, do you really think you would want your lose streak to continue here, or do you want to start winning?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, because I think while Vex 1 is really good early, I'm not actually sure if it's enough to continue and win against like stronger boards that people have. We haven't seen them, but I'm assuming teammates that involve it have a relatively strong board. So I think if there is a board with 2 stars and solid slams, it will probably struggle to continue. But it might be okay because he has Yordles going on as well.
Alright, so we've had confirmation from the rest of the broadcast here that even though the train wreck that Chunga started the game with here in not hitting early mercenaries, hitting the MF off of the carousel there has enabled an early mercenaries here, or an early-ish mercenaries. But I mean, the question I'll pose to you, Sleppy, is do you really think it's enough? I mean, this is a stage 2-5. You're already at 78 health here. Is it starting to get into the danger zone already?
I'm a bit scared for Chunga already, yes. I think 78 health when you haven't stacked any of the Merc loss streak is a little bit, you know, unless he manages to win out like, you know, 1 or 2 unit losses like until the end of stage 3. I don't, I'm not too sure. We'll see if he can actually pull it off.
Well, if in that case then, can you pivot? Because you've already committed so much into trying to go for it. It really is just the ultimate all-in line at that point, isn't it? You are just fully committed to trying to get that big loss streak, and another 10 loss means that a big loss streak will be happening. But we've pivoted over to Skillfulism here for the time being, and we've pivoted straight away from Skillfulism there to Teemo's dad. Thank you so much, Twig, who is also, funnily enough, playing Mercenaries, but with a little bit of a different spice here, you know, trying to play for a little bit more of a win streak as we see a shift slam down on this MF here. We don't typically see this all too often, Sleppy. What do you think Teemo's dad is trying to accomplish by putting in these 3 Mercs?
I think he's just trying to go for a bit of a win streak, you know, getting that extra 1 or 2 gold. It's a really bit of a surprise because his board does look like he could have achieved a loss streak with this, but then he did slam the shift, so maybe he accidentally won and he was like, you know what, I'm just gonna win through this. I'm not too sure. We have to see how this goes.
Yeah, just looking at the sidebar there, the health disparity in this lobby, you know, fairly healthy lobby here. We've got Teemo's dad, our only win streak player here, Perfect Slumbers, Fortune Chosen, Skillfulism, Evolving, all above 90 health. Donnie, you know, at 88, Dawnblade, middling 82, and then there's Chunga at 58. And usually the warning signs start to go off if you ever have a stage 2 where you're below 60 health. That is the big warning sign that you're about to have a really bad time there. But I think we'll just let that one play out for the time being. I think we know what's going to happen there, Sleppy. So I don't think we need to hop onto it too much. We will talk about this board a little bit more from Teemo's dad here, who did actually choose to pick up the spatula. Now, in these sorts of situations here, spatula, pretty flexible item. We see the Cogmore there already. I mean, flexibility being the name of the game here. Where do you see the spatula going?
I just seeing that he's holding the Zag and picks up the Jin as well. Maybe he's I was at my first answer was pro Chemtech. Seeing that he has gotten the Jin now, I'm not too sure actually because I don't see any chooses to level up as well. I'm not too sure. I think maybe Chemtech, if he does pick up Ergot later, he already has Cogmore for Twin Shot. Might just be playing Jin as an early forecast that he's picked up. Because I don't see a good spat item for the Jin board I can think of off my head, unless you go for Mutant, which I'm not sure what it is. Oh no, never mind, Synaptic, which isn't too good for the Jin board, so guess we'll just have to find out.
Yeah, it's really strange, isn't it? Because looking over at all the different sort of, you know, availabilities for the spatula, right? There's not really any great inherent defensive ones. You know, there's no bruiser spat, there's no bodyguard spat that we've seen in the past, or, you know, knight spats or anything like that. And instead it's pretty focused in on just trying to, you know, cater to a certain composition here. So we'll have to wait and see to see exactly what Teemo's dad is going to accomplish with this. Maybe there's going to be, you know, another spatula being hit in there, maybe a high roll, get that tactician's crown in. But for the meantime here, Teemo's dad hitting this MF2 with the shift, proving to be a really strong board. But Dawnblade's, you know, got a pretty strong board themselves, rocking that Samira. And it looks like the front line from Dawnblade there being strong enough, but the MF just continuously dealing these zaps of damage here, being able to continue this loss streak. And this win streak, I should say, for Team OCE Set. And this is pretty big, you know. You don't typically see these win streaks happening up to this point here. I mean, if you're Team OCE Set going into after Carousel here, going into stage 3-5, do you think we're going to see a level? I think we probably will see a level to try to continue this win streak if, and you know, if there are some good orders. What would you pick here, Slappy?
Oh, he's already taken. What did he end up? Oh, Thrill. Yeah, I think Thrill is probably the safest option that he had there. I think the gambler in me probably would have wanted to try for the item grab bag, but obviously Team OCE Set is a bit more responsible than I am. But I think the Thrill is really good to just help maintain the win streak, because Thrill early actually does a lot of work. It's able to save a lot of health and win a lot of fights that you might have lost otherwise. And over to Evolvent's board, we have a Syndicate TF carry. Very nice synergies, lots of 2 stars. I'm surprised he hasn't opened the tome yet. I suppose he's waiting to see what he's committing to, which looks like it might be an Arcanist game. Gets another tier, that's some Vis Lux that we have there.
Yeah, great pickup there. You know, immediately my initial thought was, well, there's a few syndicates on board here, but yeah, the items don't really work too well for the syndicates here, so might be trying to get a few more traits online to try to force the Ancient Archives, the Tome of Traits, to produce a better trait for them here, but we see that the Evolven's TF, you know, the big carry of the team, gets immediately sniped off here. One of the weaknesses of TF is his range, and unfortunately walks straight into a sniper shot from Caitlyn there. Big fight from Perfect Slumbers here, but seems like the Thrill of the Hunt doing a lot of work, and Evolvent's going to continue on with that 3-win streak. Moving into Carousel now. Evolvent last pick alongside Team OCE Set, who did manage to keep that win streak going, is going to be on an 8-win streak going into Carousel here. Chunga picks up a at level 5 an Urgot with a glove, and I think this is probably going to be the time at which Chunga needs to roll down here at 23 HP going into Carousel. I think it's now or never, Slappy.
Yeah, hopefully we can swap to his board and see if he's able to cash out with this. I think he would be at 8 loss. Oh no, that's... I think, when did he get the... Does it say 4 loss? 5 loss?
It would be a 5 loss because it would be after the Carousel, right?
Yeah. So hopefully... I'm surprised he's not rolling.
Yeah.
I guess he's waiting to see, because I don't remember the other people's boards, but I don't think this is enough to cash him out yet. Might be looking to see how the next few rounds go.
Ooh. This is a rough matchup coming into Donnie here, who is at 88 health. Upgraded units are plenty of shields coming through. This Caitlyn is trying the best here, but it looks like Chunga is on death's door, taking a 5-unit loss here, down to 11 health. And I think that if Chunga was trying to greet it out just for that little bit more of an optimal Merc cash out, that now is the time. Looking at the rest of the health in this lobby, it looks to be like everyone is strong right about now. That is a jackpot on the other hand, and Chunga is going to take the roll down here. Is perhaps... Wait. Is he actually not going to do it? Is he not going to roll down here to try to hit some upgraded units? Oh, Chunga, not like this. Not like this, Chunga. Chunga, please.
This is the biggest cosmic cosplay I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. Oh, he just happens to roll into all these Vex 2s as well. although he did manage to break through the Vex 2. Oh,
it's
no. Absolutely destroyed by the sway. Oh.
A 3-unit loss that I think they stay alive from this at 3 health. You know what? Chunga just is perfectly planned, right? You cannot write this any better. Chunga, fails to hit Mercenary onto on trying to roll down on an Alawi. Goes down to 3 health going into stage 4. You can't, the script writers from Riot, I gotta say, they know their stuff, because now I'm invested. Now I gotta see, is Chunga going to be, well, is Chunga even gonna be rolling here is the question I'm kind of considering myself. I mean, we know the answer, but, well, I want to see a Cosmic Stars truly play out here.
Sure, I think he will roll here. I don't think he'll keep it. The only the only reasoning I can think of to not roll earlier was maybe he thought that with the cash out that he had, it probably wouldn't have been enough to get a better placement anyway. So maybe he created a bit more, knowing that he could survive. Although he is rolling now, if he has.
Yeah, he's getting distracted here. I think the problem is you need to be rolling down all this gold fast. You've only got 8 seconds left here, and you really need to be hitting some upgraded pairs. Hits a Mundo too. That's a big upgrade. Takes out the Camille here. I don't know if this is enough. And he's running into Mr. 100, Teemo's dad here. The board looks pretty strong from Teemo's dad as well. We'll have to see whether this can go out. The Mundo manages to get enforced here, and the consistent damage from the MF seems like it's doing a lot. The Quinn comes through with the disarm here, but the front line from Chung is rapidly melting. Though this Mundo 2 is just not dying. The Shriv Brocs are coming out at a rapid pace. The Urgot's trying its hardest here. Will the BT shield be enough? The healing is coming through. The MF is firing auto shots, and Chunga unfortunately does not manage to cash out. Goes 8th with a 1 unit loss here. Heartbreaker from Chunga there, especially after a great start from day number 1.
Oh, I don't know what to say. This is also really bad for the lobby because there's 2 streaking people with really strong boards. Tira's dad just went to A, and this just pushes the tempo of the lobby really hard because all the people trying to, stall out to roll at level 8 and things, they're gonna rotate into each other faster as well. So yeah, pretty bit of a different lobby for many different reasons.
Not something that you'd really expect coming into day number 2 here. We saw Cosmic Stars day number 1 going out at 4-2. Chunga now holds the record at 4-1 going out there. So, we're setting records here in OCE for fastest elimination, though. I'm not sure that's exactly what you want to be seeing if you're on Chunga's end. We're going to move over to spectate Dawnblade, who is rocking a little bit of a different board here with 4 Clockwork, 4 Challenger. And, we've seen a bit of success with Yone boards in the past. It used to be the primary carry for this Challenger board here. But we've moved a little bit over to these more Fioric-centric boards. Do you mind just explaining to the rest of everyone here who may not understand why that may be?
I think in the current meta with a lot of Scions and Gallios from the Fiora boards and just Innovator as well, there's a lot of CC, and I think Yone just struggles to get through that front line. He gets stuck very often, and I also do think he relies on his augments a lot as well, whereas Fiora is a lot more flexible. He can splash in a lot of different units and items, so I think that is why it's become a bit more popular. I think Dawnglade probably has to have a really, really good roll down at 4-5, or otherwise, at the moment, because he's still running Camille, the 4 Clockworks, they're not not very high cost units either, so unless we get a really good roll down, might be in a little bit of trouble as well.
Yeah, well, we just saw it there. You mentioned it. Yone does get stuck on that front line quite a bit without these near-perfect items and just managed to get stuck right there. So I don't want to say that you were quite prophetic there, but hey, you call it as you see it, right? Dawnblade picking up the cloak there. I do believe that I think they've either got a glove or a bow ready on the Yone here, so either a Hurricane or a QSS. We have started to see a little bit more QSS into the Yone tech here so that it doesn't get quite as affected by the CC you were mentioning there. Personally think that's a pretty big tech. It looks like picking up the cloak there for that Hurricane gonna start to see this big roll down. Really needs to hit either these Fioras or the Yones here. And the good thing about Fiora as well, I may add, is that Fiora can carry all the items that Yone does, and just is inherently a very strong unit as well.
Yeah, of course. I think Fiora is one of the most flexible carries of this set. There's no other unit that can carry, you know, AP, AD, name it. She can do everything. It's just mainly how strong your board is around her to stall and keep things going. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to hit the Yone pair, but he does have a Yone and Fiora pair now. But he's getting melted and stuck on this Vex and Swain, unfortunately. Really need to see one of these 2 stars sometime soon.
Yeah.
Donnie... Yeah, sorry.
Oh, please go ahead, don't let me interrupt.
Donnie's spot looks really good though, just from the glimpse from that that fight there. He does have a very nice augment of cram session. I don't know if it's enough, seeing that you already do have the 2 academy. Kind of curious to see what it take here.
Yeah. I think all 3 of these are very legitimate choices. I think the one that I'd personally gravitate towards there is that cybernetic enhancement, but I mean the problem that you find here is that you just don't have a lot of units spread out on this board here. You don't have the items to really make use of it, right? Sure, you've got the clockwork emblem here that you can sort of just slap on any old unit, but the thing with this challenger board is that a lot of your units, they do require quite a lot of items. You know, you do typically see that the boards are either a really stacked Fiora with a stacked Yone or a stacked Yone with a stacked Kai'Sa sort of thing. You don't really see all the items being spread out, but we have moved over to Evolving board, and we were talking about the Fiora before. That's looking to be a really strong Fiora.
Yeah, unfortunately he is stuck on a Fiora 1 though, if he doesn't find this anytime soon, and he just gets rolled by Dawnglade. I do wonder though with, sorry, I know we changed the Evolve, but I wonder if Dawnglade does, after the PvE round, I wonder if he would think about changing the items to Fiora at all, if he gets stuck on this Yone for the rest of the game. But I think Evolvent is in an okay spot once he does hit the Fiora, because he does have 2 challenger spats, so he does have a lot of room to play better units over the lower challenger ones. Maybe even think about 8 if he gets the Kai'Sa as well. We'll have to see what he rolls here.
Yeah, I mean, we see that Evolvent actually hit a natural tome of traits, right? Because they've hit the challenger spat, and they have another challenger spat right there. So, I mean, the potential of this composition, it can absolutely melt opposing boards if you can get those really strong resets here. It's all going to come down to, you mentioned it, whether Evolvent can hit this Fiora. There's one of them, but we're going to need to see just a little bit more. It's starting to sell off a Jace in shop here. You're starting to get a little bit dizzy at this point. Do you end up using this Nikos on the Fiora here, or are we locking shop for Jace? And no, I love this decision to just bite the bullet here. You may want to try to get the 2-star 5 cost. Instead chooses to get the really strong point in getting this Fiora here, but unfortunately the Fiora gets enforced because Evolvent doesn't have any upgraded units.
Oh yeah, I definitely doing the Fiora was the better play. I don't think a Jace 2, especially a frontline Jace 2, is not enough to carry. She really needs to have the Fiora 2. Although I think she is able to clean up the spite. She should have enough damage and healing to go through this board.
Yeah, the feat Go on.
I am surprised to see. I mean, although he doesn't have any frontline, I do think that if he gets other upgraded units, it would have actually had a lot more damage to have a backline Jace with Challenger as well. But we'll go back to that. Donnie still is on 11 streak with Vex 2, everything pretty much upgraded, and 6 Arcanist. Just looking to go
Wow.
9, possibly.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, we're seeing a really interesting pivot here. We're going to see the 8 Arcanist coming in, that really big power spike for the composition. One big worry that you have here, though, is that, if you have this 8 Arcanist, that you don't really have a lot of frontline, but that is a stacked Vex. That is perhaps your best shot of it. And we see why this is just so effective here. The Lux absolutely decimating through an entire team. We've seen a little bit of a bit of Lux through Fortune Chosen here, who, just lost to the Lux of Donnie there. But, I think the one big thing that's been holding it back has really been sort of the itemization behind it. And, if you don't have good Lux items, I don't think it necessarily has to revolve around mana per se, but you need damage, right? You need to get these resets, because otherwise, if you miss a laser and then you get a laser and you don't get a reset, you just don't end up doing all too much.
Yeah, and on top of that, even if he does miss, he does have a cram session, which I think it does work without the academy being active. So it's solely just buffing the Lux, making sure she gets the resets, and even if she misses, just to cast again with the power of a Arcanist. Really just going through these fights with brute force.
Boom. Another one. Oh, big miss though, but it seems like the rest of the Arcanist getting a lot of damage down here. And we can see why Donnie has gone on this 13 streak right about now. The cram session combined with the Lux, as well as the Exile Shields doing its best runic shield impression right there, being quite the strong combo. So, the rest of the lobby outside of Chunga here is rapidly depleted in health. We see Evolvin and Dawnglade, Perfect Slumbers, all in that one-hit territory. A few Zephyrs in the shops here, so looks like some positioning really going to come into play. What do you think Donnie's really going to try to go for here?
I guess he goes for the spell crit. I think spell crit is the best one. When you have a Arcanist, you have so much A purity, you just want to crit more, and since he doesn't have an IE, I guess it's kind of like a discount IE that we can have. And just to try and one-shot everything even more. I guess at this point it's just whoever faces Donnie might be bot 4ing now. But Dogglade actually did hit both his units, although with the lack of Last Whisper he might struggle to get through some of these boards as well. It's running the 6 Challenger version. I think the Kai'Sa is also a really nice pickup here, although without GA it's hard to say whether it'd be able to win out fights for him. Although he is melting through this Lux board. Yes, it is one of her weaker opponents since he does have so much damage.
And
doesn't even need a Last Whisper.
Yeah, it looks like Donnie actually does bleed after all. Evolvin going out in 7th here. And I think the one big thing about this Challenger comp really is that positioning, right, Slappy? It's very reliant on getting those resets. That extra doubled attack speed from getting that unit kill, moving from unit to unit, is so important in this composition. It can really make or break it, which is why, the Jace having that Last Whisper so that it doesn't get stuck on units like the Vex, and that you can work your way through the back line there, is just so important to it.
Yeah, for sure. I think with good positioning, he probably has a pretty good chance of top 4ing here. Just needs to make sure they don't get stuck or CC'd for too long. Like this board, a lot of CC, but Uhu's also running 2 Colossus, so might be able to reset off the squishier units.
That is a big Kai'Sa cast right there. I was gonna say it looks like they're just working their way around it, but this Kai'Sa is just healing so much. The Yone is trying its hardest. Will the Yone be able to auto it down in time? No. Very unfortunate, but it looks like Dawnblade's going to be going down in 6th there. And Donnie is continuing to just prove to be a thorn in the side of pretty much the entire rest of the lobby here. Took that one loss. We've moved over to Skillfulism here, who does have that Spellblade as well as the Runic Shield, but unfortunately doesn't look to be quite as strong here. I think that Lux does need at least one mana generation item there. And the fact is that, I mean, if you miss, it's gonna be rough. And these items don't do a skillfulism justice either.
Yeah, these items are so useless, but until he has a lot of that. Oh no! Oh my gosh! I thought we were going to see a replay of Dragon winning a fight for a second there. Oh, that took all the words out of my mouth. I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, so this Lux has, you know, two dual golems, but really, if she just misses or doesn't get that reset off, the Vex is probably not, you know, Vex as a solo tank does work, but I think these days there's just too much damage. Like, it really need a lot more upgrades with her to be able to survive. Oh my gosh, she has a Tira's dad with the Galio 2 as well, which I did not think he had before. Some of a strange rendition of the Clapio.
Back in full force, it looks like. I don't think I've seen a Galio this deadly since, well, a month ago, and it's tearing shreds. This multi-threat composition from Teemo's dad, taking skillfulism down to 1 life, man. I mean, outside of Chunga, this lobby has been absolutely stacked, and Fortune Chosen going out in 5th there. We have our top 4 at this point, folks. Donnie is also just continuing to be this thorn in everyone else's side. Double Arcanist Spat. Janna 2, really solid front line here. I think it's near guaranteed at this point. What do you think we need to see from the rest of the lobby to even have a chance at taking it against Donnie?
I don't... I think maybe Teemo's dad has a chance because he does have the GA. And Kai'Sa with all her ultis can possibly break through it, but I think it's a bit too capped. I don't think there's anything they could do. Like, maybe if they had insane CC to stop the Lux from even casting, but I think he's just too far ahead at this point. And he's level 9, and eventually find, you know, Yumis and things as well. Yeah, this one might be sealed.
Oh, I mean, you say that Teemo's dad has a chance, but I don't see Teemo's dad board anywhere. It just disappeared. You know, I was gonna say maybe the Kai'Sa getting a cast off there and, you know, getting those big heals up, but I mean, the Lux just timed it perfectly, getting those one-shots time and time again. You know, coming up against the board of Perfect Slumbers here, clumped up backline. This is really not the matchup that, you know, Perfect Slumbers would want to queue into, so I'm pretty sure that they've immediately discounted it. But it looks like the Jhin managed to actually tank a Lux ult there, perhaps missing out on a lucky crit, but again, it's happened! Is Donnie actually gonna lose a round to getting... Wow, that's incredible!
He actually survived the cast.
Not
We'll
only
see if he
one,
can...
but 2!
Oh, was that it? That was against the clone.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Like, he got eliminated. Oh dear.
Oh dear indeed, but...
The one person he lost to, eliminated by the other.
Yeah, it's almost unfortunate in Teemo's dad's position, right? Because that's probably, you know, it's inevitable that you're going to queue into each other here in these final slots here. But, you know, it's so hard to see the route in which Teemo's dad needs to take. I think you really need a position. So I think in the case of Teemo's dad here, you need to position this Kai'Sa away from this Lux, whatever you do. The unfortunate thing is that both of these players are putting the Lux, you know, they're putting them on the Socialite Hex here, so it's really tough to try to position away from it. But it looks like this may be the best shot that Teemo's dad has gotten. These consistent Lux casts are coming out, but unfortunately the one tap happens on Kai'Sa and immediately gets shredded. The Clapio is trying its best, but it looks like Donnie, the raid boss of this game here, is going to be taking first place. Well played to everyone involved there. A really standout game in many different ways. Welcome back, Darky and Judge, to the Casters deck here. I'm going to chuck it over to you, Judge. We've seen a bit of an unfortunate game from Chunga there, but I mean, it was a standout performance from Donny. What was your takeaway from that entire performance?
My take was Arcanists are fun, laser beam goes boom, and put big damage on big laser beam. It's very in-depth analysis, as we expect from my Giga Chad brain, of course, but, you know, what more do you want?
Well, hold on. Sorry to Judge. He had to be. He had the pre-show brief of please unmute your microphone on Discord before talking. And so, Judge, could you just? I didn't quite catch it. Give me the cliff notes.
Big laser go boom. Lots of items on laser make bigger boom. Do that.
Do that. Well, that was kind of the style of the game, but I was also very interested because overall in that lobby, I felt like we had less AP builds outside of like obviously like the reign supreme of like Donny there, which fair play. Being able to go second and first back-to-back games is really, really good for his points total. As we will go and talk about those scores exactly, so we can go have a see what happened in the other lobby. Because I had a little peep at our caster Jose's stream yesterday. Well, caster yesterday, Jose, his stream today. You will notice that Kane went first into 8th. He was playing 6 scrap, which necessarily didn't work so well for him. Not necessarily the most meta comp. It pumped him out pretty quickly, a bit like Chunga this game. But we see Angora going with the 1-1 back-to-back. Donny in with the 2-1 special. So he's going... They're both like far away ahead of this lobby, but looking down the other end, you do see Chunga, that player that we highlighted at the start of the day, sitting down in 15th place. It's only 4 points, but there is still more lobbies to go, so there is still more time. Bringing it back to that game though, like, what you can say about Donny, like, I really liked the cram session that he had because, you know, that just enables that he doesn't have to build the triple, like, I guess the Exodia, quote unquote, of like, i.e. Jeweled Gauntlet blue buff. He had, you know, a little bit of a messier comp around that. He had the Giant Slayer in, but what it prioritizes meant that he could get just 3 damage items straight onto that Lock Slippy. And because of the 3 damage items, it just did so much more in that stage, those stage 5 and 6 combats.
Yeah, it's really, he really just brute forced AP and blew everything up with his lasers. I think I really like that he kept all the other he kept like the Arcanist on the Janna and had the Sway what's that champion's name, the 3 Tarek as well to have more healing. So I really I think it was a bit more of a non-traditional way to play Lux, but I think it really worked out for him and really steamrolled the lobby as well.
I feel like how we saw like 2 different variations of Mercs that game. We saw the variation that you should never go, featuring Chunga, but we also saw Timo's dad with the win streak Mercs, I guess, there in that game. Judge, like, it was very. We haven't seen the win streak Mercs so far this weekend. So that was quite interesting to see. It generated him a lot of income that allowed him to like pivot into that Socialite flex board, which is pretty much, I think, the first time we've seen that 3 Socialite flex board a la patch 11.24 with the Kaiser carry. Had a bit of Clapio in there, a little bit of a traumatic throwback for some, but it was, you know, that's that kind of little bit of variety that you need to pull out in these tournaments.
It certainly is. And again, the point that I made before entering this one, and it's probably a point I'll continue to make, is that variety of comps that you're going to see come out in a tournament format versus ladder, because 3 Socialite with a significantly stacked carry can still push you forward. You can get a lot of damage out of that and get a top 4. So it's, you know, there's different approaches to tournament. Obviously, when we're looking at tomorrow, it's going to be very much more about getting all those points to stay on top and qualify through to the end. But really, you need to be playing as consistent as possible today to make sure that you're in those top positions to continue on to tomorrow's broadcast.
Well, speaking about continuing on in broadcast, we're going to take a quick little break here, just a 5-minute breather to hopefully, I mean, Chunga's breather's been about half an hour at this point, but we're taking 5 minutes off at least. So we'll catch you back in about 5 minutes for the rest of today's games. 4 to go. welcome back to the TFT Oceania Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational for day 2. And we are joined by royalty right now. We've got Queen Slippy down there, newly crowned tag. Yes, Frosty. Yes, Frosty. We do. Wonderful first cast, Slippy. It was very, very good, very insightful. But we do move on now to Game 3, Judge and Frosty. And that was a bit of a doozy that we saw in Game 3 from some, Chunga. But I also want to talk to you, Frosty, because this is something that we harped on broadcast yesterday, and it's something that has been a little bit apparent in these first 2 games, and it's been a bit of an OCE day of TFT. It's been a bit slow. There was a few more Yordle and Merc openers yesterday, and it's not necessarily the fast-paced, high-octane gameplay that we saw on day 1.
Yeah, it's rewind time, folks, because it looks like we've gone back about a year or so in terms of speed for these past 2 games. You know, we've, instead of these fast-paced, highly dynamic games, we've instead seen a little bit of a slower playstyle. So I don't know whether this is the players, you know, trying to adapt a little bit here, but I think that is just really highlighted by what we saw with Chunga there. And, you know, this hyper greedy playstyle, really trying to hit that Alawi, really playing for first or 8th in the second game of a tournament, right? The second game of the second day, not necessarily even for the tournament life, but straight off of the bat there, that's just crazy.
I mean, you can make the second argument to that. It's like, is it better to attempt to play like that on Game 2, Judge? Or is it better to attempt to play like that on Game 6, where you're sitting right on, like, you know, that edge between 8 and 9, where if you don't make the cut, you're not going to make regional finals, at least through this event?
Really, it depends on what you're aiming for. The problem with going, you know, first or 8th and an aggressive play style on this Game 6 is you're limited. You're ultimately limited by what everyone else does. This is your last chance. And if you don't have perfect outcomes, you don't hit in terms of not even just in game, but for lobby and where everyone else places, then your hopes are dashed. Whereas if you're wanting to play aggressive, I firmly believe getting it, you know, Game 1, Game 2 out of the way can always be really good to cement yourself. If it pays off, then you're ahead of the lobby. And like anything, you know, whether that's professional sport, any esports title, you want to be playing from ahead, not from behind. So it can pay off, but it's a gamble. And if you're going for first or 8th play style and you're going to have that in any game out of the 6 today, I'd prefer to do it first.
All right, so we're going to quickly throw into the scores here as we get ready to bring up game number 3 for the day. Look, we've still got at the top there, Angora, 1-1. Can he do the Robin songs? Maybe even a bit better. Can we get the full 48 points out of today? I guess we'll wait and see. But Sleppy, having a look at this scoreboard right now, which kind of people, outside of Chunga being in 15th, we've spoken enough about him, who are you surprised by?
I lost the scores, but I think I'm surprised actually. I think Chunga is the biggest surprise, of course. I thought he'd be the strongest running today. I'm also a bit surprised by the only name I can remember from that scoreboard was Fortune as well. I thought we could it's right on the middle though, so it's not bad, but it could be high as well. But I to be completely honest, I just missed the other half of the names on the score. It was too far.
It was quick fire because we're ready just like that to get into game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping in with me and Judge to talk about what is going to happen in this lobby. You know, it's getting into the middle point of the day, so typically it's going to get a little bit safer in terms of the kind of gameplay they've seen. Not that, you know, we have seen any outrageous gameplay so far outside of a couple of high rolls, and we're jumping on board straight with Angora. Our number 1 player in this tournament right now. He's gone 1-1 today. It's first time seeing him, and we know how good he is in these tournaments, Judge, and you know that he's going to keep held to the medal.
I was calling Angora cute because Angora was gassing up broadcast lineup in the chat before we went live today, so I have to give mad props to Angora there for being a cutie in Twitch chat, but also performing on the board here. 2 wins is a big feat, especially when you're coming up against great players across lobbies all throughout today's broadcast. So Angora, we can already see scouting. You can see that target dummy coming up, Angora away. So We know that there's some high-level scouting going on, preparing in the early game to see what augments everyone else has. Of course, silver augments, so not expecting anything too crazy. And Gora picking up Thrill of the Hunt. I like Thrill of the Hunt as an early augment. I think regardless of what variation of Thrill of the Hunt you're getting, it's good. I think it's just, silver is nice, gold is way better. Prismatic is kind of like, give me something different. I want something spicy if I'm getting a prismatic.
Yeah, but the Thrill of the Hunt is obviously freshly buffed at the silver and gold levels. It's the 400 HP now at that gold level, and that could help him save a little bit of HP with that Yordle opener. He also picked up a couple of bows. He had the cloak on bench as well. So, that's like you can stack a Tristana up and move, run with the Tristana items for a little bit, just lose streak. It's slow, like we said, but he can do that and then pivot into a really strong 80-centric board. Got Jin, Fiora, Jace, Yone, pick your carry. As we do move over here to Keen, who has a little bit of a throwback opener with the Zen Academy. He's got the Katarina. Those are most definitely not the Katarina items that we're used to. He's got the Morellonomicon and the sword right now, but he's keeping his options very open. Morellonomicon, one of the top item slams that we have seen so far today.
Well, Morello's just so useful, and on so many units as well. The healing cut is one of the biggest things late game, especially when you look at so many of the carries. If you got Chemtech in, there's healing for Urgot. Yone has built-in healing with his clone and the damage that it deals. Fiora has healing based off her damage with her cast. So when you're looking at all these 4-cost carries that have built-in healing, Morello is powerful early game. It's great and useful carrying through to late game compared to its alternative in a Sunfire Cloak, which just falls off in comparison. So love it. If you see it, you don't have anything else, you're not holding out for a Warmogs because you're running bruises and you want some extra health, you have that rod, slam it. It's great. And you will use it, even if you're running something as, AD heavy as a Challengers comp, you're still going to be able to fit in a Morello. If you squeeze in a Seraphine for a Socialite Hex, then she's a great use case for it.
We do have a look at T21T here, who has the self-repair. He has the scrap opener. He's got a couple of different options on his bench as well, but the self-repair is not an augment that we have seen so far in this tournament so far. Probably because it's just a little bit rare and you don't necessarily take it this early, but you know what? If you're going to commit to an Innovator board, there is arguably no better augment to take, because once you hit that dragon, if you get, an Innovator emblem out of a Tomb of Traits or out of Carousel, it just constantly comes back alive. It is so, so strong.
Yeah, look, self-repair is honestly disgusting. It's disgusting. I love it for that fact. Great shop here, by the way. I always love seeing a Shaco and a Talon in a shop together. And even more, you've got a Darius in there as well. So if Donnie here was wanting to go a Syndicate Assassin's angle, Mort has placed it in shop and said, pick me. But no, we're sticking to this Ziggs with the Swain. We've got an Echo, so a bit of scrap in there. We've got the Arcanist as well. And look, just a 2-star Singed, which is always a bit of fun. Singed, I always like in Innovators when you get the bomb delivery service, when it's a Zillion bomb and then Singed throws them on the back line. That's always one of my favorite little techs that comes out with that comp. But it's not Innovators here yet, and I think for Donnie it's just strongest board until something presents itself. Did pick up the Shaco. Does have a 2-star Caitlyn on bench with an MF, so there's plenty of options.
I mean, the 2-star Caitlyn, he could definitely make the play here where he just goes you know what, I'm just going to level up to 5 here, keep the high tempo play going, put the Caitlyn 2 in, and that will basically guarantee no matter who he faces in this lobby, he'll be win streaking all the way through the Krugs. Didn't necessarily have the greatest of ecos there, so, keeping that win streak is important. Whether he chooses to invest the gold and maybe lose out on some interest in the meantime remains to be seen. He's very unsure right now. He's trying to toss up. He's leaving it to the gods. No, he does pick up the Chain Vest here. That's on the Tristana. Brings that back to his board. He did end up pushing the level 5 there, so he had the pre-level in place. So can play the Caitlyn from here. And the Caitlyn 2 is just such a strong early game unit where it's basically just a guaranteed one-shot kill, both frontline and backline, unless there is some Giga Stack tank in the frontline with items. So at least if he loses, he won't be losing by much, but he'll definitely be in a better place to win streak.
Now over with Slumber's board, we've got Sniper Heart, so that's buffing up our Trist. And really stacking the Leonas here. We've got 2 Leona 1s, plus a Malzahar for that extra damage. So the bodyguard coming through with that Poppy, Warmogs, and the Leonas. Look, it is a pretty tanky front line. I think the Malzahar is going to be doing some nice damage here, even though it is Mal's 1. It's going to get that constant tick damage happening, which is good. Although against this MF and Ezreal, especially with an Ezreal that's scrapped an IE, that's definitely not going to be enough.
This is such a slumbers board. This is like the board that he played it pretty much all day yesterday. He's played it for the first 2 games today. Just rolling anytime he sees a Sniper Heart, Sniper Crest, Sniper Soul, he's taking it and running with it. He loves his Jhin. And this is essentially what he is setting up his board for right now. It's just a Jhin board. He's got the Warmogs that he can slam on any one of his frontline bodyguards once he puts in the Jhin. The Sniper Heart just means that you can run the Jhin either as a 2 sniper and just focus on getting the Orianna in and other traits depending on where the Socialite Hex is, or you could push for the 4. Does have to run a couple of weaker units for that, but you know, it depends on what he ends up hitting, but he's put himself in a very strong spot to just play what he knows. As we do move on here to Dojo Mojo, one of the players that performed really consistently, really well across yesterday, starting out here with a little bit of a randomized opener, but it doesn't really matter because what his opener gets in is a lose streak. So at least he is maintaining that lose streak. He didn't get the accidental win near the end there. And he's just coming up against the full face of Keen's board there. But coming into Krogs, 41 gold. He's not complaining too much as long as he beats Krogs. And yeah, he'll find his board eventually from there. He's keeping his options very open with his items.
I think going the Academy, Pogmore angle reroll here is a good option. Haven't seen a lot of people try that. We did have a bit of that early on with that Cogmore we saw in Game 1 that had the early Ginsus with a rod. But no one's really committed to it. I think that this could be something a little bit extra spicy if we're going to be seeing, like a bit more of an Academy-based reroll. So using a Cogmore if we hit early with items, there's Ginsu, so that's certainly available. Play that into a Yone carry late for an Academy stack. That's always a bit of fun and something a little bit different. You manage to hit an Academy spatula, you can always slam that on Fiora because she does so incredibly well with 6 or 8 Academy. So I think there's options here for Dojo Mojo, and I like the angle it's playing. I'd like to see more of it. And that's going to be... Okay, so we're really angling here for a Jhin angle on this, I think. Or there is still option for Yone items. Fiora can obviously still use anything because it's Fiora. So, that could be IE Last Whisper for a Jhin, possible pivot in snipers. It could be an IE Last Whisper. It could be a GA Last Whisper for Yone, depending on your preference. I always prefer to get a GA secured for Yone before anything else.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a smart build, I think, here with the Last Whisper. It's just the most flexible AD item that we have seen recently. Everyone is basically slamming it as far as bow items are concerned. He does manage to... It also allows him to put the rod on Pokemon. He's getting that cybernetic implant value. It's only Cyber's 1, so it's not the greatest thing in the world, but, that bonus health and AD could have made the difference between, getting a couple of extra kills in that combat. Not so, Dojo Mojo, he's building up for a strong board. It's just a matter of whether he can actually convert on it. He's not running necessarily one of those loose streak traits like Yordle or Merc, so he's going to have to just juice this off pure high rolls right now, and he is rolling a little bit of gold, might roll down to 30 here. No, just does sell the Zac, pulls himself back up to 40, but the level up is enough for him to stabilize as we move over and look at Keen, who, as we talk about those loose streak traits, has the Yordles in play, but also has, a decent amount of HP to his name. He's got that 92 HP, not that shabby.
Yeah, it's not exactly a weak board here. You've got Sniper in with the Triss and the MF. MF holding a Morello, very good item on her, as well as the additional Rod. Bodyguard for the front line. Ezreal with an RFC that he's scrapped, but also that Deathblade. And Deathblade's a great item for any comp that utilizes 1 or 2 cost reroll champions that you're going to 3-star. You just get so much usefulness out of it. And then come late game, you're putting it on a 2-star Fiora, 2-star Jhin. It's still really useful in that regard. So gives you a really nice early game to mid game boost while you've got a potential 3-star unit, especially with Yordles, or something like Innovators or a reroll comp, or if you've got Trade Sector, it works well. Item Grab Bag was the first for Keen. Now with Knife's Edge, Bodyguard Crest, it's gonna be Bodyguard, which I think's a brilliant choice.
Yeah, I think it was stuck between that or the Knife's Edge. Like, the Knife's Edge probably just locks him in a little bit more to playing one of those frontline challenger boards.
Hands down.
But you know, the bodyguard press is not something that you can be necessarily too sad with. Just slams it on the Ezreal. Why not get a little bit of scrap value? I mean, it's 2 components after all. It will get you a little bit of extra shield across your team. But the bodyguard really enables you to run some very strong front lines. You can opt for the 4 bodyguard, although it's just more traditional just to play the Braum +1. You throw the bodyguard on literally anything. Scion is a very popular option. We saw some bodyguard Taric yesterday. That was just taking up so much in the front line, and so because it was taking up so much, it was just getting infinite mana gen and permacasting. So that's always a very strong option. Bodyguard is definitely a safer flex option here, though. For Keen, he's keeping his options very open. I just hope he doesn't push the 6 scrap like he did last game.
Yeah, certainly not. I did mention off broadcast, we were on a break, that we hadn't seen many assassins come through, and that's now being brought to the table here as we see Angora. Of course, it's Angora to do it with a strong Talon and a Shaco. So, love seeing that come through. Assassin's still quite a viable comp as long as you're hitting and you're itemizing. I find it just to be very item heavy to be able to have enough of a damage output to compete with some, especially some of the early game comps. But for Assassin's pretty big.
He did hit it quite early. Like, he hit the Talon very early with the double bow that he just slammed into an insta RFC. Set the Yodel in for a little bit of econ value as well, so he's not necessarily too shabby about his place, and at 82 HP can look towards the sim board for now. I saw him also holding Swains earlier. Haven't seen a lot of Imperial. Obviously is nerfed on this patch. The B patch did hurt it pretty hard. It hit Swain, it hit Talon, it hit the trade overall, so it's pretty much 5 Imperial or bust. We did see an Imperial yesterday, but it was an Imperial, I think it was just a 3 Imperial 4 Challenger board that didn't do too flash hot. So, you know, it hasn't necessarily been the most powerful thing. We do see a very tanky Ziggs right now with the bodyguard, and we've got the 4 bodyguard in with the Blitzcrank just keeping it going here for Keen. But you know, we've spoken about Clean's flexibility a lot this tournament. He's keeping his options very open. And we could see what he could do in game 1 when he found the right board off the back of that, you know, cash out. So, you know, he's just doing it with a little bit of a different early game flair.
I like Claire's board here with the Ascension. They've got a Scholar as well, which they put on their Poppy in the front line. But they also have the Seraphine at 3-5. Which I think they may have got off Carousel, if I'm not mistaken. So that does give 5 Innovators. That gets the Bear on the board. There's a nice Scion in the shop here that, yes, going to be picked up before we switch over to Timo's dad. And that is a juicy TF. Looking at some decent items there. I don't particularly like Jeweled Gauntlet if you're going to be playing it on Akali. I think it's a waste of an item slot compared to other items you could put on, because if you're running Syndicates, especially 7 Syndicate, you're going to have the Shaco, which means you're going to have Assassin. So the spell crit usefulness of Jeweled Gauntlet is moot, and you just need to use it for the stats it gives. But it's a good item for now on TF, who can make very good use of it across boards. However, he's not going to get much of a chance. He will hit a Swain and hit a Samira before he drops. It's going to be enough, though, with this tanky line, I think, to get them across. Oh, nope, there's Thrill of the Hunt. Nope, that's exactly why it's not going to work. We've got Silver and Gold Thrill of the Hunt. Of course, Prismatic was removed, so no longer have to make that choice between something spicy or Prismatic Thrill of the Hunt. You just get to go with something spicy, but Angora's got a really nice sustain, especially for an Assassin's build. I love Thrill of the Hunt in general, but with Assassins, it's so good.
That's going to be a very, very scary Talon heading into the late game. He's running the 3 Imperial right now. Got the Swain and Sumerian on top of that. You know, we did talk about the fact that Imperial was nerfed, but it's still good if you hit like that. He's got 2 very, very strong items on that Talon in the RFC. He has the RFC, has the QSS. He can then opt for a last item. Because he's got Thrill of the Hunt, doesn't need much sustain. He doesn't need a BT or a Hodge. Like, you know, he can just completely rock for the IE or the Last Whisper just to shred through some of these front lines. In Timo's dad's case, like, yeah, it's definitely not this to have. Yeah, not this to have the Jeweled Gauntlet IE, but at this point, he just has to, like, slam stuff and save as much HP as possible. He's playing with 30 HP, no loose streak in sight. He's hoping that he hits that 1% Akali right now. That's what he's just highly rolling down for here, pretty much. does manage to stabilize with the Shaco 2, getting 2 stars across most of his board. He is rocking still the Echo 1, it puts in the Janna 1, sitting on pairs with both of them. Does sell back up a little bit. Whether he puts this Runans down just to save a little bit more HP and just make sure that he can maximize his items, you know, he's just going to hold his items for now.
Oh, there goes the bow slam though on the Shaco.
Yeah, maybe he's confident enough that he'll make it to the carousel, pick up another carousel, find that last whisper, or maybe find another bow, build into RSC, both very strong options on the Shaco. But you know, that little spike that he hit there with the Shaco 2 upgrade has allowed him to stabilize a little bit up against Slumbers though. Not the strongest board right now. Still waiting for, you know, getting that Jin board online, and he's running out of time to do it. But things are still probably going to be dicey for Timo's dad here until he hits that lucky Akali.
Well, look, preach for Timo's dad that there's an Akali on the carousel that we can make good use of. We're over now with Donaldino, sitting at level 8 and having a little bit of a roll. We're going to see 5 Chemtech here, so a very tanky front line with a Twitch in the back to make up for it. We've got Seraphine in her own world. I love a Seraphine on her own socialite spot, getting that extra damage. Plus, there's that Morellonomicon we're talking about from early game that now transitions into late. Works really well. You've got the Ice Cream, Chalice of Power on the Heimerdinger right next to Seraphine. And she doesn't get a cast off, so not going to get as much value in this combat from her. But that is a nice and large Mundo with the ZZ, Rot, the Ionic, and the Sunfires.
I think it's very interesting that like Donnie has pushed away from, I think he had 5 Innovator in earlier. Now he's dropped back down to 3 Innovator. That would make 3 Innovator players in this lobby. Because we saw Claire earlier was rocking the Innovator Bear. TT1T had the self-repair that he took at 1-4. Whether they actually transitioned that into an Innovator board, we haven't necessarily seen them in a combat recently, so they'll have to wait and see. Looking at like Donnie's items right now, he's in a bit of a weird spot where he has a lot of these AP carry items, but you're no longer running that Lissandra, like that Lissandra reroll anymore with the Chemtech, which is, you know, a little bit popular at some point in time. He doesn't necessarily have an AD item that he can throw on Twitch. He doesn't necessarily have anything that he can throw on Urgot. So he's kind of shoehorned into this little bit weird socialite play with the Seraphine, with the Chemtech frontline, just maximizing that damage, 20% damage reduction, but tries to chase away the Shroud and just gets completely hit by Claire over here. But does manage to push through. That was a pretty big Seraphine cast. It went through 4 units, so decent healing cut from the Twitch there, plus the Seraphine cast does mean that Donnie continues his Mr. 100 streak all the way through to stage 4 carousel. But he's got HP to play with. HP is a very important resource. It's just a matter of how he pivots his board from here. Don't think the Fast 9 is on the cards, but maybe we'll see.
I think the Twitch was underrated in their comp, just watching its performance in the backline, especially when you look at the Innovators it was up against. You had Seraphine and a nice Heimerdinger in the backline, kind of mirroring what Donnie was running on his own side of the board. And that Twitch just tore it up. A lot of healing cut, a lot of damage. Then, as you mentioned, the Seraphine cast really performing well. There's a Heimerdinger too, and there's a Galio in shop. So, option for a pivot into, you know, Galio super carry sort of team. We've got a lot of defensive items up front. I mean, I wouldn't really want to remake Seraphine, but you could go like a Kai'Sa carry with the Morello, remake the Seraphine, put the Morello on her, onto the Kai'Sa, and make use of that socialite spot some more. But this is working. It's not broke. Don't fix it. 13 win streak. Just continue doing what you're doing, Donnie, at the moment, and continue to hit upgrades. That Heimerdinger 2, hopefully going to help with a bit more damage. That is a very, very chunky Scion.
It's also a very, very strong Jin here that Perfect Slumbers has managed to pull off. It was the board that we're talking about he's finally going to hit. The Shroud was perfect there from Donnie, but there's just no damage on Donnie's board right now. So Donnie is going to take his first loss here against Perfect Slumbers. This Jin has been his signature for the day. There we go, boom. Loss confirmed. Perfect Slumbers, who I was just about to mention, was on 15 HP, I think he did hit the Jin 2 just after the carousel. So that is now a very strong board that he can stabilize with. And the bottom half of the lobby now is starting to come together, and B starting to catch up with his do move into the 4-6 Augment choice here. For Donnie, he's got the choice between Assassin Crest, a Scholar Crest, which he does end up opting for. was pretty close to a no-brainer. But you know, I'm very interested to see some of these boards. I've been looking at just the level ups. So like you're seeing the TT1T coming through with the leveled up Zillion. Heimerdinger also hit a Fiora 2 in the last combat. Claire hit the Heimer 2 last combat. We move over to Slumbers now, who's trying to choose between Portable Forge Orn items, between the Rocket Propelled Fist, the Randuin Sanctum, and the Mana Zane. Doesn't have...
Randuin's hands down.
Yeah, well, it's the Randuin's a frontliner. It's like, you know, you're looking at something like a Mana Zane Oriana, and so does opt for the Mana Zane. I mean, he's got 2 units that use the Mana Zane quite well here in the Yuumi and the Oriana. Obviously, there's a little bit of a mana lock on both, but it's not necessarily the end of the world. You know, you also see the Mana Zane on units like on Seraphine. Not necessarily got that in the comp right now, but it is a decently strong augment choice here at 4-6, and really just ensures that he can build out a secondary carry here in this Oriana, and it might actually be enough for him to, you know, eke out, instead of going 8th, you know, he can eke out a 6th, or maybe even better.
Yeah, I don't hate the Mana Zane. I'm a big fan of Randuin's though, especially given that Scion in the front line. I think if you can get a secondary carry online, like you mentioned, it's a great option. We just need to see it come to fruition here. It's Battle of the Scions in the front line, and it'll definitely be the Slumbers Scion that wins that out. And the damage on the back line coming from the Jhin, as well as the double Warmogs and 2-star, is going to help out. It's just a really big Scion front line. In all reality, it is super duper strong and has so many supporting units to maintain it there too. Imperial Assassins over for Angora. I'm glad they've come through. Great items on Echo here with the Morello and the Frozen Heart. And you've got great talent items in the Quicksilver and the RFC. Disappointed that we haven't seen an IE, so Angora, I think, really hoping for a sword to come out here, put that on the Talon, and get massive buffs to not only the auto attacks, but also to the bleed. Not going to hit it.
Yeah, it doesn't hit it there, but it was like definitely a lobby that's worth waiting for IE for.
Yeah.
So sometimes you see just the last Whisper Slam and just be done with it, which we might see from here, to be honest. But there's a lot of body line front lines here. We do finally see the Talon 3 come in on the roll down. I was just going to mention the fact, like, yeah, there's not many bodyguard front lines right now. So having that IE effective value of just slamming the back line is pretty good. But you also take the Armor Shred off the last Whisper. It's not the end of the world. He is choosing to hold his items. But now he does level and put the Scion in over the Samira. Does have something like a ZZ Rock to put on the Scion if he so chooses, but doesn't end up slamming anything. The Scion gets picked up by Keen Zephyr, held on the Oriana right now, but this Talon with double RFC is going to start attacking very, very fast.
There's going to be plenty of bleed stacks across the board, and Talon doing considerable damage at the moment. You've also got amazing augments here, and the double thrill with the Imperial All for One to really just end of that. You're looking at that Talon's health, and there were so many lines in that health bar. You know, if we could get a healthier stack on that Scion, get a lot more health on him, perhaps we could push that boundary. I think we're going to get that if we hit a Swain 3 here as well, and that we can bump up the available health pool that'll inevitably stack onto that Talon for the end of each round. And you got a Banshees that's sitting there as well. We could go something spicy and put a Jeweled Gauntlet on the Echo, but I think Banshees is the way to go, and we do see that slammed here on Katarina. Position between Talon and Echo. Going to get some great value out of that as we come up against some more CC heavy comps. You've already got the Quicksilver on Talon, but even just the value of blocking the initial damage with the Banshees is super useful.
And the Awful One kicking in a little bit here, just that Talon getting constantly healed up, but wasn't able to take down the Mundo and take advantage of those double thrill heals. That would have been quite big for Angora in that combat. Not necessarily in the world, but having a look on the right-hand side of the lobby right now, we see Teemo's dad, our first eliminated player in this lobby, going out in 8th, so wasn't able to find his feeding. And also Keen getting dropped to 1 HP. A little bit dire straits for Keen. He had the 8th last game with the 8th scrap. You know, we're going to look at his board right now. He has the Jhin, so he's holding a hands for Slumbers. It's not necessarily the Jhin items you would typically see, Judge, but he's just trying to scrape together something, but it just hasn't worked.
Look, I don't hate it. Deathblade and Bloodthirster is not horrible. Deathblade's honestly a completely fine item.
Bloodthirster can be okay, especially if you're coming up against assassins need a bit more survivability. But the ZZ Rod, that's what throws me here, is the ZZ Rod. I don't think I've ever seen a ZZ Rod Jhin. But if anyone was going to do it, it'd be Keen. So we'll see what happens from that. Not going to be much because that is a very CC heavy comp on Donnie's board.
It's more than likely just happened because he's picked up a Jhin off Carousel, haven't been paying close attention to that, it's just forged onto it, or he's just been forced to slam something and make a use of his bow that he probably had on there already, I don't know. But yes, not necessarily something we want to see. This lobby is getting very, very close now. Sure, we've got Donnie way out in front. Had that one loss and now he's back to 87 HP win streak. He's just absolutely chilling at the top here. Perfect Slumbers does reign as the better Jhin player in this lobby, whether he can transform that top 4 like we were talking about. Transform his board, which is relatively weak, into a top 4. Remains to be seen, but he has managed to stabilize with his Jhin. But we do move to TT1T, who has been the innovative player that I've wanted to watch a lot of this game because he took the self-repair early. He's got the bear in now. He's got some amazing items on this Orianna. And the Orianna carry, now he has a very, very tanky Jace too in the front line with the Anima Visage. He's got the Bramble Vest and the BT as well. That is going to be very, very hard to take down.
If you're playing 5 Innovators, this is absolutely the way to do it. Like, massive support with the self-repair, Portable Forge giving an Anima Visage, which is just huge on this Jace front line. Rich Get Richer is great for economy, that's obviously propelled us into the late game and got us a couple of extra fat stacks to roll down. You've got a Fiora 2 that's got a Giant Slayer, and that Orianna is like the sleeper Chad of this board, in my opinion. You watch this cast come through here, massive shield, nice damage, and that's only going to continue to get bigger as the fight goes on, unless you get nuked by Giga Chad Victor that's wearing a cap and has 2 ice creams next to him. So, look, probably not the best example of someone to go up against, TT1T against Donnie, but it is a good board. It really is a good board.
He's, right now, just so hard in this Fiora 3 waiting room as well. Like, he's sitting on 8 out of 9 Fioras. It gets the Fiora 3, it kind of changes the pace of the game entirely. He's got the Giant Slayer and the Fiora ready, so he's blazing through these high HP front lines that we've been seeing from a couple of these boards. But this is going to be a very, very dicey set of combats here. We're probably going to see multiple eliminations here in stage 5-6. Got Angora on 2 HP, holding on for dear life with that Imperial board. We do see TT1T coming up against the clone of what I think is Claire. Here with, he's pretty much just a better version of Claire right now. Pretty much this Jace is going to be hitting like a truck. The self-repair comes through on the band. This is could be the self-repair gap here. Although the cast there from the Orianna brings the Yuumi into ulting the entire team, but no, it is enough to live here. Angora lives as well, so we are going to be heading into the PvE round here with the Dragon. Triple item again. Lots of defensive items up here for TT1T, but no damage items that you could slam on that Fiora as we move. Oh my god, okay,
oh,
Claire.
Lord.
Okay, Claire. Yeah, okay, just
I mean,
double,
like,
double
honestly,
decap.
these items could be great. Just double decap, put all 3 of them on Orianna, switch to Orianna with Heimerdinger, put Heimer more towards the middle. That way she can give the ice cream cone to Seraphine as well. I just watch Orianna slap. Like, that's all this is. Ari's about to send that mechanical ball flying and clean up half a board. So, big items here for Claire. Unlucky TT1T. It's defensive items that you don't really need. You've already got a stack Jace.
Yeah, when he slams the decaps though on Orianna, like maybe he splits them across the Seraphine here too, because Seraphine 2 damage is no joke as well across these combats. Doesn't necessarily, he has the Merlinomicon on this Heimerdinger, which is 8 out of 9 on, waiting to get that Heimer 3, but he does, yeah, he does split it.
Even
like,
split.
I think the split is a bit of a smarter play there. He's not rocking onto the Socialite Hex, he's instead of banning it just to make sure that it doesn't get, I guess, hit by any Shrouds or Zephyrs. He's ran that back corner, but speaking of very, very strong items, that is a Gunblade double decap. Gunblade, double decap, Socialite Hex, double Ice Cream Code, Banshee's Claw Victor. But it actually loses because he can't get the cast off in time.
Not enough scholars for Donnie here. Need to get that happening a bit harder. That is a cracked, absolutely cracked Victor. And I want to see it perform better. Donnie's got the HP to be able to refine that board. We're seeing Claire rolling, looking for this next Heimer. One more Heimer for a Heimer 3. And then the damage really does pop. not going to hit it for this next combat. And TT1T has been eliminated, manages to cinch a 4th, and Gora going out in 5th, and losing with the -10. That's Donnie hitting a Seraphine too, so I think really we're going to start seeing
I think that puts Donnie at 6 out of 9 Seraphine as well. I think he was rocking a 2-star Seraphine on 4 already. I guess we'll find that out and see put back over to him. But we do look at Dojo Mojo. Again, high performer in this lobby. Like, we haven't spoken about him much, but he's rocking that Urgot board, which has seen a lot of success today. We've seen a lot more than we've seen yesterday, and like this Urgot is just urging through right now. But is it necessarily enough? Victor Cast comes in, but the Ascension kicks in here for Flare. The Urgot does manage to get the Purge off before getting knocked into the GA, and that little interaction means that he can get a couple of casts off, and the Victor Cast just isn't enough damage. So Dojo Mojo is set down to 6 HP, heading into 6-3, does have an extra life, but Donnie is still sitting very, very healthy at the top of this lobby. And just Claire still looking for this Heimer, but just cannot find it. It's just not happening this game. Can't hit the Heimer 3, and the Heimer 3 would maybe be the deciding factor between him and when we look at Donnie's board right now. Didn't have the Seraphine to him before, so he's just got 3 out of 9 now. As Donnie has just had all the gold and like all the time to play with in this game. He's currently rocking a 6 Scholar board with this Victor, which should really just be permacasting at this point with the M-Tech. Like, it's just so strong.
This has been a great move from Donnie to focus on the Scholars, because we saw that the biggest issue with the Stack Victor is it didn't cast quick enough. So, easy way to change that, 6 Scholar. Watch me generate mana for free, and there's nothing you can do about it. Waiting for this Victor to have its first cast still, because it did get shrouded, but that's going to be a big cast straight along the back line. Takes out everybody except Heimerdinger, and essentially restores to full HP.
We could see a double elimination here, depending on who Dojo Mojo first. And it is a double elimination here, because probably played into Donnie's board there, and that is Donnie going with back-to-back wins to, you know, really wrap himself up with a nice bundle of points heading into basically the halftime break. Welcome back, Queen Sleppy and Frosty. Off the back of that game, Donnie Frosty goes back-to-back, a player that we didn't necessarily talk about too much yesterday until the final game, and today he's showing us why we need to keep his name on our lips.
Yeah, and it's been a really interesting play style with Donnie here, who has been one of these really aggressive players. I think we've seen it in both games that he's had success in today, where we've seen these really early item slams. You know, Sunfire Cape, excellent early outing game, typically falls off a little bit late game, which is why Morello is usually the burn item of choice. But we see it in this game here being slammed down immediately. The Ionic Spark, you know, and this focus here has allowed him to win streak, get up these big goal totals, get to level 9, and you just out-tempo everyone else here. So really well played from Donnie.
And heading into that game, we did speak about the fact that we hadn't seen a lot of innovators today. And in that game, Slappy, we had 3 people playing Innos in the mid-game, obviously dropped down to 2, with Donnie dropping his innovator from Bear to Scarab just straight to nothing to rock that 6 Scholar board. But we're finally seeing a couple more innovators come out into the game, Slappy.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show how strong innovators are. I think all 3 of them top forward as well, with their Seraphines and things, and one pivoting to an insane Victor 6 Scholar board. Yeah, I guess it just depends on what people tend to hit early, because I think Innovator is one of those comps that's very hard to play if you don't get the early 2 stars and units. So yeah, really cool to see.
Yeah, and Judge obviously looking at the other side of that lobby of that game. You know, you still see the struggles of like a player like Keen, who hasn't managed to necessarily pull off his first game antics yet again, as we do pull up the score sheet here just to jog everyone's memory and kind of put in place what we also saw in the other lobby, where Donnie is now on top with that 2-1-1, sitting at 23 points. Angora slides down a little bit, obviously, with the bot for that game, but Dojo Mojo slumbers still up there. Cardi as well, I think, netted a win in the other game to get up to 16 points, and so that's obviously good on the top side, but what's really interests me is we've seen a lot of this bridge close between the bottom side of the lobby, and this is what happened yesterday as well, is once the lobbies start getting seeded into these top and bot lobbies, you see a lot of these players that are sitting below the cut start to slowly catch up, Judge.
Yeah, you certainly do, and I think it's part of, you know, now we're going to start seeing that spice. I love a bit of spice. I might be a pasty white man, but I can handle it, and I want to see it brought into these games. You know, when we're starting to see things like more assassins come out trying for something a bit different, trying to hit some 3 stars, going for a top 4. We're seeing a massively stacked Victor, although that was Donnie's, you know, moving into these big pivots, moving into let's play something that's secure, and then understand I need to make my move, I need to make my pivot and go, you know, 1st or 5th really when we're getting into the mid to late games of each of these matches. That I want more of that, because for people like Bluey, Evolvent, Artior, Skillfulism, you don't have long left. You got to really pull out some numbers now if you want to get to the top and you want to play tomorrow. So time to pull it out. No more. This is kind of the opposite of what I was saying earlier, and you want to play ham in your first games, getting out in front. Now they have no choice. They need to start doing it.
And such is the nature of tournament play, you do have to change up the way that you play as the night goes on. Sometimes, you know, you can take the foot off the gas a little bit, you know, just play what's given to you, but sometimes you have to really try and force some of those very, very strong boards and just make do with what you've got. But also, it does force out that little, like, nooks in imagination that these guys have to come up with. And Frosty, I do want to say that if we're going to talk about flavor units, I think yesterday's flavor unit was probably Jace, and I can firmly say that today's flavor unit is most definitely Victor. We've seen oodles amounts of Victor carry on broadcast today, and it's a little bit of a swing.
Yeah, you definitely see why as well. It's got a lot of damage inherently. The big feature of it being that massive mana. We see these Victors getting shrouds, but when they finally cast there, it wreaks absolute devastation over the enemy board. So something to be on the lookout as we head into break here for the final 3 games. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. See you in just a bit.
Hello, we are here. I think a bit earlier than expected. The countdown did end a little bit early there, but we are back for the OCE Teamfight Tactics, Gizmos and Gadgets. Not Challenger Series. That's the last tournament that we played. A Mid-Set Invitational. It's day 2, guys. It's getting a little bit long. Look, I'm just gonna be pretty blunt here, and I'm not sure if you guys will agree with me, but it's been a little bit of an day of TFT. It's been a little bit of a slow day of TFT, Sleppy. Can you try and get some like energy going for these guys to come in and maybe play some more high tempo, exciting comps down the line?
Oh, I don't know if I can change their true nature. It's it's all the ladder games you see, the very slow ones, or there's just like one guy ripping through the lobby and everyone's slowly dying.
Yeah, look, in the words of Jose and the way that he did it yesterday, it's a bit bitch. Like, it's just like a bit laying back in the chair, Frosty. But you look wide awake there, although your bed in the back there does look quite comfortable. Freshly made, just for me, actually. I did ask him.
Yeah, no, I was getting harassed by Twitch chat yesterday, so I decided to, take it to heart there and actually make my bed so y'all wouldn't point it out. Instead, now in future casts, I've just enabled everyone else here. But I mean, I do want to talk about the thing that is enabling these players here. See, look, there's the clever transition right there. The players right about now, I think. A lot of players get stuck into this ladder playstyle, as Sleppy mentioned, right? Where you come into a tournament here, you think, all right, I'm just going to play what's comfortable, and you don't think about adaptation too much. And while playing comfortable is definitely what you want to be thinking about, you still got to be able to adapt to what you're being presented here, because if you're just going, up to 4-1 and you're dying in the early stages of the game, it's just not working. So clearly, I think a lot of these players here need to reevaluate what they're putting into their game style here. I mean, we saw it before. Fortune Chosen's been going 5th, right? And, that's not a bad result per se. That is the epitome of consistency. But is it really working out for you? I mean, I think we'll just have to wait and see now, won't we?
I mean, you would prefer, to have the first consistency, a little bit of a Robin song streak going on. But like, as we do mention, like the players and what kind of where they sit in these lobbies, we'll bring up the scores for you in just a little second here. But like, we're looking at guys like Donnie who have come out today, just all swinging out with like 2-1-1, 23 points heading into, the second half of the day. And so he can kind of ease off the gas a little bit, Judge. Like, he can kind of just play what he's comfortable with. He doesn't necessarily have to be looking for like the small 1%ers to ensure that he makes it through to tomorrow. Because if I remember off the top of my head, the break point of making it through off around 24 games, of over 6 games is like 25 points. And he's almost there. He's guaranteed it now. He can go 8-8-8 and he's guaranteed it. But I guess heading into this game, because the game is ready, guys, so we're going to throw it away to Sleppy and Frosty to bring it away for this one. We're going to see, I guess, how the lobby shakes up. We're throwing you right back into lobby 2 with the ranked 9 to 16 players, so plenty of points to be earned here. Frosty, take away.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 4 of the TFT Mid-Set Invitational here. We're going to be starting off today by spectating Keen from Arcane. Yes, that is the Keen from Arcane, folks. You read it here first. Who has got the double Twitch there. I mean, we saw a little bit of Twitch yesterday, Slappy. We saw Keen going for this Twitch reroll. Unfortunately, didn't work out so well for them here. So, I mean, I gotta just chuck it straight to you here. Twitch, a good unit to hold here early, or do you think it's a bit sleeper?
No, I think Twitch is actually pretty good early, especially when you get another cat to pair it in with. Items are a little bit, I guess you could think about going for like a Deathblade on the Twitch, especially if you can get that level 2 and kill quite a few units, especially if they're not super strong either. Fortunately, there's he does have 3 items now, so he can probably put the Poppy pair as well with the Darius to give us bodyguard frontline, but we'll just have to see. I don't know if he would actually go for the I just realized we already have augments. I don't know. I don't know if he would actually go for Twitch reroll though. I'm not sure if these items maybe, but does get a Shaker and a Samira, and he's keeping both of them.
I mean, there is the potential, right? But the question is it something that you really want to be doing? And it seems like Keen's firm answer to that is No, it doesn't look like the Twitch is a high priority at the moment here. It's a really interesting keep in at the moment. We might see Keen sell off something like the Shaco here, or even, yeah, sell off the Cat, put in the Shaco. Instead chooses to put in the Ezreal of all things here, instead of over putting down a Shaco. Really interesting choice. So, I mean, let's just break it down here, Slappy, right? So first of all, not going to be seeing some reroll. Slams the Deathblade because they see that they're coming up against Fortune Chosen. It looks to be like Keen is just trying to play win streak here. I don't think this necessarily guarantees any composition from Keen.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's planning to play at the moment. I don't even know. I don't think he is able to win streak with this board either, with no 2 stars. And honestly, Samira, while Samira early is really nice, and he does get the Camille in there now, we'll have to see if it's enough to win streak, because I do think she needs a bit more help. And Fortune with the classic Protector Cogmore reroll opener, looking really good. Already has Cast 2, has a Garen pair and a Kate pair on top of a 2-star already. I think very set on what they're planning to play this game. It did really well yesterday with Slumbers as well, so it definitely has some potential there for that one. He is up against Bluey though, who took Exiles and has the Darius 2 with Sunfire slammed. Is it enough to... Does unfortunately lose his win streak, but I think that's okay because you don't really... You're going to start lose streaking in a reroll comp at some point, so I think not too upset about that one. 6 Caitlyn's. Oof.
Yeah, it's a really... The difference between getting a high roll Ligmore game and a low roll one is definitely... It's leagues apart, right? We saw it in day number 1 where we saw, I believe it was Perfect Slumbers or... I can't remember exactly who it was, but
yeah,
they hit a Garen 3 at 3-3, right? And that is absolutely massive, able to streak through the rest of the game there, not really worried about your health too much. And that's one of the big concerns with this sort of a composition is when you take those massive losses. And I mean, talking about massive losses, Evolvent leveled up to level 5 here. The double Caitlyn, probably going to try to do its best to even mitigate it, if it even manages to get a cast off, manages to snipe down the TF. We'll see if they can't get one more kill. Cogmore is just firing away. Thrill the Hunt doing a lot of work here on the other hand. The consistent healing coming out. It looks like, I don't think this is going to be a combat win, but this is a really good loss for Fortune Chosen here.
Yeah, that went from looking like a 4-unit loss to a 2-unit because of Thrill, which is absolutely amazing. Don't remember what the Velvet had as an item left, but there is a spatula which is going to Skillfulism, which I think is going for a full loss streak, and maybe thinking of playing Cats, or it might be a Sinspat or Academy there. Keen I think had a TR left, and now he's gone for a bow, probably to make another Samira item. Yeah, we have the rod here. Let's see. Oh, with the Arcanist Augment, of course, looking to build those AP items. He already has umbrellas. Is on a 3-win streak, looking very comfortable.
Yeah, and I think that you just said it right there. I love this item slam as well, by the way. Just getting down the Psionic Spark. I think this is sort of the name of the game, right? I just want to see players slam their items, not holding back too much, because, I mean, we've seen what's happened, right? When you've tried to play the slower playstyle, it's been punished fairly consistently here. I mean, the one case that we've seen today is where Keen, you know, played a little bit of a grittier playstyle with that 5 Merc, but ultimately had a lot of health to play with in the end there, so didn't really end up getting too punished for it all. But it looks like Evolvent, you know, trying to continue this win streak here is unfortunately going to lose it to not another 100 player in Chunga, but instead Bluey here, who also had a really strong Exiles board. So going to be interesting to see exactly where this one plays out for Evolvent. Has chosen to focus on, you know, getting those extra syndicates in just as a bit of splash tech, but wouldn't be surprised to see perhaps an Arcanist game coming out from him.
Yeah, I think most likely, unless his items just, come out completely differently units, I think he's probably gonna stick to the Arcanist. Now we're over to Chunga with the classic innovator board, streaking. I think he's fairly confident to streaky with the Shiv Slam as well. And against double Caitlyn, fortunately the Shroud hits nothing, but I think he can be pretty happy with this win streak into neutrals with 20 gold as well.
Oof.
Pretty solid start. 4 unit loss for Fortune, not too bad, but could be better as well. He probably is doing the right thing by playing 2 Caitlyn's, because that's the, Caitlyn's the thing that's gonna more likely kill one more unit than playing different synergies. So I like that as well. Curious to see whether Chunga will continue and commit to the innovators. Looks like he does have makeshift, which does work quite well with it, but we'll see.
Yeah, the innovators really making use of that makeshift really well, getting those extra units in who also just so happen to get the buff since they don't have the items on it. We saw that over in NA, makeshift was one of the most picked up augments and had one of the highest win rates there as well. So it seems to be like the player consensus is definitely a very solid choice going through the Soul. We've moved on to Krugs at this point here. Chunga picking up some additional items. Immediately, Zephyr stands out there amongst the rest. It'll be really interesting to see whether Chunga goes to slam some of these items here or chooses to prioritize them instead. Honestly, Sleppy, I wouldn't mind holding your items too much here, but because of the makeshift armor there, but I mean, we've seen players that even in the case of, some of the more aggressive players like Nonny, who've just slammed Shrouds in that position there, but never mind that, right? We're moving back over to Skillfulism, who, I mean, you mentioned it before, the potential for a 6 Assassins game here, maybe some reroll Katarina.
Yeah, he did. I think it was Skillfulism that did bring out the Sin Katarina yesterday, which I think did quite well. I don't remember what it came, but I think it was the top 4. He is at 66 HP, and we have definitely seen worse at this stage. But he is taking really, really bad losses, so unless he manages to streak like really well after this next stage where he rolls down, might be in a little bit of a tough spot. But yeah, I think he's about to just level and roll down now. We'll see if he hits everything. Oh, it's really actually gives me traumatic flashbacks to the cat era.
Well, you can hold on to it for just a second here, because it looks like there's not a lot of hitting going on here, that's for sure. But more and more roll downs here, but there's a Swain, but you don't want to be picking up the Swain. No Katarinas, there's a Trundle 2 in shot, but this is not the shot that you want to be seeing at Skillfulism here. You don't have any gold, you're only barely making that 10 gold threshold at this point. Running into the board of Audio, who is also down in the lower life totals here. I mean, the Assassin board is doing quite well into this, but looks like just the overall tankiness from Audio's board is going to be enough. The Thriller Hunt's doing massive work on the other hand, though, and it looks to be like, I mean, it's going to be a small loss for Audio, so Skillfulism managing to break that loss streak, but you have to wonder, is that really what Skillfulism even wants in this position here, right? You're so low in gold that, at this point, it may be more of a curse than a blessing.
Yeah, like honestly, if you're going for cat reroll, which I think you have to commit to with no bows for Talon, in a bit of a rough spot. You'd have to have a miracle to come back from that. And Ardia, he has the Innovator emblem. It's very nice with the chalice as well, very strong. And the little bug has its own socialite spot also. I think it's a bit of an awkward spot, seeing that, you generally put your units in the back line for socialite, but not a big problem. Might even possibly have a 7 Innovator Dragon game this game, who knows?
Yeah.
Although he is on a loose streak, and I don't remember if it was today or someone today or yesterday said like playing Innovator while losing, it feels really bad. Like you just want to be win streaking and dominating the lobby. Trying to play from behind is really upsetting. So hopefully they can make it to level 8 and get all those you know, Orianas and Seraphims, but we'll just have to see how they go.
Yeah, you mentioned it, the wise words of Jose coming in handy here, but looks like Keen is going to be dealing Ardior another big loss. I think the big thing from this spot here is, I mean, is Ardior even going to have the time to stabilize when the lobby is just going so fast, right? I mean, the big thing with the Innovator comp with that spatula is hitting the 7 Innovators, hitting that dragon there. And if you're down at 36 health at the point of a stage 3 carousel, things aren't looking too hot. So Ardior is going to be going around. He will see that what they end up picking up is eyeing off that glove, will be picking it up for the time being. I mean, at this stage of the game, we have to be asking, all right, what does Ardior have to do? Is it going to be a roll down at 3-5 here? Your loss streak is already starting to get quite massive into a 6 loss streak going out of Carousel. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised just to try to stabilize a little bit of health here. But Ardior might have something different in mind, especially considering the fact that, wow, they're actually rolling down at 6. I mean, a Tarek 2 might be enough to stabilize you here. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward one, because I think some players, like if they have really good econ, you can level up to 7 at 3-5 and try roll, but he would only have like 6 gold left, so I mean that one lucky roll gave him the Tarek 2. Don't know if it's enough yet, but yeah, we're across to... Wait, Dawnglade also has an Innovator emblem as well, in a much better spot health-wise, running a kind of like half Chemtech online with the Innovators, so their transition does.
Yeah, and I think you can see the difference between this board and Ardior's board, right? This board has a proper carry and a Heimerdinger, right? It's got a really good point of strength, so that allows Dawnglade to get through some of these combats that might be a little bit rougher otherwise, you know, kill off a good few units. Well, you look at Ardior's board, it doesn't really have anything going on. Sure, it's got the Innovator Spat, and we know how powerful Innovator Spat is, Slappy. We've seen the 7 Dragon games just get absolutely exploded, you know, these big 8-unit losses coming through. But, I mean, there's also the flip side of the coin when you don't high roll, and you gotta just try to make something work here. So, I mean, we're seeing both of that right now. Dawnglade is the heads, right? He's got a lot going on. He's gonna look to be in a really strong spot going into stage 4. Ardior, on the other hand, is going to have to do a big roll down on 7 here and try to just consolidate their board.
Yeah, they're just going to have to hit really well at 7. And Keen looks like he was stuck on a Samira 1 before, but has found a Fiora instead, which may just clutch him the round with the three items that he has. Very nice items. We love having BT on Fiora. Lots of healing. But yeah, I think Dawnglade will possibly roll a tiny bit at 7 just to get a few more. Actually, no, he has a bear, so maybe not. We'll just have to see. But I can see either happening. Might just sack a little bit to go to 8 and try and upgrade the board then. But I think it also would make it worth just maybe even getting like Lysandra or Heimerdinger will make it a lot more healthy, but we'll just have to see. Probably looking for some items. Here.
Seeing a pretty good... I mean, Shiv being one of the standouts here may even just choose to slam a Shroud, right? But, yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, a small little roll down. I just wanted to touch on a few other different things in the lobby. We were spectating Skillfulism a little bit earlier, who was on that on a bit of a struggle, has managed to actually cobble together a win streak, right? So they're now on that 4-win streak there. Fortune Chosen is really starting to hit their stride, is starting to get those 3 stars, 3-star Caitlyn, Cassidy, Graves, you name it. Keen versus Bluey here. two players who we haven't seen a lot of. We saw a bit of Keen before. Bluey going for some of that Urgot. Haven't been seeing too much of the Urgot. A little bit on the quieter side today, but has been seeing quite a bit of success here. And we see the power, you know, even after some of these nerfs that the composition has received, it's still incredibly powerful, especially going into Keen's board here.
Yeah, I think especially, you know, sitting on an Urgot pair this early is definitely makes you feel a lot better. Although he did roll down quite a bit, so he'll have to save up and try and go to 8 again. I do think Urgot by himself is not like full Urgot definitely can't carry the game by himself though. Like, definitely need to get to the spot where you can run, you know, that extra Jinx or Kai'Sa, even Fiora. Sometimes people splash in, so hopefully we can go see that. But yeah, I think he's in an okay spot. Just a little bit worried about the econ, but I think he should be able to get there with his current board strength, unless he, oh my gosh, unless he rolls into Fortune Chosen, who has hit his Graves, Cassidy, Garen, and the Caitlyn, pretty much. And he's only 2 off the Kog'Maw. The only thing is his items. It doesn't have any offensive items, so just has to tank everything. Might fight him a little bit later. Hopefully he can pick up some better AD items later on, because it will definitely fall off at some point.
Just for the crowd as well, if you're coming in here, the mutant for this game is bio-leeching there as well, so the Kog'Maw would in fact be getting a lot of usage out of that there. I think we can safely say that Fortune Chosen has definitely hit their stride at this point, right? This is the power point of the composition, only 2 off of hitting that Kog'Maw 3, but we're going to transition back to Ardior here, who has been our weaker player in the lobby, and unfortunately it looks like Ardior is trying to roll down for that Heimerdinger 3. Unfortunately, hasn't really hit anything. But looking at the board of Keen here, that's a lot of 1-star units. And if there's anything that a Heimerdinger can do, it can get through a lot of these units very quickly. We'll have to see whether the assassination from the Fioras will be enough, though. This healing provides a lot, but got stuck mid-cast there, and Ardior is going to get another chance at trying to find at least 1 or 2 more Heimerdingers going into Carousel.
Yeah, so wonder what he'll pick up here.
Rod would have been a safe guess, but I think Dawnblade, you know, rightfully sniping it off. Sword, never a bad option on the other hand here. A few good ones. Trunga picking up the Kench, and I mean, we saw the Kai'Sa there before, but I mean, Keen chose to not go for the Kai'Sa. Instead, Louis picks that up as well, so I mean, this lobby is starting to become neck and neck. We have a look at the rest of the health totals. This is a breakneck lobby here. You don't usually see this, but at least, what, 5 of the players are below half health totals already here. So everyone is just going for the throat at this point, and this is just a complete opposite of what we've been seeing throughout the entire day thus far.
You see Chunga rolling here, try to make something, trying to pivot out of this Ezreal carry. Haven't quite hit anything as of yet. He does have a possible Last Whisper. Wait. Yeah, oh, he did make the Last Whisper, yeah. So maybe looking to play Jhin. He does have one on the bench there, but hasn't quite been able to create a new team and very little money left, so it just got decimated by this Heimerdinger.
Yeah, this is not a position you love to find yourself in. You're caught mid-transition here, and while these augments aren't exactly the greatest either, Scrap Crest, a decent crest to be picking up on, what, 1-4, but this is later on in the game here, and I mean, we'll have to see what exactly they're going to end up committing to. Instead, picks up the Sunfire board, the most reasonable option of the bunch. You mentioned Jhin earlier, Sleppy, and I mean, the prophecy has been foretold. There is a Jhin on the board, but I mean, the ship doesn't exactly work terribly well with it, and there's only really one good Jhin item. And Urgot, on the other hand, does hold these items perfectly well. So we may just see a transition over into an Urgot board, though. I mean, from the looks of things, it's a bit here and there, right? There's a bit of
Yeah.
everything.
It just feels so bad because both boards like really need a good front line to be able to, you know, withstand any of the damage in this lobby, and it's just there's no money left, so you might just be seeing this kind of Hemtech Jin hybrid, but I think Jin without having a lot of CC, which the Chemtech frontline doesn't have, might be a bit rough, but we'll see if we can manage to salvage the board a bit. He does win this one. Bit of an Arcanist board. But yeah, we'll hopefully he will hit this. Oh, it does get a Yumi here. Where he gets rid of the Lissandra. Yeah, hopefully he can get like, you know, Mundo 2. I'd even consider the holding the Zac. Yeah. Brawler or Bruiser? Bruiser? Brawler?
Essentially the same thing, right?
I completely forgot what it's called.
You name it.
Bruiser.
That's
Brawler.
the one.
Yeah, Bruiser. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm a bit washed up. Let's get
I'm
2
sure.
rods. Oh, wait, here's Pandora's. Oh, that's good. It's really nice offensive
Ooh.
items.
That's
and
it.
an Ori 2. Just need the front line now.
There we go. I mean, a Mundo would substitute for some frontline there, right? I've got to say, those were really good rolls there. Pretty much exactly what Chunga needed. Chunga needed some damage, right? And, I mean, you ask and you shall receive. We're going to go back to Keen, who has been doing that big roll down. And this is exactly what we've been talking about in terms of good challenger boards, right? And this is a good challenger board. The Yone soaks up the Enforcer, allowing the 2 main carries in the Fiora and Kai'Sa to start popping off. And boy howdy, there's resets are flying all over the place up against Bluey here. It looks like the Urgot's been doing massive work here. GA on the Urgot, providing much needed sustain, and Keen goes down to 1 life territory here.
I can't believe he just versed a Urgot 2, Jace 2 at level 8. And the Bramble as well. It's gonna be, even with the losses, but pretty hard to fight through. He also has interesting Kai'Sa items, but Kai'Sa 1 generally tends to, because with Fiora you generally have either like a really good front line or kind of like a secondary, usually Kai'Sa carry as well, but there's only so much that Kai'Sa 1 can do, and without a GA and actually without a GA as well, can be a little bit unreliable. He is up against a X3, but stuck at Lux 1. Might be able to... No, she just got CC'd. Oh my goodness.
No.
Not play the game. Wow.
Yeah, Volvin said I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm about to commit a murder. Somebody called 000 because, I mean, Keen is dead. He is out in 7th right about there, and I mean, the front line just evaporated, right? And when that happens, all the challenges just end up getting focused down, and we saw exactly that. But we pivoted back to Dawnglade here, who has managed to hit the big dragon. We saw them hit the Innovator spat before. Ardio, unfortunately, going out in 8th there. And, you know, we were spectating Ardia before. Unfortunately, low-rolled a little bit with those Innovators, even after hitting Innovator spat. So now this is, I mean, we've seen it, we know it, we love it. This is the Innovator board that we've come to expect. Now we've got to see, is Dawnglade Shroud positioning on point here? And, I mean, we mentioned it before, even though the spotlight here, the socialite spotlight, that's the one. See, even I have my moments here, Slappy. Even though the socialite spotlight isn't exactly in the greatest spot here, the Oriana is being put straight on there, and you know, I mean, it still manages to get that damage off, the consistent damage from every single aspect of this composition just shining through right about now. And this is why the composition is such a threat. There's just so many things going on with it.
Yeah, it's such an insane board. Honestly, I think probably just needs like a 3rd item Heimer or items on Jace, so Jace 2 and probably going to be unstoppable from that point. That round was actually a little bit closer than I thought, but he did verse a pretty strong board. And I think when you have healing on Ergot as well, it does sometimes tend to lose out, as we saw with like the Seraphine 3 yesterday. Wasn't able to fully kill one of the Jaces that just kept healing and doing damage. So and Skillfulism actually did not end up going for the Cat 3, but for change to a Syndicate board. And if I saw correctly, I think he just sold the Shakers.
Yeah.
Was he on 8 shake? Did I see that?
It
right?
was.
Which, I mean, I guess it's fair because his Shaker does have no items. But yeah, it's kind of interesting because he was on 8, but I guess he's acknowledging that he's 1 life now, and just better to get whatever upgrades he can before he gets soloed by these Vex. There's so much damage.
Yeah, even good intentions aside, they're good game sense by Skillfulism to, you know, recognize the fact that they needed to play for strength there. Did not end up paying out for them, and they're going to go out in 6th spot there now. I mean, we spectated Chunga a little bit earlier, who was in a bit of a rough position, but with the Jin, with the Trap Claw here, looks like everything is slowly starting to come together. Has an insane Scion front line here. And, I mean, this is just the name of the game from this spot. Buy as much time for the Jin to start curtain calling through the enemy teams. And, I mean, if there's one thing that you really don't want to face as an innovator board, it's probably got to be a Jin board sniping off your entire backline, right, Slippy?
Yeah, like Jin does perform pretty well, and I just have to say, I love Trap Claw in Jin. Like, it's so good. It helps you corner, you get that extra damage. I think even without Blitzcrank, it's so... I really like his item slams here. Because I think he had the Pandoras before as well, but he chose to slam these ones. And yeah, it looks like the Scion does manage to get torn down by the Air God, and Jin is just struggling to have enough damage there. It's such a close HP, like from 3rd to 6th, so I think really any of them could top 4 at this point. Especially if Trina manages to position really well, can probably top 4. I'm curious whether he'll keep this item or if he'll roll it as well.
Yeah.
It's not a bad item. It is tank.
Well, I'm thinking a little bit differently here, right? I'm less thinking about the locket here, and I'm thinking about this player Blitzcrank that Chunga's got on bench here. And I mean, if you're in Chunga's position, you probably end up selling off this Blitzcrank so you can get another shot, and, you know, speak of the devil there, so you can get a good Shroud off against your next fight, because, I mean, you said it is down to 1 life territory now for Chunga, and even manages to pick up a spare Blitzcrank there as well, so has the option, if the enemies are positioned over on the right side, to get a good Shroud off. I mean, this could be, tournament point for Chunga here. We'll have to see, is the positioning good or not? It looks like everyone's positioned left side here. Don't know if it's going to be a good Shroud or not. Manages to hit quite a lot of the team. The Jin is getting targeted down by the Lux though, and that's not really what you want to see. The Scion doesn't manage to get a good cast off, and the Lux is being absolutely relentless here. Heals flying around the place. Enchanter's doing a bunch of work, and it looks like it just barely is enough. Is this enough to knock out Evolvent? It is! Evolvent taking a perfect loss and being knocked out in 4th place. We have our top 3 at this point, folks, and I mean, I gotta say, it's becoming neck and neck, but Fortune Chosen looks to be the raid boss here. We took a good look at them earlier with this really insane capped out Ligmore composition, so I mean, this is the one to beat. Not the greatest Cogmore items though, and I'd say that's probably the chance that the other 2 have, right? Chunga Bluey can perhaps, you know, melt through this front line here. This Cogmore just might not have enough.
Yeah, I was curious to see how he would turn. You know, he had 2 tiers, what he would do with them. I mean, they're very subpar, but I think he just did the best with what he could. I don't know what the AP, like what AP changes on Kog'Maw. Is it attack speed or
His attack ratio, his extra damage, his magic damage on his ultimate, right? So every
ultimate?
single hit
Yeah.
deals extra.
I think if he had really good items, he'd probably have a good chance of winning, but probably just falling off. Unless he can try, somehow manage to get really good positioning against Bluey here. He does have the HP lead, but since it does take just one fight, I'm not sure if it's enough though, just because of the item gap. He is trying to go level 9 though. Maybe smashing in the mutant once he gets up.
Yeah, he's chosen to forego the mutant here, instead focusing on getting 4 Academy down. I mean, the Academy is not exactly something that you're used to seeing in this composition here, even though they can make use of it. And this just goes to show you the quality of Kog'Maw items they have. I mean, if we're being real here, impeccable front line, right? This Kassadin, this Garen, excellent items on them. This Kog'Maw does not have a single good item on it outside of the Hodge here. So, yeah, as I said before, probably the one weakness in the composition. And as we see the Jin bullets start to rain down through the composition, it looks like the Bramble Vest is already gone, but we've switched over to Bluey here, who has managed to take out Chunga. And, I mean, I think Bluey's got the best shot. Fortune Chosen's already taken a loss here, and it's going to come down to Carousel. We'll see if there's any Zephyrs, any, trap claws, anything like that, anything that will play a part in these final few moments here.
It's actually going for the TG, which is, I don't know if he had a 3-star that with an empty slot there. Can't see it at the moment, but, it's like, I don't know if he has enough, like, possibly with the upgrade of Scion that I can see there. Might be able to go through his team. He also has 4 Enforcer as well in this spat. I'm not too sure. I unless he manages to really CC Bluey and his, because he has really kind of 3, almost 4 damage threats. Unless he manages to CC all 4 of them, which he might be able to with the Scion. Might be a little bit difficult.
I mean, this is probably got to be the best shot, right? I mean, we see a near perfect Scion placement, but the damage is consistently coming out, and it looks like Fortune Chosen may be able to just brute force it. I mean, we were saying that we thought Bluey had the best chance, but with some really clever positioning, Fortune Chosen manages to just barely clutch out game number 4 here. Welcome back to the caster desk here, saying hello to Ducky and Judge Fellas. I mean, that just goes to show you the power of the Kog'Maw comp there, right? Even without perfect items, Fortune Chosen still able to brute force through the end there. I'm going to chuck it over to Ducky onto this one here. I mean, what do you make of that, all Ducky?
I mean, that was a very interesting game. It was a bit more higher pace, I felt like a little bit. We saw a lot more of the inner boards. It felt like a little bit more like the games we were seeing yesterday. I'm not going to lie. I was backseating a little bit of Jose that game. I ended up tuning into his stream a little bit because he was following Chunga for most of the time. I did want to highlight like a couple of points that Chunga managed to eke out the third thanks to like the Pandora's roll getting him some items like the DB and the Banshee's Claw, which ended up being really, really critical. But he took like 60 HP damage in like stage 4, and it was looking like real dicey for a minute there. He manages to eke out the third, which is like really good for where he was positioned heading into this lobby, sitting on around 11 points if I remember correctly. And like there was a little bit like a couple of choices, and I'm literally just stealing Jose's cliff notes here. It's all his. But like he took the Sunfire board at 4-6, but he had the Pandoras, so like it was something Jose spoke about on Class a little bit yesterday with the Sunfire board, like giving mana to backline units because of the ticks of damage. And he had the Pandoras as well, so he definitely could have rolled something like the Assassin Emblem that he would have picked up into something more usable for his comp. But overall, that was me. Just the analysis on Chunga. Judge, if you have any more overarching analysis about the game, feel free to chuck it in.
I mean, I actually quite like the Kog'Maw build. I think that while that it's certainly not like what people consider BIS, which is Ginsu's Quicksilver and then a Giant Slayer, having the Archangels, the Academy, and the Hodge provided some really good stats because Cog can still benefit off of the extra AP with that percentage health shred. So that was really good, especially coming late game, seeing really big tanks with a lot of defensive items, and Cogmore's itemization with Academy, with the Archangels going, yeah, that's great, but I don't really care how tanky you are. I go through that. So seeing that was a really big difference in terms of the damage output. And like Frosty had mentioned previously, as did Sleppy, that front line was nuts. So really a good way to use that board. It's the first time we've seen it very successfully today, obviously very successfully in that lobby. As we go to check out the scores, I think that's something to keep in mind, that there are, as we've been saying, plenty of different comps you can make work. And if you're just choosing items that you know can have an effect, things like an Archangel's Cogmore with a Hodge and Academy, it's unconventional, but it worked.
Whew, can we just talk about Donald up the top there? Big Dotty Frosty is coming out swinging. He's gone 2-1-1-1 to walk into the game 5 with 31 points. He could be on for some sort of a record here. Obviously, the max points that you'll be able to get today is 48. That is some very, very spicy games. Basically, you can ride him in for tomorrow. But Chunga has actually managed to eke himself up a little bit back into the top 8. But I'm looking down to the bottom end of that lobby, and Kane, once again, a player that we highlighted at the start of the day, Sleppy. We all know that he's really dynamic on ladder, but can sometimes struggle in this tournament play, and I haven't been able to put my finger on it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the exact thing is when he has really good ladder results as well, but hopefully he'll be able to bounce back. But yeah, just haven't been able to quite, give us the really good results of like top 4s, top 2s, which he will need now to bounce back into the top 8.
Now, Frosty, is this kind of like an angle where you start seeing Kane being like, do I look for some of those off-meta, not necessarily off-meta, but maybe like A-tier or B-tier comps, like he pulled out the Twitch reroll yesterday? We've obviously now just seen the Protector Cogmore reroll just get a win. It won yesterday as well. Kane did decently. I think he got a top 4 with that Twitch comp. Is that what he has to try and find the gas for in these final 2 games to maybe get back into that top 8?
Oh, no, I don't think that's it at all. I think that you should just be trying to play exactly to your play style at this point. I think that you've got to make some slight little adjustments in there, but I mean, when you start trying to play for this 1st or 8th play style here, and you end up getting locked into it, then it's only going to affect your performance even more.
Yeah, well, it is always the question that we have to raise in these kind of situations. Is it is a 20 play, and it's not like you can just queue up for ladder and just constantly go again and again and again. Time is running out for Kane, as it is for running out for all of our players who are below the cut right now. Speaking of running out of time, I'm running out of time to speak right now. I've got to throw to break, apparently. That's what the producer's telling me. So we'll be back in 5 minutes to show you the final 2 games of today's action.
Broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. Rise up to the call for the glory and the
2 games separate. Now, top 16 here at the OCE TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational on day 2. 8 will be going home in about an hour and a half. 8 will be locking themselves in for April's regional finals. It's getting a little bit tense now, Judge. We're seeing, I guess, a little bit of divide showing up. We're probably getting close to locking in not only like the first people who have made it through, like we brought it up before the break, but Donnie is well and run away with the game today and probably is set to run into tomorrow with a first. Whether he gets cursed or not, that remains to be seen. But looking at the other side of the leaderboard, you're looking at guys like Ardior, looking at guys like even Kenny and Skillfulism, like they've played some decent boards, but it hasn't been able to work today.
Yeah, they haven't been able to pull it through. As we bring that scoreboard up to give everyone watching a bit of scope on exactly who is where, you're right. Donnie is way out in front. Dojo and Angora with Slumbers all chasing right behind to form our top 4 for today so far. And really, we're looking, again, my eyes are focusing on the bottom of that 9 to 16 bracket. I'm looking at Ardior, Skillfulism, and Keen, who I honestly did not expect to be playing where he is. But as you described before we went to break, it's been a rough road with some interesting decisions to get there. You know, I'm watching these players that are sitting at the bottom of the pack, wondering what they're going to be pulling out. You know, we're focusing more on Lobby 2 at the moment because these players have the threat of elimination, trying to light a fire underneath them and get them pulling out some of their best TFT possible. And I really want to see what they do to innovate without necessarily playing innovators in their next games. So hopefully they can pull it through. TT1T had some interesting gameplay earlier on. A couple of games ago, we saw some strength in their boards. Timo's dads had the same. And Skillfulism's had some decent early game, but hasn't been able to transition that from mid into late. So hoping we see a little bit better coming out of all of them. And as they fight for and jostle for position in that bottom bracket lobby, or bottom of the bracket lobby, I should say, I think we're going to start seeing, you know, some switches between, you know, Dawnglade, TT1T, and the likes of Fortune Chosen, Claire and Chunga.
Well, Fortune Chosen is actually a name that I want to bring up, and I want to bring it up with you, Sleppy. They were one of the players that you brought up at the start today, someone to keep an eye out for, and they were pretty consistent. They went 5-5-5, which like isn't going to net you a top 8 in a tournament. It's going to keep you in the running, and that win that he was able to get last game with the Protector Kog'Maw reroll has just catapulted him to 20 points, and that is like almost near the safe buffer of around 25, 26 points that we look at in these tournaments. And so it's good that like he was playing consistently early, and now with the win has set him up for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I think he was probably feeling a little bit nervous after the first 3 games, but he's probably having a bit of a sigh of relief now. I think he has a really good chance of going on. Like, just because he was a bit low on the leaderboard before, it was, you know, from a very consistent 5-5-5. So I think he'll do well and either, you know, play probably a bit safer just to try and get enough points. But I'm very glad that he's managed to jump back from the lower half of the board. I'm curious to see if there'll be a lot more risky plays in the second lobby to try and get that, you know, top 1, top 2 that they need to rack up the points again.
I mean, Frosty, when I'm looking at the top half of this lobby, because we can't neglect the guys that have just absolutely steamrolled it with today, it feels like we're looking at basically the same scoreboard as yesterday. You've got names like Perfect Slumbers, Dojo Mojo, Angora, who are still up at the top. Donnie is obviously the new addition to that. Donnie had like a pretty average day. He sat in the middle of the pack for most of it before being able to qualify for this, but it's feeling very much like the same players that were playing consistently well yesterday are going to be the same players that we're going to be seeing moving on to day 3.
Yeah, it's been a little bit disappointing in that aspect because Keen was one of those players who was playing very consistently yesterday and has unfortunately fallen off a little bit today. So I'm really hoping that we're going to see some good form out of Keen for these next 2 games here. Players like Skillfulism as well. We've known them for a long time. Excellent ladder play. You know, was top 1 on the ladder back in set 4, 4.5. Used to give Jose a really good run for their money. And coming into this tournament, he is still an extraordinarily strong player. But it looks like for some of them, they just haven't really pieced it all together here. But, I mean, you mentioned Fortune Chosen, right? And Fortune Chosen, day 1, big AP player, right? Played Lux in the majority of their games here, but switched it up last game. You know, we didn't see them on the Lux at all. Instead, it's that time where they finally pivoted off of it, where they've found the first place. So I'm really interested to see, will this be a continuing trend of will the players be able to adapt, or will it unfortunately be their downfall?
Well, I guess we'll just about find that out in just a few short seconds because we are ready to throw into Game 5. It'll be me and Judge bringing you the action. So, Sleppy, Frosty, thank you very much for the analysis there. We'll check back in with you at the end of this game. We are jumping right on board with one of the hot topics of that conversation, Judge In Keen, who is coming out with a bit of a bruiser opener. He's got the Syndicates on bench, kind of just trying to figure out his place in this lobby right now. Maybe the Augment will help him dictate his early game.
I love a good bruiser opener. Let's get some tanky... Oh, look, we've got a declaw sitting here early. Probably don't want to smash it right now, but having a couple of cloaks up your sleeve is always a nice thing. We've got Pirates stand behind me and Thrill of the Hunt. Stand behind me, great augment. I find it so much fun. It's going to be Thrill of the Hunt, though. It's way more general. And look, Pirates, when you've only got an Alawi on the board, grief. So don't take that. Please don't. We saw what happens when people try and hard force mercenaries. And it doesn't always work out for you. So
I mean, in that vein though, like when you look at Keen's scores today, so Keen has gone 1-8-7-7, and his one was off the back of that huge Merc cash out that he got with I think it was 5 Merc, 9 lost cash out, had a couple of jackpots in there, perfectly pivoted into that Urgot board, got the Urgot 3 that was able to contest. I think it was Perfect Slumbers with that Gym 3, and that worked perfectly fine for him. So, like, Mercs has been his thing, and, like, when he's straight away from that early game strategy, just hasn't clicked for him. So, you know, yeah, Pirates is reliant on actually getting it in, and, like, we saw what happened with Chunga in Game 3. Probably don't want that happening again, but, you know, he does just go for the safer option. Thrill, one of the more popular augments, especially since it's been buffed, and does leave you open to way more opportunities in the late game.
yeah, the thing with Pirates as well is you're playing a different approach to Mercs. You're playing for that win streak Mercs, and I find it's far more efficient, like, if you can get that second or third augment, because you're looking to really get that win streak pumping. You know, if you get able to get 5 Mercs and get that win streak, then I think it's just so much better, because five Merc win streak rolls are worth, right? You don't have to be relying on lose streaking and getting that massive payout to make them really beneficial. At the moment, Keen's just playing such a solid, you know, strong board, in that you've got 2 Vis here, so that's a lot of AoE damage. We've got an Alawi, so that gives us the Bruiser. We've got a Quinn preparing for 3 Merc, and I think that's the playstyle that he needs, is just preparing for Merc. Thrill of the Hunt doing a little bit to keep us in this, some good Vi damage, but we've got a Swain Arcanist here. We've got a Ziggs in the back line dropping some bombs. It's going to be a loss for Keen, but we're really looking out for that Mercenary 3 costs. We're looking for the GP, we're looking for the MF, so Keen can start really opening the gates and getting that loss streak happening.
I mean, he's keeping his lost streak options open. He's still holding the Poppy and Ziggs here, so he's one away from potentially putting in the Yordles, but doesn't find any shop. As we move over now to Timo's dad, who's got the 4 scrap opener, and the items perfectly spread across his 3 scrap units, getting absolutely maximum value. Took the scrap hard as well, so he won't necessarily have, I guess, too much of the scrap value in terms of like having the unit that can actually soak up the item component in the later game. But honestly, you're not looking to play 6 scrap. Funnily enough, that is one of the comps King played, and it was the comp that he went 8 with, and we're probably never going to see that at a competitive level.
No, I don't think so. As much as I talk about playing spicy comps and making things work, 6 scrap does not count. We are seeing really good scrap value though. 4 scrap, that extra shielding bonus, plus the 3 conversions. You've got a Frozen Heart on Blitzcrank, which is kind of hog. You've got the Banshee's Claw on Ezreal, which has been put to good use, and you've got a Hodge on Ziggs. So we're looking at some really, really good value there going into this one, in my opinion. Timo's dad going to reap the benefits of that. We do have a tough opponent there, that 2-star Ziggs, but the items are just going to be too strong.
So it's just the value of scrap, you know. It's like we talk about like a binary airdrop being so strong as an augment just because it gives you that extra completed item once you have 2. You know, scrap is the exact same when you're looking at the early game where, you know, you get the scrap in early, you get the 3 extra items, and unless someone has grab bag, they're not going to be able to compete you for item powers. You move over to Dawnglade here, who has got the underdogs, he's got the Cho'Gath with a redemption, so potential Cho'Gath reroll kind of border. You know, it hasn't necessarily. We saw it once yesterday. It was by Woken, and Woken did the dreaded thing of taking armor plating, which By the way, guys,
Uh-huh.
is bugged. Do not take armor plating. It does not work right now. Workin did that, went fast 8th, and ultimately cost him making the cut because he was the same points as Dawnglade and missed out. Which is quite poetic in a sense. Like, literally same amount of points. They're on 24 points apiece, but Dawnglade had the better tiebreaker. And so Dawnglade got in and Woken was left out. So a little bit of poetic action here. So you will see if armor plating comes up, Dawnglade won't take it.
Big Sag. Big Sag. I do like this Cho opener for Dawnglade. I think it's quite good. Gonna take a small loss here, 1 unit. But having underdogs with Redemption Cho, if we can, and we've got Omnivamp for Mutant in this lobby, so if we can get that Cho'Gath really tanky, get some more mutants surrounding it, this could actually be a mutant game. That Cho'Gath is going to be a force on the front line. You will not be able to kill it very easily. You're going to have to look to items like Giant Slayer, Morello, etc. So I think that's a really good option for this front line. Dawnglade deciding what item to grab, and grabs the belt. That's exactly what I would go for in this instance because it's just so versatile.
Yeah, and speaking of Mutant, like, it wasn't massively popular looking at the mid-set finale over in North America. I think it was played like 4 or 5 times, typically with Bioleeching, that being said, with the Omnivamp. But it was not typically the Cho that you found. It's been a bit of a tough cop to put the pulse on because of just, every time Cho gets strong, Riot hotfixes it. So, like, it's been the most problematic unit this set to balance. And you definitely haven't seen many Malzahar hard carries, and if you do see Malzahar hard, they're just playing Arcanist instead because it's strictly better.
Absolutely.
So, it is an interesting spot to be in. I'm pretty sure the only mutant game was the working game that I mentioned just before. We move over to the Bluey's board though, and speaking of the lose streak openers and the OCE style of playing teamfight tactics, this is the Yordle Scrap Bodyguard opener, which is about as basic as you can get.
Pretty much. The Morello on Darius is an interesting one. I don't hate it, and we're going to get a little bit of Ziggs value there. Makes it a 4-unit loss. Artior, second in the lobby at the moment, just waiting to see if Teemo's dad maintains 100. But you're right, it's very standard, the 3 Yordle Scrap Bodyguard, because it's easy to hit, right? It's either 3 Yordle Scrap Bodyguard, or you're looking at, Cogmore reroll opener, because you're hitting Garen Graves, Caitlyn Cogmore. So, looking at this, it's basically the equivalent. The only 2-star you've got in either of them is a Cogmore or a Tristana in this instance. Hitting the Leona here, though, 3 Bodyguard, 3 Yordle. We're foregoing the scrap of the Trundle and putting Leona in for that extra tank. Last Whisper slam on the Tristana. I think that's a great move. Could smack in a 2-star here and maintain 20 econ. Not going to opt for that. Going to buy Tristana after. That way, after neutrals, we can start getting maybe a little bit of a win streak going, a bit more damage. Huge Evolvent here. That is a 2-star Samira with GA Last Whisper and a bow to spare. And it terrifies me.
That just screams to me, Yone. Like, he's got a little bit of a challenger
Yeah.
opener here. He had the Pandora, so he could take his time with these items, but he obviously didn't because he just absolutely picked it up. And depending on like where he hit it, you have to go back and look. But like he won the last combat, and he definitely steamrolled that combat. This is going to be the Samira 2 on its lonesome with just Last Whisper itself is going to win streak you throughout stage 3, or at least make sure that you're not going to be losing too much HP, because that can kill a lot of frontline units, and it does decent enough damage once you get to that back line. If not, you've got the Caitlyn to snipe things down.
Exactly right, and the Caitlyn value even at 1-star, I honestly think 1 cost, as far as 1 cost units go, 1-star Caitlyn provides so much insane value for a board like this, because she will cast and you will gain value out of her cast. She is likely to take someone out for you, especially in these early stages of the game. We see another glove come through, a Reforger. We buy the Talons, so we could play, if we get a Swain, get an early Imperial in to continue buffing that Samira up. See another Gangplank here, so it's more Gangplanks than we've seen it a little bit at 3-1.
Chung is going.
Plenty of
Chung is
options.
like going. Where was this when I was trying to play Merc, man? Just give me some sort of mercenary that I can put in to make sure they don't have to roll too hard. And look, there is no mercenaries in this game, I don't think. It's just been the couple of Yordle openers. But outside of that, it's been, this kind of style of play that is slowly coming in. Is you kind of see guys using HP more as a resource, and haven't had a Mr. 100 this game. Ardio obviously on the win streak. We have a look at TT1T's board, and this is, as default, an Arcanist start as you can get with Jeweled Gauntlet blue buff as well. That is going to be one scary Lux, especially once you can hit the IE. He's sitting at 84 HP right now, which means that he's going to have some pretty decent priority for Carousel, especially if he takes a loss here against Evelyn, with the Samira still not even having proper PA. That was almost a given. So TT1T as well, when you're looking at the other side here, has the weak spot. You know, the armor trade is like, but like, you know, very, 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 very strong when you consider the fact that he is like 4 out of 6 components for his Lux. And we swap over to Skillfulism, who has one hell of a Heimerdinger on the perfect Socialite Hex that you could ever ask for.
Oh, God tier Hex. You've got Yordles in, you've got Enchanters, we've got a Tarek frontline, we've got Arcanist with a Swain chilling in here. We've managed to get Scrap thanks to Ezreal. And you look at those items on Heimer, I love this. Blue buff Heimer is amazing. And look, it's not damage Heimer. I like to go Glass Cannon Heimer, where you throw a Jeweled Gauntlet IE and you're basically playing the older, wiser Lux with a Heimerdinger. That's my favorite way to play it, but you can't go wrong with a Rabadons and a Hex tag. It's going to provide so much healing to a Tarek that's going to be healing anyway. 1-star Tarek just holds on with a second cast there, so really good use there. But we're going to see Heimer just continue to pop off. Lots of shielding here. And this is a strong board for like early transition into mid.
Yeah, I think Skillfulism, he's one of the players that are sitting quite low in this lobby. He's coming into this game in 15th, second last is 12 points. We've spoken about using HP as a resource a lot in this cast. To get a prismatic, finally a prismatic augment. We look here at the options that are here for Skillfulism. High Roller was something that was taken quite commonly yesterday when we did get a couple of prismatics at 4-6, but no, he opts for the Woodland Charm, which means that he will have a very strong print copy of one of his frontline units just to tank up a little bit more. Right now, when you're looking across the body's HP, it's his Lulu, so you'll have a second Lulu on board. As we move across now to Dawnglade, who's got the new recruit in and has 2 Colossus in at 3-3 with the underdogs.
That's huge. That's huge. We're going to see that Cho'Gath provide so much more tank now. It's still not even a Cho'Gath 2. There's a Yone sitting in the shop as well. Not that that's relevant to this build whatsoever, but it's nice to know. But this is big. You've got the Protector in now with Scion as well as Cassidon. So that's just going to set to tank this Scion up so much more. And really, this is what you're looking for in terms of a big build like this. You know, we're looking to stack up the front line with this Cho'Gath. And when you've got Redemption, you've got Colossus, you've got Bruiser. I'd like a Cho'Gath 2 as soon as possible, and then obviously pushing to a 3 so you can get those almost infinite stacking. But for now, this will do, I believe. It's just a matter of damage, and that Malzahar is starting to get it with that Giant Slayer.
I really like Ardia's board here. So he did definitely try to play the Innovators last game, a bit low roll. Went out in 8th last game, tried to make something work with it, and just couldn't hit compared to the rest of the lobby. There was a couple of other Inno players, Chunga early. I think, there was another Inno player last game, I'm trying to remember who it was. Ended up going top 4. God, my memory is shocking.
So is mine.
Oh, good. Nice to know that we're united in that. But what matters is Ardio did try to play Inno's last game and it didn't work out, but he has the Scholar's Soul. And because you're naturally playing 2 Scholars off the fact that you're playing Inno, having the extra 2 emblems that you can splash across your team, get you the 4, it means you can run some AP carries like the Seraphine, maybe the Victor that we've seen quite a bit of today. And I think in this lobby, he's pretty uncontested with that Innovator, so he's in a very, very strong spot. And we also have a look here, finally get the 2-star Cho'Gath in. The Dawnglade who picked up the Cho with the Chain Vest there on the Carousel, and still got a couple of defensive item choices on bench. So no complaints here in terms of Dawnglades board. It's just a matter of maybe he needs a little bit more DPS on that Malzahar so that it can keep up later in the game.
Now over with TT1T, and thanks to our wonderful production team, we know that TT1T was able to get 6 Arcanist here with a spare Arcanist spat, so that's really set up for 8 Arcanists. You see on the left there, right near the little legend, that spat is still chilling on the bench, waiting for more units, because we've already got 6 Arcanists in, and we need level 7 before we can put in another unit to have that spat, so it really is just Arcanist 8 waiting room at the moment. Very big damage coming out. A lot of it getting good value from that Malzahar as well. Blue buff Malzahar is very nice for that consistent tick. You've got a TF in there who's doing some deeps. It's all good to see.
And like the Arcanist like spats is something that we saw quite commonly yesterday, and people were throwing them on picks like Orianna, and Janna, and just getting the boosted AP value off of that in the later game. That's probably going to be something that we see 2-1-T pivot into later. When you think about that, he's got an amazing Socialite Hex for where visualizing it now doesn't have it in, but it's on where the Malzahar is on his board. It's an amazing Socialite Hex for a Lux. He's going to have the Arcanist value on an Orianna and on a Janna. And so once he gets the Socialite in, once he gets the Enchanters up, once he gets that 6 and eventually 8 Arcanists, this Lux is going to hit like a truck, and we saw so many Luxes yesterday just do that.
And the benefit of God Hex as well, when we look at like a Lux composition, taking this board against Dawnglade as an example, that like with Lux you're stuffed, because that Malzahar is so far back that Lux is just going to be targeting the backline anyway. That Cho'Gath's not going to get hit, so the backline's going to get melted first regardless. And if you're positioned on the opposite side, the backline's going to get melted regardless. So while Dawnglade takes this one out with this super chanky super chanky. Oh, wow, that was English, Judge.
Oh.
Super tanky Cho'Gath. It's going to be a formidable Lux later, and this is looking good for Keen, who's just cashed out, maybe a little earlier than expected, because Keen was on a 2-loss streak.
Yeah, he's got the 2 losses up the top there, but at this point in time, I think he's just playing for item strength, really, and just general board strength. Sitting at the top of the lobby, 78 HP, and that Vi is looking pretty spooky. So he's also got... did he have the... Did he have a 5-cost unit on there? Hold on, let me just have a look. No, he doesn't. But like, he has the high-end shopping, which he took, and now he's just leveling. He's got 7. He's got those really good roll odds now to look at starting to push those higher boards. The high-end shopping is very powerful in terms of being able to steamroll your comp ahead, just because of the fact that you could be at 7 or you could be at 8, but you're having the roll odds of those higher level players. Like, there you go, there's a potential for the victor. He's seeing way more 4 cost now than anyone else in this lobby would be seeing. And with the win streak mercs on top of that, just giving tiny little bits of econ every single round, he's going to get a lot of board strength soon.
That's right, and hitting that early is so important, especially in this, when we're talking about tournament format games, because it's the race to the end to get these 4-cost carries, and when you're hitting that already at level 7 at 4-1, you're not relying on having like a high economy starter, although while you do have Merc here, Keen's kind of getting the best of both worlds, but you're really looking at just being able to hit early, hit before most of the lobby, take that and run with it, and Keen's in a great spot to do so.
This is really worrying for Teemo's dad, though, that Keen was just playing against there. Teemo's dad was
Excuse me, 3 Scion? Sorry, Ducky, but that's just 3 Scions in a shop, just chilling.
Yeah. There's definitely players in this lobby that would be frothing over that. Dawnglade would be fuming. He would be like, he's just gonna... Hey, he just buys it, he buys it and puts it in over the allow. He's just like, yeah, you know what? Don't need that mercenary anymore. It's got
Not a transition.
Got a gargoyle on bench as well if you so chooses. But yeah, that is a very strong transition board. But I do want to go back to the point in terms of Teemo's dad. Like, you called him mid-transition there. He had a few items on bench, like the Crick Glove. He had the Seraphine too, but he's stuck with a very little HP. 22 HP heading into 4-2 is not a lot to play with. We come back to TT1T, who ends up slamming the QSS on the Malzahar. Maybe that's just what he found. Wants to make sure that he can have the Malzahar or the Lux down the line on that Socialite Hex and not have to worry about positioning and Blitzcranks and Zephyrs and Shrouds and whatnot. But you do lose a bit of that effective DPS by not having the IE. Does the Socialite Hex make up for it? On the numbers, it doesn't make up the entire way, but it's still a decent enough bit of damage. But we'll end up seeing what TT1T ends up putting his board to. He's still very healthy in this game, and Teemo's dad still can't stop bleeding right now because he's on 15 HP. Has the 5 Innovator in, but this Seraphine does not have good items on it. Well, it has the Morellonomicon, but it's sitting on the Socialite Hex right now, but the Kaiser is really wishing they had the Morellonomicon instead. And it's getting a little bit dire for Teemo's dad here. Currently sitting on 15 points right now. Kind of on that 12th place, so he's a little bit behind the cut. 8th place here basically dooms into not making tomorrow.
That's right. And still has that decor from earlier. just nursed on the bench. Going to slam that on Fiora. Look, good option, to be honest. Fiora can make use of tank items because her cast deals true damage. So tank her up, and like it's not optimal, but she can do it. It's viable. And we're going to see a lot of damage come out from both Kai'Sa and especially this Seraphine. Getting another cast off. Great healing cut and a bit of burn. But I don't think that can compete. Oh, it'll be fine. We've got Zillion and Yuumi.
Yeah, we've got the fact, like, Teemo's dad took the windfall here, would have given 30 gold. So he doesn't have the same, like, combat power as some of these other guys who took the aggressive augments. He's put that combat power, as you see, that he's rolled down to just basically nothing. What he got out of it was the Seraphine 2, Kai'Sa 1. Not really the highest value compared to what you could have gotten out of this lobby. And, like, sure, he's ahead. He's the only player at level 8 right now. But even then, he's still been taking losses. And maybe the third augment choice can save him here, but the rest of everyone else's board just feels so strong, despite the fact that he has some power picks. And it's just because he didn't get enough value out of that just raw gold that he got from the windfall compared to some of the combat augments the other people have managed to take.
Yeah, we did just see Teemo's dad roll past a Lux 2 in shop, but that really doesn't fit the 5 innovator comp that we've got rolling here. Does have another Jace in there, so gonna lock. And putting the Jace 1 in front, no more Singed on the board. Singed gets to ride the bench.
Yeah, we've got the innovators in. Obviously, one of the stronger comps on this patch right now. We've seen it, talked about it at length today, it feels like. And as we go back into Dawnglade, we can see where he's at with his Cho'Gath reroll. He's at 5 out of 9 right now out of his Cho'Gaths. He's also found a second Scion. He's sitting on that Scion pair. His Cho'Gath, the hidden value is in the redemption with the AoE damage reduction, especially when you've seen the amount of Arcanist boards that people are taking, the amount of AoE boards people are taking, with the Seraphines, the Victors, the Kaisers, the Luxes, etc. The redemption value only goes up from here on out. He's got the Titan's Revenge on it as well. Once he hits at Cho'Gath 3, because it's been infinitely stacking since 1-4, that is going to be very, very scary.
Yeah, Cho'Gath 3 is going to have so much potential. There's another stack as well. And this is just such a good setup for Dawnglade. Here's Innovator Heart for Teemo's dad, so going to slap that with no
And he has
questions.
the Jace. He has the Jace in shop. He now has Jace pair.
And has Singed ready to go for 7. Like, can slam 7 right now, get Kai'Sa out of there, get the dragon happening. Oh, we're actually going to see Yuumi taken out, prioritizing Kai'Sa in there, perhaps for the scaling damage. Does have a Kai'Sa in shop, so he could opt for Kai'Sa carry with Innos.
Yeah, but he can definitely opt for the Kai'Sa carry. The biggest thing is like he's sitting on 3 pairs if he takes the Kai'Sa carry. But the thing is, he needs to keep the Kai'Sa in right now because this Fiora isn't doing a lot of damage. It's a tanky Fiora, and like sure, Fiora 2 is going to be doing decent amounts of damage, but we're in stage 4, going into stage 5. The base stats on the Fiora aren't going to be enough. He needs to find some damage items onto that Fiora. He does sell the Yuumis, and he does actually go for the Kai'Sa. That's a decision.
Yeah,
I think it's okay. Like if he rolled and he managed to find, it does mean like he's putting all this emphasis to making sure that he can buff his board up right now. He's just forgoing the fact that he will never be able to hit, hit 9 and put that Yuumi in. But he needs to find that Kai'Sa 2 to make that effective damage on board work, and he needs to find it soon. He plays Artior here, who also has an Innovator board, but the Innovator Dragon Fear is just so strong compared to what the Bear offers you, and that just gives him free backline access here for Teemo's daddy. He does net a very, very critical win. Gets him to the next set of neutrals. He can get a couple more components, maybe finish off some more damage items for this Kai'Sa, and maybe mount a little bit of a comeback. And as we look across to the right-hand side here, over here, Judge, he's just above Teemo's dad, and we've been talking about him a lot today. It's Keen who's slowly sliding down.
Certainly is. At the other end of the lobby, we've got Bluey at the top, who we're watching at the moment. And this is a very nice spread on the board. We've got a carry MF with the Morello and the Zeke's Herald, powering up a Sniper Orianna and a Jhin. Obviously, we're going to get to a point where Jhin and Orianna take over that damage, which is going to be very nice. You got Makeshift as well, so the front line getting some really good defensive buffs, and that way we can have a good focus on the back line and getting all the items for damage here. So really nice. Like this board. You can see how Blue is strong, and that's just a Jhin 2 just hit, I suppose. You've got a Quicksilver for the extra scaling On the attack speed, of course, Jin not getting that attack speed at improving Jin's damage. And you've got Last Whisper, you've got Giant Slayer. This is a really strong Jin here with 3 snipers. I'd like to see another sniper get involved. I think while Academy is nice... Oh, it's Stand United. What am I talking? I was going to say maybe a 4th sniper would be good. But we've got Handshakeage as the second.
Oh, he doesn't make it.
And...
He doesn't make the Leona 3 in time for the combat, but he has the Leona 3 in for the next combat. I like the fact that he throws the Shroud here onto the Orianna because he's making the most value out of his makeshift armor 3, which is giving so many buffs to his front line right now when you consider the fact it's 2 bodyguard plus the makeshift armor 3. He's also got the Handshake, which explains why he has this wide-ranging amount of traits. Like, maybe he can look at dropping the MF because the MF is only providing the sniper value. He already has the sniper in, but the MF's damage is also not that bad. If he moves those items off now, it's going to be very hard to find a carry to replace it. Maybe it's... Yeah, I don't know. He's kind of got everything else that he kind of needs for this comp. So having the MF in just
alternative,
to make it rain.
That Seraphine's perfect here. Grab the Seraphine. That gives you social 2 because you've already got the Taric in. You can put someone like the Jin on there, so he's going to cast quicker. It does put him in God tier Hex. You lose the value of having Zeke's on both Jin and Orianna, but there is a flex option there. I'm interested to see if we see that come through. Keen picking up Galio with a D-Claw, so going for more of a socialite individual carry option. We've got a Fiora with double Titan's Bloodthirster. Plenty of bonus damage coming through here. Lots of tankiness.
But literally, he can't access the back. He can't access the backline here. Like, this Fiora has been so stuck up on the front line that it's just not going to get the access to the backline. And this is another 8th for Keen. Like, I don't see this Fiora winning from here. No, it's just not enough damage, and that is 8th. That is his tournament over, basically. Like, he was sitting at 13 points in 14th place heading to this game. He's going to be at 14 points, and when we talk about the cutoff being about 24 to 26 points, he's done. Like, there is no way Keen is making it to tomorrow from this point. It's a little bit disappointing the way that he started. He started with the first, obviously, and then he's gone 8-7-7-8. It's just definitely not been his day for Keen. Obviously, one of the most, I guess, storied players, one of the most famous players, if not the most, in OCE, when you're talking about Keen, Escher, etc. And he's never been able to convert like his power on ladder into tournament, and I guess it's the same thing that's faulted him today.
I tend to agree now. I'm happy because we're over at Skillfulism, who's managed to pull out 3 Socialite, 4 Enchanter with that God Heimerdinger that we talked about earlier on in the day. We've got a Deathblade, Quicksilver Seraphine, which, look, a little weird, but hey, she's the queen and she'll do whatever she likes with her auto attacks. It's not going to be enough because Bluey just has such a god tier board at the moment. Super tanky in that front line, especially now with the Leona 3 as well as the makeshift armor prismatic.
Yeah, Skillfulism hit that Heimer 3, I think, at 5-1, maybe 5-2. It popped up on the side of the board. But as you can just see there, the Seraphine items are so grief. Like, it's so hard to say it otherwise. Like, he has nothing else to slam it on, which is the shame. He can't put the DB on like an AD carry. The Seraphine items are just they're worthless. Like, sure, he can get some casts off, but like that's just an attack speed buff for an AP comp. Maybe gives your Heimer a couple more casts. Maybe make sure that your Tara can heal a little bit more. But yeah, that's looking like lights out for Skillfulism with the items that he's got. Maybe he can get a couple of lucky crits for that dual gauntlet he picked up. As we're talking about this, Teemo's dad went 7th, which probably was one better than I was expecting them to finish. They were looking very doomed for most of the game, but we move over here to Dawnglade, who is 8 out of 9 on this Cho'Gath, and he has the Mutant Spat on bench as well, so he can play with the 5 Mutant. He has managed to hit the Malzahar 3 with some decent items. He's got the Shojin for that, a little bit of mana gen. It is the Omnivamp Mutant in this game, so that he's going to be healing up himself, and it's the Giant Slayer Morellonomicon just to spread the healing cut around. And the Zephyr that was scrapped there by Skillfulism was, you know, decent in picking up the Cho, but this is only going to start ramping up from Dawnblade's side. There is so much healing, and there is absolutely zero anti-heal on Skillfulism's side. Once again, the value of redemption comes through, and this is going to be lights out for Skillfulism. Dawnblade manages to stay alive for one more combat, and this is getting very, very spicy down the bottom of the ladder, because we've got 3 guys sitting between 12 and 15 HP. Not quite one-shot territory for, I guess, Ardior, but very much looking towards it for Evelyn and Dawnglade. But Bluey, 67 HP, just completely running away with his lobby with that win streak.
Yeah, and also like the strength of Dawnblade's board, underdogs. Looking at that Malzahar then is generating 146 per tick, plus then all the tick from Omnivamp, plus it's Mal's 3, so every time a unit dies, it spreads to 2 more. Like you mentioned, you got Giant Slayer, you've got Morello for healing cut. That Malzahar is goated. Goated with the sauce, in fact. And that is a tanky frontline as well. Especially with this Thieves Glove roll. That is a massive Thieves Gloves roll for Sion. You've got a Warmogs and an IE, so you're going to have so much extra tank in that front line and damage. Malzahar just gets to sit back and watch Malefic Visions do whatever it wants, just terrifying the minds of the opposition board. It's going quite well even against this Arcanist board. You're still getting healing. Sion only just fell down. Lots of damage onto the Malzahar, but TT1T just still does not have enough to cut through.
We do see.
And there's Cho 3. That's massive.
Ahead of Gargoyle to go to boot as well. I would just love that Cho'Gath is very, very chunky. Like I can't even see how many lines are on that. That's very close to nearing the 10k HP, and that's just the power of the Cho'Gath reroll. That is a comp that we saw yesterday did not work, but Dawnblade's putting it to use, and it's very, very key for him to be able to get a good result in this game. And the top 4 is about as best you could ask for when you're sitting in the bottom half of this lobby. The bottom half lobby, I should say. He gets the Gargoyle as well, which he can slam on the Cho'Gath if he so chooses and just make it even tankier if he choose the Mundo instead. We look over to the right-hand side of the board though. Bluey and Ardior both hit the level 9. Ardior had that Innovator board in, so you'll probably have the Dragon in by now if you found the right units. And I think did he have the InnoSpat? Actually, he might not have had an Innovator emblem, so he might not be at the Dragon, but is still a strong Innovator board regardless.
Well, here we go. Dawnglade did slam the Gargoyles on Cho. We're going to be seeing another fight here. And no, Ardior was playing with the Scholar Soul and the Clockwork Heart. So it was the other Innovator that we saw that had the Innovator Heart. That Cho'Gath is massive. Bio Leeching going to be doing a lot every time Cho casts. That Redemption healing, just massive percentage HP. And Malzahar, as we said before, tearing up the whole board with Malefic Visions.
This is through Morello, by the way. This healing that you're seeing off the back that he has Underdogs, he has Bio Leeching, he has Redemption, and that is all through the Morello Nomicon that it was slammed on the Seraphine there. Oh my, another Redemption, because why not? But this is just insane value out of this Underdogs right now. This is a nerfed Underdogs from where it was at the start of the set, where it was quite potent, especially throughout the middle of set 6. It's a nerf version of it. He plays the second Vex, because why not just put in a second unit for now. But this is a very, very scary Cho'Gath that is just going to be permanently healing just because of the advantages he has based off all this healing. And healing cut doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's right. Too big to fail at this point, this Cho'Gath. Really needing to take out the rest of the board first, and then have everyone focus on Cho'Gath all at once is kind of the play. This Jhin could do it, but positioning trolled at the last moment. It's not going to matter. We're going to break through. Malefic Vision's not going to nuke enough the board, and Dawnglade will fall over. We're left to see if TT1T wins out. Watching Bluey on 67 HP, who had a massive run through the lobby and really hit hard on this Jhin. If we get the double elimination and Bluey gets to walk away with a first, or if TT1T will hold on. And we're here, it's a Ziggs and a Cho.
Oh, yeah,
no!
Cho just... Okay, that's the game done. Alrighty. So, the Cho'Gath, and look at the HP as well. Dawnglade actually eked out a second with the way that the HP totals went down there. So TT1T going away with the third with his Arcanist board that, you know, that we were talking about in the early game. He definitely could have made something happen with it because of just what he hit. He also had the Runic Shield as well. The Runic Shield one was his 4-6 augment. Welcome back, Sleppy and Frosty. But that is a big, big win for Bluey, who definitely needed all the points that they could get Frosty to try and salvage themselves, I guess, some sort of hope of making it through to tomorrow.
Yeah, well, from the looks of things, Bluey coming into this game in 11th here, so catapulting with a first up into the upper echelons of the score total here, so they're really big for him, and you know, the scores weren't too far apart here. We had Claire, Chunga, and Dawnglade coming into this game, who were all on 17 points there, so realistically, this could be one of the things that Bluey needed. I just wanted to focus on something a little bit interesting there, right? Jin is something that we've been seeing a lot of today, but it hasn't been one of those boards where it's had a huge amount of success. You know, we've seen it be one of these really consistent compositions that has gone, you know, second, third, you name it, but hasn't really secured anything. But it seems to be like, if with a Giant Slayer there, you stack it up against a Cho'Gath, and it doesn't matter how big the Cho'Gath is, that thing is melted.
Well, yeah, Jin has been one of the strongest bowlers that you have seen like today so far. It's just been one of those consistent pickups that, you know, people have utilized perfectly. We talk about Slumbers being one of the AD players that utilized it yesterday. Judge, you know, we did see it getting a consistent top 4 here again today. You know, Jin is just very, very powerful in terms of what we can get in terms of just these consistent boards that at this point in the tournament really matter.
That's right. And look, I'd love to get Slappy's going to weigh in here on what we're seeing in the comps, because we've seen a lot of different forecast carries today. We've even now seen Cho'Gath come through with helping secure a second. Really, what are we, Slappy, what are we looking at when we come into this final game that yourself and Frosty are going to be covering for us in terms of carries? Who's the secret sauce forecast carry that would be your pick?
I think just with the way the games have been going today, possibly Jin. Like, I can't believe how easily it cut through the Cho'Gath. I mean, it did have a Giant Slayer and a QSS, which stopped it from getting knocked up by the Scion. But I think Jin might just be able to do it. Um, but yeah, we'll have a look at the scores and see who we are looking at in the two lobbies.
Yeah, so we are looking at the scores here right now. Donald has finally been felled. He cannot go 1-2-1-1-1-1. That is I think it's a 6th place. He's got 3 points there. But he's very, very safe for tomorrow. And same for Angora, who manages to get the 3rd to push up to 30 points. Looking though at that cut in the middle pack, we have got 5 players sitting within 2 points of each other. Between Claire, our 1st place yesterday, will the curse come true? We've got Perfect Slumbers there as well. We've got Dawnglade. We've got TT1 team. We've got Bluey. He manages to climb up the ladder and just eke himself into that top 8 lobby for this final game of the night. On the other end, Skillfulism, Ardio, and Keen. Oop, it's swapping back a little bit back and forth there for the bottom guys. But we can look at the scoreboard right now. And Keen went 8th. It's pretty safe to assume that he was on 14 points we talked about in that game, Judge. It's over him. It's lights out for him. If the cut is at 24 points, that's it. Done. He can't make it through anymore. As on the topic of forecast carries, we saw a 3-star Braum yesterday. I would love to see that again.
Yeah, look, that is absolutely a 3-star forecast carry. How spicy were the items though, Ducky? I missed that one. How spicy were they?
TG. He went TG. He had TG. Frost can back me up on this. He had TG, Braum 3. Had some very hilarious rolls with like Infinity Edge and this. It was insane. And it was like, it was a Jin board as well. I think it might have actually been a Slumbers Jin game. And it was just like, it wasn't the Jin carry, it was the Braum carry. Braum was dealing all the damage.
Yeah, look, that is the best, and it's exactly what you want to see. I want to see that Fisher just absolutely rip open the opponent's board. So, you know, can't count that out. Also, as really popular amongst pro players in League of Legends with the Janna top lane, maybe we get a Janna 3. Okay, can't count out the other 4-cost 3-star carry of TFT.
Well, the good thing about that is at least in TFT, I know that we can't have summoner spells, so we won't be seeing any Smite Jannas coming down from the top lane in Teamfight Tactics. But who knows? We've seen a couple of Arcanist Jannas today and yesterday. Maybe it is the Janna 3, not necessarily your carry, but it can be very, very handy with the heals. Alrighty, with that, one more game to go, guys. Please stick around after this break. We're not going anywhere, so you better not go anywhere either, because this is going to determine who makes it to the regional finals or who goes home. Welcome back for the final game of the Oceania Teamfight Tactics Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational Day 2. I pulled it off this time. I got the full title in the right order. I'm very proud of myself to round that out for the day. I'm joined by the same people I've been joined by for the last 3 and a bit hours, Judge, Sleppy, and Frosty. And look, it's come down to this. One game separates who we're going to be seeing at regional finals and in Day 3 tomorrow to win a bit of prize money, and who will have to, if we're going by some of the typing that's happening in the lobbies right now, have to begrudgingly play Neon Knights instead of having that free qualification all the way through. Chunga, apparently, so you can go check him out on his stream complaining about that right now. But Frosty, heading into this final game, we're going to be following the second lobby, which you'll see right here is that right-hand side column of Bluey, Chunga, TT1T, Evolvent, Timo's dad, Skillflism, Audio, and Keen. All of these guys are fighting for their tournament lives right now. 3 guys on 24 points right now. We're looking at a break point of around 26 maybe. And this could be, you know, the difference for these players of having like of a top 4 or a top 2 for like Chunga or Bluey. Could be ultimately the difference between having to grind through the set 6.5 side of the bracket or just having the free qualification into regional finals.
Yeah, because that would definitely be the worst thing possible in Chunga's book, actually having to play some teamfight tactics here, am I right, or am I right? But on a serious note here, I just wanted to highlight a few different players. Keen are naturally very unfortunate there. Skillfulism looks like these runs are through and through at this point, but there's still a good chance for, you know, Chunga to still make it here with a good finish. But, you know, someone that we previously highlighted there, Fortune Chosen, who started off today going 5th, 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 has proceeded to go essentially first here. So unfortunately not pulling the reverse Robin songs, but still a very good showing here. And I'm pretty sure with that it should be enough to lock out this day here. So we've got 3 people who are essentially locked in, but the 5 others who will be progressing to Day 3 and have locked their position up for the Neon Knights finals are still up for grabs here.
Well, Slappy, I do want to ask you a question here, because I'm going to say it, like, when you're 7 points behind is Evelyn and Team Stat at where the cut is right now, that's only going to increase. They're going to need a first and a bunch of results to go their way to be able to make it to the top 8. So I'm going to say those guys are scratched. Everyone Evelyn down is scratched right now, and it's a 3-way battle between Bluey, Chunga, and TT1T to try and make it through to tomorrow. Based off, like, the games that you've seen today, which player are you, like, the most confident in making it to tomorrow?
Oh, oh, what a rough question.
It's a hard one. It is, and I'm going to ask Judge the exact same thing.
I feel like just based on past experience, I'm still gonna put my money on Chunga. I know he has it in him to do it. You know, whether it's through a Merc, you know, 4-cost reroll board as he's so famous for, or if it's with a really strong board. I think he'll be able to do it.
So which 20 Chunga are we seeing, Judge?
Oh, absolutely. Delinquent Gremlin Merc 4-cost reroll into an Urgot 3-star with perfect BIS items. Like, if Chunga can believe in me as we head into this game, my final words, Frosty and Slappy, if Chunga believes in me hitting the Merc into a payout with Urgot 3-star, then I need to believe in Chunga doing the same thing.
Godspeed, my lord. But it is time. We are heading into game number 6 here, and we will be starting off spectating Keen. I don't think there's any other way to put it. Slovia has had a bit of a disappointing run here after a great day 1 start.
Yeah, I saw some of the boards that Keen had last game, like with high and shopping. Like, really needs to step it up this game to try and get some points. But he does get a bit of an interesting set of augments here and immediately takes the challenger hard. Not sure if it's actually for the challenger or for the sneaky little Merc. What's the word? Merc opportunity with the queen. But we'll see how. I think he's had like quite a few games with Quinn early actually, so we'll see what he does. He'll most likely, I'm assuming, will slam this last whisper if he's looking for the challenger angle once again. Yeah, I think he's played like quite a few Fiora games today. Not sure how successful they were, but we'll just have to see.
I think we can safely say that the Fiora games, from the looks of things, have not been terribly successful here. So perhaps looking to change it up a little bit, trying to get that pre-level up to 4 here, perhaps trying to fit in for Challenger. Unfortunately, doesn't find it, but still doesn't look to be like there's a Yodel angle here or anything like that. So, I mean, from the looks of things, fairly simple game plan from Keen's side of things here. Like even switching it out for a good old Shaco Slam. Love this idea, you know, just being able to slam down your item. You know you're probably going to be playing a Last Whisper carry more often than not, either in Fiora or Yone. So, good to see from Keen here. As we've switched over to Teemo's dad, who is quite literally built different at this point of the game here. I mean, Teemo's dad, coming into this final round here, finding themselves down at 17 points, so looking like they're on the lower cusp of things, you know, pretty much praying. But, I mean, tell us about Build Different here. It is one of those really strong early game augments, Slippy.
Yeah, the only thing with Build Different, I feel, just in my own experience, is when you take Build Different 1, this augment is disappearing after like 2 stages. It does nothing for you late game. So if you're not win streaking really hard this one stage, I feel like you do end up kind of playing an augment behind, and it generally is a bit stronger when you do have more 2 stars, which he does have a few pairs of. So might be able to, if he's just able to close out like the next couple of rounds and he can hit these 2 stars, I think he'd be on a really good spot. The only thing is that he's not slamming any items. I feel like Deathblade is not a bad slam, but if he's possibly looking for like, I don't know, like Syndicate angle, I guess it isn't quite as good of an item, which is why he's chosen to hold on to it. But yeah, this fight is a little bit close. I do think that Darius will spin and give him that. Wait. Yes, that is his team. Yeah, so he does get another win, but a little bit close here. Hopefully, he does hit a Warwick pair, which is really good. Really good.
Yeah, I think it's getting cut a little bit close there. We've moved back over to Skillfulism here, who is rocking a 3 innovator board. We have self-repair here, so, I mean, I gotta say it, Slippy, we've had some really impressive innovator games today. But then we've had some real shockers as well. So going into this final game here, I'm kind of torn on whether you want to be seeing some of these innovator boards or not, considering the fact that the innovator heists that we've seen early typically have not worked out terribly well for some of these players. But I mean, the self-repair might just give them enough tempo to get this win streak down.
Yeah, I think this particular spot, he has like no 2 stars. His board is actually really weak, except for I think it was the Darius that he had. So he's probably going to end up lose streaking this unless he manages to get that Ezreal. I think he had a Singed pair as well. I think Innovator is really strong, but if you tunnel too hard on it, it's also can be really bit of a bait and really weak as well. But if he hits his pairs and he does have the self-repair as well, there is a bit of hope there. But I think he once he hits the pairs will be okay.
Fair enough. I would see him picking up the cloak here for the time being. So I mean, it looks to be like it's just going to be either a Rune slam here more than anything else, or maybe just, you know, picking up the cloak here as, you know, sort of a decent option. We've moved over to Chunga here, who was your pick to, you know, make it through to the final day here. Chunga being a very storied player here in OCE. You know, we love to meme on Chunga for his past results here, but, you know, has grown, I would say, a fair bit over the past year or so, really turning into what seems to be a tournament powerhouse, to say the least here. It would be quite unfortunate to see him going out this early, that's for sure.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see, you know, the same Chunga that wreaked havoc in Challenger Series. And honestly, my most vivid memory of Chunga is in, I think it was Set 5 regionals, where he just played the strongest, most insane AP boards. But anyway, it's a story for another time. He does keep the lose streak. Sorry, with 4 loss, 76 HP, not too bad, and does choose to keep his tome. And we're over to TT1T Sport, another innovator, very popular this game. Very classic innovator yodel board has slammed the Shiv and is managing to streak with it as well. He's going to be very rich if he manages to win this round. He is up against Chunga. Oh, he did open the toe and got an innovator spat. Not bad. And but you know, TT1T's boy is just too strong. I think the Shiv is like a really strong early game slam. And of course the Siege 2 as well.
Yeah, I'm getting the craziest sense of deja vu. I feel like I've seen this board here, but I just can't quite put my finger. Oh wait, I figured it out.
Ah.
It's literally every single other board in the lobby.
You'd love to see it, don't you?
Yes, we're getting some great variety coming through. The players really showing their true colors. When it all comes down to the wire, folks, when their tournament lives are on the line, you can best believe these players are going to be pulling innovators out of their hat. They are, in fact, a one-trick magician. But in all seriousness here, you cannot blame them for trying to play what's strong, especially when it comes down to these final moments here, right? There is a reason why these players are some of the best in the region, and, you know, sometimes it does just come down to playing what is the strongest possible thing that you can do. I'm hoping that, you know, some of these players don't focus too hard on it. For example, you know, T1 here could, in fact, be in a position to pivot quite successfully out of this. So honestly, I think if everything is getting contested here, might be the right play.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised he opts for the Ionic Slam and not the Chalice, which is, you know, very commonly seen with the innovators. Unfortunately, didn't get a belt either, which would have been a very nice Morello addition. But I guess Spark is somewhat like stronger right now because he has a Siege 2, and I mean, I guess the Chalice it just doesn't give as much value right in this moment, and he's probably valuing the win streak with his current board. So continuing to win streak here, leading Evolvent. I didn't quite see Evolve's board properly, but I think he's looking for a Hogmaw Protector reroll, another one, which
Ooh.
didn't see too often before, but it does have the underdogs as well, which will help a lot in this stage. Rolling down now. This is our first time actually watching them roll down.
It's a beautiful sight, you know, getting to see a reroll player roll down here. There's something so cathartic about it. Players pressing D instead of buying XP, so yeah, it's a nice change of pace here. And I mean, we've seen the high roll games, right? We've seen what this composition can do, but I think that a lot of the traps that you can fall in, especially if you identify that, is the fact that it is a high roll composition, right? Because if you try to play this normally here, you're going to swiftly find that you're going to be taking 8s really often with a lot of health being lost in this mid game. I think the big trap to fall into is that this comp doesn't really spike until it hits those big 3 stars, right? You're not getting the same amount of power that a lot of these other boards would be getting until, you know, you finally hit. So, I mean, we'll have to see. Evolvent seems like they're in a pretty good position at 84 health. I'd say that's a pretty big high roll in of itself. We'll have to wait and see exactly what plays out here.
Oh, and the ultimate choices here, I think he's going to opt for at least the Thrill or the Sunfire, but see, he's gone with the Thrill just because Makeshift is kind of really bad in this comp. There's no units that really use it late game, and I'm actually surprised he didn't. I personally, I don't like this comp, like myself. Something about this comp I just don't like it. But I think a lot of players tend to like hype roll it a little bit, so I'm surprised that he hasn't done it, but it's still also really healthy, so hopefully it doesn't bleed out too much. We're over to Bluey here, who looks like they've committed to sins.
Sin Trundle, not exactly what the thing that you might be used to be seeing here, but I think it's going to work out really well. Trundle does output a lot of damage on stage 2 and stage 3. Typically falls off a little bit on stage 4. These aren't the days of reroll Trundle, folks. So I think that with the 4 Assassin here, with the Trumps coming down, this is going to output a good amount of damage, jumping straight into the backline of TT1T, who is still on that big win streak. On that 7, the Trundle gets burst down here. It seems like the Assassin's making their way through the backline fairly well. Talon 2 dealing a lot of damage. Singe trying its best to try to shrug off all these Assassins, but they're just too pesky. He's swatting them away, but that's going to be the win streak of TT1T down before Carousel here.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see so many, not so many, but quite a few Assassin players. I feel like, you know, no one would really say that Assassins are, you know, the big thing in the meta at the moment. But I think just with the tourney space, they're just trying to, you know, find different comps that might just push them out into the lead. And, you know, if they hit really well, can beat all the other people and get the points that they need to qualify. I think he was looking for a glove here, but fortunately it was taken. I think he had a sword left over.
Yeah.
So it might be a GA, might be BT, might be pretty much those two. Ziggs even.
I mean, I don't think we'll be seeing the Ziggs. Typically you end up trying to hold it for a Morello. Works really well with Echo, but I mean, I want to go back on that point that you brought up. I thought that was a really interesting point, is that we talked a lot about syndicates, right, and all these assassins, but typically I don't think it's worked out terribly well today. More often than not, we haven't really seen any hugely successful assassin players be hitting the higher ranks here, so one may wonder if it's a little bit of a bait composition right about now. But never mind that, we've moved back over to Timo's dad, who is our top player in the lobby right now, rocking that Built Different, and I think we're starting to finally see the weaknesses of Built Different shining through here, Slappy, where unfortunately the Built Different just not able to carry you through to the later parts of the stage, so wouldn't be surprised to see Timo's dad looking to make a bit of a transition soon.
Yeah, definitely need to start getting those synergies back in right about now, because, you know, people probably have rolled a bit, they have their 2 stars, it just doesn't cut it, it just doesn't do anything anymore. And Keen actually had a bit of a Merc loss streak, which I did not see coming. I know I mentioned it, but I didn't see it actually coming. And now has IE Last Whisper Yone. Bit of a, has a Nico as well. Might be enough just to take him into this stage 4, but he's already really low again. But he is level 7, 55 HP, and really, and is that binary? There's binary as well, so which is pretty good augment. Does need to. I wonder if he's gonna wait till maybe 4-2 to try and go up and find that Yone, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to cut out this particular round. Oh, unless...
Unless...
No.
Oh, no.
I think that's a bug diff. That bug did a lot of work there.
Yeah, it's probably going to bug Keen just a little bit losing that round, especially after you have the cash out there, but tis. But quite big for Keen is that they managed to hit the 6th challenger here. And, I mean, I just wanted to highlight, Keen's gone back to what worked for in the first game, right? Keen managed to get that win, first game of the day, with that big Merc cash out. Manages to take a bit of a smaller Merc cash out here, you know, but still, it could be fairly impactful. The Nikos could be a big deciding factor here, you know, being able to hit that early power spike, getting that 2-star Yone, that 2-star Fiora, could prove to be pivotal in, you know, being able to, you know, close out a few glory points, right? You know, we've said that Keen can't qualify for tomorrow. That is a given. But Keen can certainly deny other people from going any further in this lobby here. So, I mean, it's up to Keen, right? It's up to Keen. Does Keen want to play Killjoy here, or does Keen, you know, just slowly roll over and die? I know exactly which one he's going to go for.
I think he's gonna try and make a bit of a statement. Oh, almost level 8, so probably gonna roll down next turn and get his upgrades. The only unfortunate thing with challenges is you generally try and have your, two carries, yeah, namely Yone and Fiora, stacked up with items. So I don't know if he's actually going to try and keep the third slot open. He'll probably go for like a final Yone item and then leave the others open, but it's usually not quite as impactful as in other comps. But we'll just have to see him level up here. Hopefully he just gets everything and can call it a day, but good luck to him on this hotel, right? Oh
Well,
my
good luck
God.
indeed, right?
Okay.
You called it. I mean, if that is what you need to make a big turnaround, a big turnaround right there, then that is exactly what King would have asked for. Even hitting the Fiora here. I mean, if you're in King's position, right, you can't be too unhappy about this. You've just hit exactly what you need here. So, I mean, King's position was looking fairly dire. They've even managed to hit a Jace in there as well. This has been a huge turnaround.
That's a pretty successful roll down if I've ever seen one. I was surprised he skipped the Janna, but I guess he knew he was gonna get the Jace in the next shop anyway. So that's he just decimated. I cannot
Just
see
hit.
who this is, but Volvent, who has let out quite a bit from what we saw earlier. I can see they're still stuck on the Cassidans as well. Hopefully, I feel like, oh, a bit of a pause there. I feel like if you haven't hit all the 3 stars, at least 2 or 3 of them by now, with your stacked items, it is a little bit harder to get online. Yeah.
Well, the composition, right? The composition is really reliant around this massive front line, right? I mean, even though the Cogmore is a big part of the composition, before everything was discovered with it, it was mainly revolving around Garen, this huge protective front line. So I think that if you don't hit this Cassidon here, it's going to be a big deal. We've seen a lot of the time where these plays, we saw it in day number 1, we might not necessarily hit this Cogmore 3, and it can still be a successful composition. Welcome back, by the way, everyone. We're having a little bit of a break here for the time being while Skillfulism reconnects. So we're just going to talk about the game a little bit there. So ultimately, I think Evolvent, 0 gold there is in a really rough spot. Keen's managed to turn around, and Evolvent coming into this here was one of those players that we said needed to have a good result to be able to make it into day number 3. So if I were a gambling man, I would not be putting my money on Evolvent right about now, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think if you're, like we said, high rolling protectors and lowering protectors is a very, very big difference. And I just think that being in that spot and not having the Cassidon already probably needs to hit everything, have nice items and like perfect positioning to try and beat the other players who are higher levels. They have better units, and yeah, because I think Chunga was on a win streak as well. I'm assuming with this innovator as well. Um, and I feel like the CC in that comp it just doesn't do quite as well into without having hit everything. So we'll have to try and get that.
So I'm gonna paraphrase here. Essentially, what Evolvent needs to do is just hit. It just needs to hit, right? You just need to hit everything. Am I right? Am I wrong?
Yeah,
How'd
it
I
just
go?
has to hit. Just like Keen got those 2 yodes, you just roll, you just press D, and boom, all your Cassidons. And yeah, just have to try and get that.
Well, while we are here on a little bit of a break and we're just waiting for everything, we'll just quickly recap the scores here. So the 3 big players, or the 4 big players that we're really looking at here are TT1T. We saw them fairly high up in the lobby there. They were on the win streak. Chunga as well on 21 points. So those are the 2 players who are the lowest, who are the most reasonable to make it at this point. But then we've got Bluey in lobby here as well. So if anything, it's really up to the bottom 5 players here to try to play Killjoy as much as possible, so that, players like Dawnglade, Perfect Slumbers, Claire, these players who are also on the cusp here, so that they can make it through, right? But it's going to be a bit determined on exactly how Lobby 1 goes. We're just waiting a little bit longer here, folks. We'll have the game up soon. So, out of everything here, oh, well, stuff that. We've got it up right now. It's rewind time, folks. We've got the game up right about now. It's all right. Come back in, everyone. Don't have to leave quite yet. We see Keen's board here, and it just goes to show you, this is the power of just hitting, right? If you just hit your 2-star Yone here with this binary airdrop, it's going to be incredibly strong. And if Keen manages to get these big resets, these boards are not going to last for very long.
Yeah, and I like holding the Nikos here as well because, honestly, I think if it was in ladder, you could easily justify Nicoing the Fiora here, but he's gonna make a big statement before he goes. You may as well just wait and try and get maybe a Jace 2, UV2, just something a bit bigger, And with the way he's going, Yone 3, a little bit of a reach, but just some bit of a bigger statement than just being a safe top four play. And there is a Kai'Sa on the carousel as well, which might be something that you would want to pick up if it stays untouched here.
Well, hear me out. There is a Cassidon with the spatula right there, and I mean, Evolvin did need some Cassidons, right? I mean, if Mutant is an option that you're looking to try to take in this game, it might have been a decent choice, but it seems like Teemo's dad going to be the one to pick that up instead here. Seems like everyone kind of settling into it. Skillfulism, unfortunately, not taking an item there. And that is a Kai'Sa there. With Yone.
My bad.
Wow, that is... that is impressive. That's item, yeah. That's just good.
Yeah, my bad. You just hit the Kai'Sa naturally, of course.
We'll move over to Bluey's board here, who is one of those players that we were looking at 9th spot. 23 points going into things here. Also on a bit of a decent health total. Is rocking an Assassin Fiora who does manage to get Enforced mid-jump here. Not something that you typically see coming up against Keen. And, I mean, is trying its absolute best, but this is the power spike of 6 Challenger right here, is when it gets going, Slappy.
That is I honestly thought the Fiora had it for a moment, but it Challenger, as you said, once it starts rolling, there's nothing that can really stop it, even in an Assassin Fiora. And I also feel like Fiora without healing is also a little bit iffy. She does struggle a lot without either like a BT or a Socialite, but he does have some interesting choices here. I feel like given that he is going Assassin carry, maybe the Smoke Bomb, but no, he goes for a Syndicate Crest.
Yeah. It's an interesting choice.
Not really. The only way I'd see this, somewhat working is if like he got to 7 Syndicate so that you don't need the spat on Fiora, but seems I am a little bit dazzled by that one. Unless he's planning to change to Shaker later on. But yeah, I don't know about that one. I feel like Smoke Bomb was pretty juicy there.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you there on that one. I think Smoke Bomb was the thing that always stood out to me, being an incredibly strong augment. It doesn't really matter whether you're playing Syndicates or whether you're trying to play for Assassins. It's just overall really strong. We're going to sideline that for the time being, though, and TD1T here is absolutely rocking it with this Jace backline, getting full value here. And, you know, Teemo's dad, not exactly the weakest board themselves, but absolutely gets destroyed there. That Ezreal one outputting so much damage, Slappy.
That was insane. Everyone lined up, just attacking, spewing out skills. That was insane. I'm wondering if he's ever gonna, I feel like Ezreal's a great unit. I don't discount that at all. But I wonder if he's ever gonna change the items over. I'd assume a Jace one is better than Ezreal one. But I guess maybe once he gets some items here, he'd be planning to move them across. And but yeah, there's so much damage. Everyone in that Jace ulti.
Everything's just coming together. Yeah, we have received some extraordinarily amusing news on the other hand, though. Fortune Choser, our fifth or first gamer, has managed to go 555115. Consistency of the most questionable nature here. That is quite amazing to say the least. But I mean, Evolven's hit Cog 3 here, which, I mean, if this is Evolven's chance to have a comeback into this game, I think this is pretty much got to be it.
Yeah, Cog 3 is quite a big upgrade. Hopefully that is enough to turn it around, although he is on 12 HP. Meanwhile, this Jace is just
Oof.
ripping out damage, but this Seraphine is also... And that... Never mind, the Jace wins. I thought that Jinx was going to wipe out that backline for a moment, but I feel like Jinx is just a very underwhelming carry at the moment. She's low-key, she's just a synergy bot for other people to get stronger. I feel like, I don't remember if that Jinx was itemized, but she just doesn't quite have as much damage. She had a rod, I suppose. But yeah, it is a bit of a random. She's just there for scrap as well.
Would you say a bit hit or miss? You know, we can try to eloquently phrase this. You know, it's a bit hit or miss. Misses the mark a fair bit. Things of that sort.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yes, we'll go with Mrs. the mark a bit. I'm not sure
There we
what
go.
Jinx is doing.
Good shroud though. Good shroud from Evolvin. That managed to keep him alive. Also the Zyra ult missing the backline. Caitlyn ult coming in pretty clutch here. And it seems to be like Evolvin is just holding on for dear life. Protector Spat also going to be playing a huge part. And it seems like Evolvin has kind of assembled Exodia here. And I mean, the Enchanter board is definitely really strong, but Cogmore outputs a significant amount of mixed damage. So I don't really see Evolvement going out anytime soon here.
Yeah, that tier was really cracked. I think if he could just manage to position really well against anyone, I think he's got it. And I was just memeing about the Year 3, but he's actually looking for it. And apparently no one's really holding the units either, so he has a very, very good chance of getting this Year. And with, you know, he's actually keeping the binary value on everyone as well. Just a little bit could be, you know, he could roll in the chance that he rolls a very bad item. It could change the way of the game, because Yone without a defensive item is very, very very unreliable. But he manages to cut it. Oh no! He eliminates Evolvent, who we just so praised about having a lovely team. Just gets mowed over.
Yeah, I think that's probably got to be one of the worst matchups possible for Evolving there, that challenger board, because, I mean, if you're able to catapult straight off of it, you know, Protectors really like these really long fights where they're able to cast a lot, and, I mean, this is the thing about challengers is they don't care about that. They're just going to try to go straight through the team there. It doesn't matter if there's a Bramble Vest or not. So really unfortunate to see Evolvin going out there. Was one of our higher point scorers, but it looks to be like they're not going to have a chance to make it to day number 3, unfortunately, missing the mark there. But Keen, on the other hand, yeah, I mean, I'll pose a question to you here, Slippy. If in the situation you said that you really want a defensive item on this Yone, if in the situation where King does hit a Yone 3, I mean, would you say that they'd end up selling off the Jace here just to try to enable this Yone to do as much damage as possible?
That's a good question. I feel like if he does end up getting this Yone 3, I think it honestly would be worth it, because there are a lot of fights. I don't know if in this lobby specifically, but there are definitely team comps and fights that can beat a Yone 3, especially if it just randomly gets, you know, targeted or CC'd. He can definitely die before casting, and it's one of the saddest things to see. And, you know, I'm totally not saying this from experience, but I think it would be worth it. But at at this moment though, it doesn't look like the lobby is that strong, so it actually
Hmm.
might not even matter.
Who hurt you, Slappy? Tell me who hurt you. I'll find them for you. No, but I mean, you just see the strength of the 6 challenger board there. I was going to say TT1T's board not actually looking all too strong as Keen absolutely mows through it there, but I don't think that's a fair assumption. I think that, as you said, the rest of the lobby is looking fairly weak, and Keen is just that strong, right? Keen is about to really hit their stride. We're going to go over to Spectating Blue here, I mean, who did end up switching off the Fiora items there onto this Shaco 2. Got to be a bit of a question there, Mark, on, you know, whether this is actually better than the Fiora, but I guess we'll just wait and see. The Shaco not being able to get the assassination down. I mean, there's been some good amount of CC being provided here. The Yone not really being able to mow through this the assassin board, but it looks to be like Bluey is just going to end up dying to the ghost, and we have our top 4 Slippy, and Keen just hits a Kaiser 2. Yep. Okay. All right. Yep. This is that's pretty good.
Yeah, I still thinking about the organ choices for Bluey. I feel like the Syndicate didn't really change that much. Like we saw, he pivoted back to the Shaco board, but I don't think having like Syndicate spat's great, but you know, if you're not running 7 Syndicate, you're running 5. I don't think it makes that much of a difference, and I'm wondering like if the Fiora was just better. But yeah, it looks like Kane's gonna roll down now. Maybe. Oh, okay.
Big hit.
There we go.
Big hit. I mean, you know,
Why don't you just? Why doesn't he just naturally maybe look for a Jace as well? Not that far.
I mean, that's the dream, right? But it chooses instead to go for it. It does exactly what you say, puts the GA on the Yone here, and I mean, it looks to be like this is probably just going to be lights out for the lobby. Keen is almost fully stacked at this point. It's even holding Fioras for the sake of holding Fioras, and even though Chunga's board looks absolutely amazing going into this, I don't think it really has any chance of standing up to the power of what Keen is putting down here, as we see that looks to be a good 7-unit loss, and there goes half of Chunga's health. Just like that.
Yeah, just like that. Mowed through that entire team like it was nothing. I can't believe he's come back with a game like this in the last game. Oh, Keen.
Well, I mean, I just wanted to say it, Slappy. Keen started today with a challenger game, has ended today with a challenger game, has had middling results in between, but are we really going to be seeing the sandwich results here where he goes first, has a whole bunch of junk in the middle here, and then ends with the first as well?
Kinda looks like my ranked games, not gonna lie. The Chunga's board actually looks insane. He also has binaries, so many items. What can you do?
Well, I mean, that's just it. What can you do going up against this board here? But a Jace 2 would perhaps provide, you know, enough, but it looks to be like the consistent shielding coming out there, and it's going to come down to Chunga versus Keen. We'll have to see whether Chunga can actually put up a fight. I mean, there is a lot of good stuff going on this board. There's a Jin 2, a Yumi 2, a whole bunch of upgraded units, but, I mean, there's no Jace, there's no Dragon here. There's a 5th Scholar in this Lissandra, which is doing its best Jace impression, but is it really going to be enough here? Is Chunga just gonna go out?
It's so unfortunate. Like, he must have rolled, you know, quite a bit at 9. And I think the Dragon is actually almost might be, like, if he has a way of beating this ball, it would be by having the Dragon. Because if he does get caught up in the CC, he can possibly kill it in time, but it's just, you know, level 9 is fake. Pretty much.
I mean, needs to take a page out of the King book of just hitting here, right? But, I mean, looking at these items, there doesn't really seem to be a whole lot going on here that you'd be terribly excited about with Chunga here. I mean, I don't want to spoil scores here. I know exactly what is going on right about now, but we're trying to keep things exciting, Chad. So, there we go. There's a Jace. I mean, if there was ever a chance here at, you know, Chunga trying to end up today with a really good score, this would be it. We're not going to see Are we not gonna see the the front line?
Oh my.
Oh!
Oh?
I mean,
It's time?
is it time?
It's
It might be
time?
time. This is... It's something. It's something.
And
There's a lot of good stuff going on here. We'll need to
we-
see, does it stand up to a Yone 3 here? Big Zephyr coming out. That's going to prevent the Yuumi from casting. The Dragon manages to get the big stun off. There's no CC prevention from the Yone. It's just standing still here. And then the Jace is going to work. Big casts off, but it looks like there's just too much consistent damage. Chunga's going to go out in second, and Keen is going to take it home after having a rough day. Ends day number 2 with a first place. Welcome back, everyone. This is the Caster's Desk. We've got Judge and Ducky here joining us. And, I mean, talk about an explosive way to finish up day number 2 there, Judge. We see the big old Fiora, the big old Kaiser, and Yone 3 absolutely dominating entire boards there.
Yeah, Yone is my second favorite forecast champ as a carry. Urgot being the one that is nearest and dearest to my heart as the Crab Daddy. But seeing Yone get 3-star with those items, GA, IE, Last Whisper, and just having the Yone and the clone tearing up a board with challenges is amazing to see. As soon as they get that one elimination and just get that double benefit from challenges, it's nuts. So well played to Keen. Nice to see, as you mentioned, that sandwich coming together. I'm just a little concerned that maybe that's kind of needing to go to Subway when we could have gone out to Nobu, because it might not be enough for Keen here.
Yeah, definitely not looking like it. I mean, Ducky, a fairly performance from Chunga there, trying to take it home in the end. I mean, I don't want to spoil scores here because I've had a little bit of a peek there, but I mean, we were a little bit worried about Chunga coming into this game, but I think they closed it out really well. Some really solid play. What did you think?
Look, I am going to be real with you. I was too busy looking at the spreadsheet in that game because the amount of possibilities in terms of how the scores could play out and how it like intertwined with the people playing. You've got Keen, who can be the ultimate griefer. He's just holding this gauntlet over the rest of the lobby and being like, whose fortunes am I going to banish? And I do hear, I think from production, that we do have the scores ready, so we can bring it up and finally show a surprise to you guys. Frosty, you casted the last game. Please take it away.
If you're a Chunga fan, you're going, oh yeah, right about now, because he's just barely managed to squeak it through. We've got Donny, who's had an absolutely massive day, finishing up in 41 points, and Gora as well in 38. Fortune Chosen in 32, Perfect Slumbers with 30. Gojo Mojo and Dawnglade with 29, Chunga in 28, and Clara's barely managed to scrape it through with the barest of margins right there on 27 points. Unfortunately, TT1T, Cardi, Bluey, unfortunately missing out due to some tiebreakers there. Keen, even though having a great game in the final bits of today, not going to be able to go through it there. So congratulations to everyone who has made it through to day number 3. Everyone on the left side of your screen, folks, has qualified for the finals here, which we'll be seeing in a few months' time. But I mean, that's just it for today, isn't it, folks? We've had a pretty banger day today. Really excited to see exactly what we've got in store for tomorrow. So, I mean, personally, I gotta say, it's been a pleasure casting with you all. I'm not going to be casting tomorrow. We're going to have some wonderful people. We're going to have Jose back on the desk here. I'm going to chuck it over to Ducky, though, because he's going to do our usual spiel, our usual outro.
But before I do my usual outro, can we all give a round of applause to Queen Sleppy, who did an absolutely wonderful job for her first cast, absolutely killed it with the analysis. Sleppy, Fortune Chosen made it through. The player that you betted it all on made it through. So did Chunga, eking it through in the final game. What are your thoughts on today?
Oh, I'm happy with the results. No, but I think there were some really insane games, and I'm glad Keen pulled through with that last, spicy little game instead of just kind of, not caring and doing that. Um, yeah, really excited to see what they're gonna bring tomorrow.
Yeah, well, hats off to the 8 players who have made it to tomorrow. Not only are they putting themselves in for a chance to win $4,500 share of prize money, but they're also going to make it through April's regional finals. But that is the show for today. That's actually me done as well for the broadcast, and I've loved having you guys over the last 2 days. We're going to leave it in the very trusty hands of our casters for tomorrow. Big hats off as well to our crew in the back room. Nightmare Twig with the observing, Tycoon with the admins and the cheeky little play calls that we're able to feed you guys. That's made possible by them. And also Blake Fusion on the producing today in place of Swifty did an amazing job. So thank you to all the backroom staff who made this possible. Look, congratulations, like I said, to all the 8 players. Thank you so much for joining me, guys. We had a wonderful day. It was a great day of TFT. It ended on such a high note, especially after a little bit of a snooze fest this morning. There'll be no snoozing tomorrow, though. High octane with all the money on the line. It's going to be very exciting. And with that, my name's been Ducky. I'm going to go have a nap now because watching the spreadsheet of the last game absolutely took it out of me. But please come back tomorrow, same time, same place, 6 PM AEDT on the Teamfight Tactics Twitch channel to watch Day 3 of the OCE TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational. Have a good night.